concerned. Thank you very much, honorable members, and good morning to everyone who has managed to join the meeting. I also wish to welcome everyone in this Social Development Month and also Transport Month. We know that this is a Transport Month where we usually say siyabakhumbula. We really miss them and remember them, all those that in fact that were hit by the accidents and all the stuff. With the Social Development Month, we call this month an elderly month. We usually commemorate the elder people, knowing that those elder people are the ones that we say them, we really commemorate that month, or this month, knowing and loving them. How I wish that in this month as social development, we can be able to honor them, appreciate them, do whatever thing that we think it will make them happy. If we are going to, in fact, we are going to visit those elderly people, at least we need to have small tokens, not too much or big things. They will definitely appreciate. I don't know how I'm going to do that, but I also wish that the honorable members will be innovative on commemorating this month. We usually sometimes have the sports. Older people are really interested in having the sports, because that thing makes them to feel as if they are still young and they are able to participate in athletics and sports activities. So we have to do even those activities during this month just to make them happy and tell them that we love them. Otherwise, honorable members, it's a whole day meeting today. I mustn't have long speeches and theses. I must just show you and me be aware that I appreciate your presence in the meeting, knowing that the programs are too tight for us. Can we bow our heads where we are just a minute, thanking God that we are still alive? Thank you very much, honorable members. Can we then request Lindy to flight the agenda, knowing that Lindy is on the study leave today, but she promised to be with us for a certain period, and she will have to leave us. We want her to go and study so that she can be able to pass. We really encourage her and give her a good luck, blessings for the exams. But for now, she is still with us. Thank you very much, Lindy, for that dedication that you have shown to the committee. There is the agenda, honorable members and officials that are present. Welcoming and opening, it has been done. Introduction by MPs, MP, support staff, and departmental officials, which we usually give over that part of the agenda to Lindy Way to assist us in telling us who is present in the meeting from the side of the honorable members. Over
Recording in progress.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning, members.
the AG and stakeholders in our meeting, and my colleagues. Chair, today is the 12th of October. I wish to confirm the following members of Parliament that are in presence of this meeting, that are present in this meeting. We have you, Member Mvana, we have Member Pilankulu, we have Member Masango, we have Member Stock, we have Member Opperman, we have Member Van der Merwe, we have Member Mare, we have Member Abrahams, we have Member Tongo, we have Member Sekers, we have Member Iris Chair that is with us. I don't know if I omitted any member, can indicate so. Chair, we are a quorum for this meeting. We can take decisions. Thank you very much, and also thank you for the blessings for my exam. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Linde. There is the agenda in front of us. Is the minister present, Linde?
Chair, the department will come in at 10:30. Now we have the members and the AG and a few staff from the department to represent. So the first session is the department, is the AG and the MPs. Thank you very much. They will join at 10:30. Thank you.
At 10:30. Thank you very much for that information, Lindy. Can we then adopt the agenda as it has been put forward to us? We are grateful today that we have been joined by the Auditor General's office. We also wish to give them warm welcome. We appreciate this thing of having with us or being with us, knowing that also there is a lot that they are supposed to do. Thank you very much, Lindy.
Okay, Chair, can I advise that before we proceed to adopt the agenda of today's proceedings, just to go to our apologies, and then we can proceed to adopt the agenda, if you allow me to do so. There are a couple of apologies.
Okay.
From the members.
Let's do as such as you have proposed, the apologies. So
okay. Chairperson, there is an apology. Maybe Member Stock, who's here in this meeting, but he is engaged with interviews. Maybe he will just explain because his hand is up. Also, Chair Member Van der Merwe will only attend the first session or with the AG, and then she will leave the meeting afterwards. Member Abrahams also indicated that she will attend today's meeting until 2 o'clock. She would like permission to be released from 2 o'clock. Thank you very much, Chair. Members, Stocken is up.
Chair, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello.
Who's that?
Oh, sorry, Member Punita Marie. She's just at the doctor, but she will log in later on.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable. Okay, let's also give over to Honorable Stock.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I would like to formally submit or table my apology. I'm in and out, I'm double booked, I'm busy also with interviews, so I'll be in and out of the meeting. But the other thing also which I wanted to request is that the new member who have just been sworn in from the ANC side, Honorable Mfikwe, I just wanted to ask Dindiwe to allow her into the meeting and then she can also participate. She's in the waiting room. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Honorable who? Who's that?
Honorable Matsidiso Mfikwe. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that announcement, Whip. And we really appreciate to have someone who represents or who replaces the Honorable Anastasia. Allow her, Lindy, to get in and request her to introduce herself and also put on the video as Honorable Stock has done so. And also let me say to Honorable Stock, we appreciate even that one of showing the dedication and commitment in the committee. We know that, as I have already said, that honorable members have got lots and lots of things to do, but we appreciate them. In real terms, this is a fourth quarter report, which we've been doing first, second, third quarter reports, but at least there will be an interlink of these reports. Thank you very much for that, and you will be excused.
Chairperson.
Hello.
Good morning, Chair. It's Honourable van der Merwe.
Yes, Honourable van der Merwe.
Chairperson, thank you very much, and good morning to you and all our colleagues. Thank you very much to Lindy for tabling my apology. I just wanted to give clarification to you, Chairperson. I'll be in the first part of the meeting. Thereafter, I've got to attend a board meeting, and after that, we've got the clause by clause on the electoral laws amendment bill. So I just also wanted to say that I'll be in and out, but try my best to stay for as long as I can. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Honourable van der Merwe. Lindy has already explained that, and you will also be excused whenever you think that it's the time for you to be excused. We'll talk later.
Chair.
Lindy?
Chairperson, Member Mfikwe is already in, Chair. Just to also clarify that we are dealing with the annual reports because the last time we did, there were fourth quarter. So now we want the department to present all the annual report, also the AG to also present the finding outcomes of the annual reports of the SD as well as its entities. Thank you very much, Member Mfikwe is here already. Thank you.
Okay. Can we see Honourable Mfikwe? Is she able to connect the video so as to see her face and be familiar with her? Honourable Tsidiso, good morning.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to Honourable MPs and everybody that's in the meeting. I'm not sure if my video is on, but I can't see it, but I've switched it on. So I am Matsidiso Mfikwe. I'm from Gauteng in Johannesburg, and thanks for the welcome to the committee. Hoping to learn and assist the committee in doing its work. Thanks, Chair.
You are welcome, Comrade. Honourable Matsidiso Mfikwe. I would like to practice the pronunciation.
It's a bit difficult when you're not used to it.
Yes, it's not a difficult one, but it's the tongue that is too tight. Thank you very much for joining us. We are welcoming you as the committee. We hope that we will have, I will say, an experience in this committee, and also it will be easy for you to learn. Anything is possible. So you're welcome. You can switch off your video
Chair.
now. We know your face, at least even if we meet at the corridors, we'll be able to say this is our committee member, portfolio committee member. Thank you very much for that. Can we adopt the agenda as Lindy has been requested that the agenda needs to be adopted so as to be able to give the AG's office? Any help?
Chairperson is Bridget.
Yes, Honourable Bridget.
I would like to move for the adoption of the agenda, Chair. Thanks.
Okay, Honourable Kate.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, everyone.
Honourable Kate.
Yeah, I would love to second the move by Honourable Masango.
Thank you very much, Honourable Bilankulu. The agenda has been adopted, and Lindy has explained that this session is a closed session. That's why we don't have the department with us, but we will allow them to join and they will give us some clarities that we would like and questions, and we will engage them with the report that we'll be getting from the AG. Honourable members, let me not waste time, but give over to the Auditor General's office. They've got their leader, they can only introduce themselves and they can open up their videos just to see them, whoever is presenting during that time that they will be. Over to you, Auditor General's office.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members and everyone else in attendance. My name is Lawrence van Vieren. I'm the business unit leader responsible for the social development portfolio. I have with me today also Ms. Uviwe Plaiki Ruxana, who's going to assist me, as well as Mr. Faisal Jogi. If they can maybe just quickly switch on their cameras and greet the committee, and then I can proceed from there.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. van Vieren, the leader of the delegation from the Office of the Auditor General. Can we give over to you then?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. You see there in the camera, there is Uviwe Plaiki, and then Faisal will also switch on his camera, but they will also greet when they start to present, Chairperson. Chairperson, thank you so much for allowing us to present today. It is really a good opportunity for us to share the audit outcomes with the committee. At the end of the presentation today, we will also be sending a link to the various committee members to provide us with some feedback, and we would appreciate it if the committee members can complete that feedback for us. It is very important for us also for our future planning and our engagements with the committee. I will then switch off my camera, and then I will continue with the presentation.
Okay.
Chairperson. Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable Bilango.
I'm sorry. Honorable Manganyi said she was on the waiting. I don't know if Lindiwe can assist her. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Honorable Bilankulu. Can we request the Secretary Lindiwe to accept Honorable Manganyi Jane to be in the meeting? Over to you, AG.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, this presentation is one of the opportunities of the Auditor General of South Africa to share insights with the committee, to enable the committee to exercise oversight, and is one of the key focus areas in terms of our mandate to assist the committees in exercising oversight. If we can go to the next slide, please. Chairperson, this is a very important slide, and we would like to start off this presentation with this slide today, because this really gives us a very good understanding of the various role players and the role of each and every one of them. So the Auditor General has developed a new strategy which is called Culture Shift 2030. And we want to shift the culture of our auditees towards a culture that's predominated by a behavior that reflects transparency, accountability, and integrity. This culture shift can be achieved through the accountability ecosystem. So everyone in this accountability ecosystem has got a role to play, and it's each one in this accountability ecosystem does what is required, then it could have a significant change in the culture in government and the various government entities. So it can then result in an environment where we will have people that are accountable. We will have an environment that is characterized by performance, transparency, and integrity. And that will ultimately lead to improvement in sound financial and performance management, as well as ultimately it would lead to better service delivery, and that would ultimately make a difference on the lives of our citizens. I will just quickly take the committee through the various role players just to get a bit of a better understanding. On the left-hand side, we have the officials those are the officials that starts and do the day-to-day business, whether it's on the financial side or whether it's on the implementation side or whether on the performance side. And it's very important that they do exactly what is required, that they adhere to policies, procedures, and controls, and do the right thing every day. Then there's senior management who is supposed to lead, make sure there's policies and procedures in place. They're supposed to supervise, and they're supposed to take appropriate action when needed. Then there's the accounting authority that must make sure that there's strategies in place, make sure that the entities performs, and also very important to make sure that there's action plans whenever there's internal or external audit findings to ensure that those findings are addressed. In the top left, we've got two very important structures. The first one is the audit committee. The audit committee is a structure required in terms of the PFMA. And it's a very important structure because it's there, first of all, to control and direct internal audit, but also very important to advise the accounting officer on the risk and on the under control environment. Very important for each and every entity is also a legislative requirement of the PFMA is to have an internal audit section. They should be on a regular basis do risk assessments, and they specifically focus on the internal control environment so that they can report to the audit committee and the accounting officer in areas where controls are not in place so that the necessary action can be taken to ensure that those controls are in place. Very importantly, to the right of that is the executive authority, and the executive authority is there to provide oversight and also to make sure that the accounting officer make sure that the entity performs and that there's action plans in place whenever there is any underperformance or any negative audit findings. They must also make sure that there's consequence management, and should also make sure that in the case where there is any material irregularities, that it is addressed by the accounting officers or the accounting authority. Then we have the national executive leadership. Then we have the coordinating departments. They each have got their individual mandates, which they execute, and which they then also must make sure that all the other role players comply with whatever is required in terms of those relevant mandates. Then we've got the parliamentary committees, and this portfolio committee is one of them. The portfolio committee is required to assess and review the annual performance plans, and to also exercise oversight through sessions like you have today to ensure that ultimately there is a good performance and good audit outcomes and good service delivery. In the middle is the Auditor General, and the Auditor General, we provide the insights like we do today to the committee, but we also provide the insights to the broader public and to everyone else in the accountability ecosystem. We then also influence through the work that we do all the various role players in the accountability ecosystem. But then lastly, if needed, the Auditor General also has a mandate of enforcement, and that is through the material irregularity process where the Auditor General can even issue a certificate of debt should it be required. And you will see later in today's briefing, Faisal will be taking you through three MIs that have been identified in this environment, and he will also provide you with feedback on that. Chairperson, thank you very much. I will now hand over to Viwe, who will take us to the next section, and then Faisal will take over from there, and then we will allow questions as per the program. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, sir. Can we give over to the one who is going to take us from where you stop?
Thank you, Chair. I will be taking you through the next few slides which relate to the audit outcomes and also the slide relating to the performance of the portfolio. So when we then look at this slide, we are looking at the audit outcomes of the portfolio, just to do a level refresher on what the different audit outcomes mean. And I'll just then be focusing or touch on this on those that would be applicable to the portfolio. When we look at unqualified with no findings, it speaks to the auditee did not have any material mistakes on the financial statements, no material misstatements on performance information, and also there was no instances that were identified during the audit. However, they then had material misstatements on performance information or material instances of non-compliance that were identified. And then when we then looked at the qualified with findings, it will then be similar to unqualified with findings. However, the auditee will then also have material misstatements in the financial statements that were not corrected. When looking at the audit outcomes of over the term of the administration, there has been an improvement as DSD has improved from a qualified audit opinion obtained in the first year of the administration to an unqualified with findings. However, when we then look in the 2021-22 audit cycle, we have seen a regression in audit outcomes as the DSD moved from a clean audit opinion to unqualified with findings. And this was mainly due to findings on performance information, which we'll then touch into detail in the next slide. And then when we then look at the 4 funds, they still remained with unqualified with no findings, which means they remained with a clean audit opinions. And then when we then look at the next slide, which relates to the portfolio of the performance of the portfolio, just to highlight that the presentation for this part will then exclude the 4 funds as they don't fall within the ambit of the PFMA, and the reporting on performance information is also not required in terms of the legislation that is applicable for these funds. When we looked at the quality of performance reports, we noted that there were no material findings that were identified for the National Development Agency, and we noted material findings on the performance reporting for the Department of Social Development and SASSA, and the findings for the DSD mainly related to auditee not being able to provide us with sufficient and appropriate audit evidence to support the achievement of the 57.7% that was reported for children that have access to quality early childhood development. And the impact of this will then be the impact of this will then be on service delivery. It might have an impact on the quality of the early childhood development services that have been provided, since the department is then unable to ascertain the nature of the curriculum provided by the ECD centers. As a result, the DSD may also be unable to confirm whether funds are being spent correctly for the services rendered by the ECD centers. And then when we look at SASSA, we did identify for one indicator, which was a material indicator, where we could not then, the actual achievement that was provided for new grant applications provided within stipulated timeframes differed from the supporting evidence that was provided for the audit. And as a result, the accuracy of the reported achievement for that indicator could not be confirmed. And this would have a direct impact on the services rendered by the entity, as the delays on provision of social assistance to the citizens would not be detected. And this also is aligned to the public outcry on the delays of processing of their applications by the agency. And when we look at then, after we have then audited, for the DSD and the SASSA, they still remained with the material findings as indicated. If we then look at the next slide, which is on slide 7, On slide 7, we have included key targets based on the medium-term strategic framework for the portfolio. And we have included this for the committee to reflect on whether the portfolio is achieving on these and on these targets, and whether there are any changes that would need to be made on the APP or on the medium-term strategic framework targets. So it is important that the portfolio monitors the progress on these key targets and to ensure that these targets are then met. And when we look at the achievement of the annual targets as reported in the annual performance report for all the auditees for the 2021-22, for the DSD, we noted that 81% of the targets was achieved and 19% was not achieved. And of the 19% that was not achieved for the DSD, it included key targets, and the 2 key targets that were not achieved related to policies and legislation on improving social security coverage implemented, and also the policy and draft bill on social development services to persons with disabilities, which had to be approved. And the impact of the non-achievement of these 2 key targets for the DSD would be delayed service delivery to the public in alleviating poverty and providing necessary social assistance for those in need. And then when we then move to look at SASSA, we noted that 72.5% targets that were planned by the SASSA have been achieved, and 27.5% was then not achieved. And out of those 27.5% that was not achieved, we noted 3 key targets that have not been achieved, which we also then highlighting for the committee. The first one relates to the number of children below the age of 1 in receipt of the children's grant. And the second one relates to the number of social relief of distressed applications. And then the third one relates to the percentage of COVID-19 special relief grant applications processed. And the impact will also then be the delayed service delivery to the public in alleviating poverty and providing the necessary social assistance for those in need. And then in the next slides, which is then slide 8 and 9, we have included the key targets that were not achieved and the reasons for the non-achievement. And the reasons provided in these slides are in line with what was indicated by management in the auditor's annual performance reports. And these slides have been included to assist the members of the committee as a form of a quick reference to monitor the key targets that were not achieved, and for the committee members to ensure that the auditors put the necessary measures in place to ensure achievement of these targets, as they would have an impact on service delivery. I won't go through them in details, Chair, as it would be the targets that were then indicated in the previous slide, but we have just highlighted the reasons as indicated in management's annual report. I will then hand over to Faisal to take us through the next slides. Thank you.
Thank you, Uviwe. Good morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. I will then take the committee to the next couple of slides in relation to the issues that we've identified through the financial year. Chair, I'm going to off my video. Thank you. Yeah, the next slide is basically a slide that we've done on the flood relief. As we all know, the country was devastated by floods during April. The floods had devastating effects both in, I suppose, more in the KZN and the Eastern Cape area. And the President announced some relief measures to be put, and he also indicated that the Auditor General will audit these on a real-time basis, some of the spending. The funds that were utilized by the Department of Social Development, where SASSA did on behalf of them, there were no specific funds allocated for this particular flood disasters. the amounts came out directly from their budget, the E&A budget. Part of the E&A budget for the year includes where your social relief or distress grants, which includes when there is any disaster situation or any other distress situation where it requires that you need to provide relief in that. So the funding was part of the normal, and it's part of the budget that's allocated then to the different provinces. So that's where the funding came. So there were no specific funding for this year. We then audited the expenditure that was done. Most of the expenditure for the flood was done within the first couple of weeks of the disaster happening. It was done in a joint coordinated affair within the province, taking the municipality, other departments, other entities, and they allocated certain way, depending what is needed at a certain center or certain community, what is needed, and they would then allocate to social development or SASSA to what they will be responsible for. So in some cases, they may have only been responsible within the first few weeks to provide hot meals in that center and to provide vanity packs, your daily necessity requirements, toothbrush, Colgate, certain of those things they would then provide. So there was different situations that was needed depending on what is needed in that particular area or district. We audited the information therein and the expenditure as well to determine if the distribution was being made to the correct individuals that were in need of that. We did not identify any significant or material findings based on the work that we have done. And partly of this is that, if you remember, we also did a real-time audit during the COVID-19, and we reported in the SR1 and SR2, where we included a lot of recommendations to management to implement. We've taken notice that they've implemented quite a lot of those recommendations, redid the whole policy document. They do not anymore distribute food parcels. They've went over to either providing cash directly to the beneficiaries' accounts, or they went into the system where they provide a voucher where the beneficiary could then take that voucher and go and cash it in for goods or groceries at particular suppliers which they've already came in agreement. So we appreciate the efforts taken by management on those controls. So although, as I indicated, there were no significant findings, we did pick up some issues around both the manual and automated controls. Most of the issues, when you're dealing with the situation, there's a lot of manual controls that take place from the application process where they apply. You need to document that. What we did pick up that in some cases that the applications are not properly completed, where there has been distribution of vanity packs. We did pick up that the person receiving, in very few cases where they did not sign that they received it, which is a very important control function to have. We also picked up that some supporting documentation when there was issuing of school uniforms, where there's a validation from the school itself that the particular learner is actual learner at that school was not there. It's part of your policies and procedures that should be. We did pick up that issues. We took note that in many cases, IDs were lost during this process, but the policy in it does allow for alternative information where you can include, and we picked up some weaknesses in there. We also picked up weaknesses in the manual control, the automatic controls, that when they capturing, and there was lack of validations being done to Home Affairs on some of the ID numbers to ensure that those are eligible, that was indeed valid ID numbers. So we did pick up that there were those in the stuff. So, and we did pick up that in some instances, the way we picked up, there were some where, especially where there were deaths in place. And what happens if there's a death in a family, it allows that household to claim for 2 of the vouchers. And we did pick up, there was no system in place to identify if they only provided 2 for that household. They could have been more provided, so there was no system or automatic control to identify because the deceased person's ID number was not used as a validation check. So there was some of the weakness. As I said, we never pick up any material findings, and this was then also reported by the AG as part of the Special Relief 1 report that was tabled at the end of August. Chair, I'm just moving over to the next. Okay, then the next section, Chair, we're busy dealing with is the material irregularities. Just to give a brief on the material irregularity, this was in terms of the amended Public Audit Act. A material irregularity is means any non-compliant.
Fine, thank
means
you.
any non-compliant. Sorry, Chair, there was some feedback coming from that. Means any non-compliance with or any contravention of any legislation. There could be a fraud, theft, or breach of fiduciary duty that was identified during an audit that was performed under the Public Audit Act, and it resulted or is likely to result in a financial loss. It could also result in a misuse of loss of a material public resource, or there could be a substantial harm to a public sector institution or the general public. Once we identify a material irregularity, if it meets this definition of a material irregularity.
Excuse me. Someone is talking, and is Antoinette, someone, who's that? Please mute your mic. Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Fazer.
Thank you, Chair. So, Chair, once we identify that material irregularity, we normally then notify the accounting officer of the county authority that we've picked up a material irregularity, and we then give the accounting authority the chance to respond to that irregularity on how they're dealing with the irregularity. We then evaluate, once we receive that response, we then evaluate that the response from the accounting officer and how they're dealing with the irregularity. If we then satisfied in the steps taken, we can either close it or we can still then wait for further, depending on the response, what further actions they are taking to see if those actions have been implemented before we close it. If not, we're not too happy with the steps taken on the material irregularity to prevent it from further, or is there adequate consequence management taken or to recover the money of those losses, then we can either do one of three. We can refer the irregularity to relevant public bodies for further investigation. We can then issue that, or we can then issue either recommendations to the accounting officer or the accounting authority. These recommendations will be included in the audit report for them to then implement these recommendations within a specific time frame. If we're then not happy with the recommendations, we can then take binding remedial action and include that for failure to implement the recommendations. And if overall, if we're then not satisfied with the steps that has been taken or whatever it may be, then we can go to issuing a certificate of death for failure to imply the remedial actions or to recover the financial loss. Chair, the next slide is then basically depending on where in the steps that I've addressed, there's certain on whose roles and responsibilities are in those particular. It gives us even the top part of the line. You can see the accounting officer, accounting authority roles, and then the AGSA in those various steps of what needs to be done. Then it also gives us below the line the executive and oversight the responsibilities roles. You'll take note. Number 1, 3, and 4 is very similar. This number 1 is when we sent where the county officer has indicated that they implement the actions to address the MI. 3 is normally when we include recommendations in the report, and number 4 is the remedial actions. So in all three of those cases, it basically will see how the accounting officer is either committed to the actions, how they've done with the recommendations as stipulated, how they implemented those recommendations by the date that was stipulated, and as well as how they implement the remedial action as per the date that was stipulated in the audit report. As for the AGSA, for all three of those, we'll then also follow up during our audit if those actions or recommendations have been implemented or the remedial action have been implemented. in that particular issue, depending on the stage where we are and what necessary has been done or not, and we will communicate in that regard. And then for those 3, 1, 3, and 4, again, the oversight, the executive and oversight. Normally, what executive should monitor the progress, depending on the actions taken, the recommendations that were the sub or the remedial actions should monitor that, and what has been done to improve the controls around that. The oversight should monitor also for those the progress on depending on the issue where we are and how the accounting officer has taken necessary actions to address those recommendations or remedial action. For number 2 is this when the matter is referred to an investigating body for further investigation, the accounting officer should cooperate with the public body and implement any remedial action that came out from the investigation report or any recommendations that were made. As AGSA, we will also provide information to the MI public body for the while they was investigating. We'll monitor the progress of the investigation and follow up in our audits if they on the implementation of any of the actions or recommendations that were done by the public body. If not, those recommendations, and we will then move over to the next step, most probably to see remedial action, and then before going over to the certificate of debt if we still not get so it's a process that takes place. The executive and oversight for this, they should support the public. The executive authority should support the public body in its investigations, and also with the accounting officer and other to ensure that the controls are being improved. And then for oversight, they should monitor the progress of the investigation. And if necessary, if the investigations are taking a long time to finalize, they should then call the public body to account for the undue delays in that investigation. So it's a very critical part by the portfolio committee during its oversight role. Honorable Chair and honorable members, and I will then come to the next slide, which is the slide on the material irregularities that was identified during the financial year. We identified material irregularities in SASSA. There were 3 material irregularities that were identified. 2 of the material irregularities was to the same supplier. It related to the one related to the payment of social services for services not rendered. That's an amount of 74 million that was incurred during the 2017-18 financial year. This was payments to the service provider, the then service provider for the social assistance, where SASSA then ended up doing the work, and the service provider still claimed for work that they were not involved, where payments were made directly into the bank accounts of the grant beneficiaries. So they were not entitled to that. Then the other one is the payment of 316 million to the same service provider. This occurred in the 2013-14 financial year. This related to where there was a deviation on a contract where it had to do with re-registering of the applications, and that deviation of the contract or the extension of the contract was not properly, the variation of the contract was where the supplier claimed that there was a variation and claimed the aircraft 316 million to register some of the beneficiaries, the children beneficiaries. We, in that particular financial year, we identified that there was no variation as that was part of the original contract, and thus they were overpaid that amount of 360 million. This matter was taken to the courts, of which the courts found in favor of SASSA, and the supplier had to pay back that amount plus the interest from that date. For both of these, the supplier is in a liquidation process currently, and the liquidation process is still continuing, and normally this liquidation process where SASSA is trying to recover the monies from the supplier in that, so in the liquidation process. What has also been done is when we received the response from the accounting officer, when we issued these particular notifications, the MI notifications, the accounting officer has indicated that they will also look to determine, they will conduct an investigation to determine if any current and former employees can be held liable for the loss. And if there's necessary, consequence management should be taken against any current and former employees for both of these, even though the liquidation process is still going, as well as if to determine if any loss amount can be recovered from any current or former. If the full amount is not recovered from the liquidation process, can you be held liable? So they they are in that particular process with the investigation. The investigation has been an external firm has been appointed through National Treasury to conduct that investigation. I know the investigation is still in progress. It seems from the last communication I got with SASSA is that they, upon the finalization of that investigation, and will in the process of discussing the investigation report with the CEO and the audit committee, of which then we will then follow up if there's any recommendations to see how the CEO has implemented those recommendations. So those were the two MIs that were issued in that particular. The third MI was with regards to the payment of the 350 grants, where we picked up that there were a lot of payments that were made to ineligible applicants. This is based from when we did our COVID-19 testing, the SR1 and 2, where from there we picked up, and further when we did our audit testing as well, we picked up further payments that were made to ineligible. We issued our notification, the CEO responded, where they disagreed on the MI. We further evaluated the response and further found that there were still payments being made to ineligible applicants. Most of that relate to database issues, the timing of the database, when they receive the databases, and that's all the databases from the respective suppliers, of which the SASSA was dependent. They indicated they received it. It was out of the control, but we feel the mere fact that payments are being made to ineligible, it's still something that needs to be. The amount is quite material, and therefore we further then issued, we indicated to management that we still feel that the MI is still, it's not yet fully resolved. We therefore issued to the CEO some recommendations to be implemented. The recommendations that were the stuff to be implemented within 6 months. So the recommendations that we issued to management was basically on the 29th of July. So the CEO has up until the 29th of January to implement those recommendations. The recommendations that we issued to the CEO basically was that the first one, we issued 3 recommendations, that there should be reasonable steps should be taken to implement adequate internal controls to prevent and detect payments to ineligible beneficiaries. This should include verifying the applicants against latest available database. So they should make sure that they get the latest available data. They should maintain an audit trail of the verifications that they performed, and as well as the cancelling and should ensure that they cancel further payments being made to ineligible beneficiaries once they've identified. The second one was that the CEO should take appropriate actions to recover payments that were made to ineligible that are currently working in the state at the time of applying for the grant, because this is much easier to collect for those that are currently still in employment of the state. The recovery process should not be unduly delayed. And then the last one is that appropriate action should be taken to obtain legal advice on the process to be followed to recover any monies paid to ineligible applicants who are not employed by the state. So those are all the other citizens that were unduly benefited, that are not employed, to obtain legal advice. Is it feasibility and the cost effectiveness of recovering that money? And if determined that such recovery is feasible and cost effective, then such money should be recovered from ineligible beneficiaries that are not employed. So the debt recovery process. So the CEO has until the 29th of January 2023 to implement those recommendations, and then we'll follow up to determine if we're satisfied that those recommendations have been implemented. When we issued the recommendations, we made sure that those recommendations are achievable, and the CEO can then make sure that she can properly implement those recommendations there. Just overall, the observation from the MI process, I've indicated that with regards to the 74 million and 316 million, once we issued the notification, the impact of this was that management then determined to do further investigation to determine if there's any particular individuals, current or former employees, that should be held liable for that particular non-compliance and loss that occurred in this particular regard. And as I indicated, this was immediately once we issued the MI notification, and they not only rely on the liquidation processes currently continuing with the supplier to recover those money. So that was one of the benefits that came out of the MI process. With regards to the 350 MI, yes, also what we noted, and this comes from the time when we issued the SR1 and SR2 on the COVID-19 as well, that SASSA managed to stop some payments and started to recover some of the funds through the SOCPEN and SRD system for those that did not qualify. And by the end of March 2022, they managed to collect or stop payments to the value of 56 million from those, and that we indicated it's part of the findings that we've issued, that we've or the material irregularity that we issued. The recommendations that we indicate for the portfolio committee, we continue to say that the portfolio committee should obtain the progress from the accounting authority on these investigations. If there's any delays, what's the reason for the delays? Well, and get if there's any actions from the investigations or recommendations from the investigation, what's the process of implementing those recommendations, and also get feedback in terms of what actions has been taken, if they for terms of recoveries or officials to be held liable, if depending on the investigation status. So it's important that the committee also keep up to date with this MI process and the investigation on those two cases. With regards to the 350 grants, what we're saying that the committee should also be able to, with the accounting or the CEO should be able to provide the committee with an update in terms of implementing all those recommendations that was included in the audit report, and how far, and if there's any concerns on implementation and what the bottlenecks or any other stuff are in terms of implementing those recommendations for the 350 grant within the due date, and should follow up if everything is in order in that particular regard. Honorable Chair and honorable members, I will then move over to the financial management and the compliance issues that if there was any that impacted the audit report. My previous colleague did the issues with regards to the performance information, and I'll take the committee through to the financial management and compliance sections. As indicated by my colleague, that that all the entities within the portfolio received an unqualified opinion on its financial statements, that we were happy with its financial statements submitted for audit. There were no material adjustments that were made to those financials submitted. It was submitted for audit on the 31st of May, and therefore all receiving an unqualified audit opinion on its financial statements. The department, as you continue, should ensure that they prepare these financial statements that are free from material misstatements, and it should ensure that they continue maintaining adequate internal control measures over the financial reporting period, so that they can maintain this status on the financial statements being an unqualified audit opinion for all the department and its entities. The financial health, overall, we were quite satisfied with the financial health status of both the NDA and SASSA. There were a few concerns on the debt collection period as well as the creditors payment period, but I think the biggest concern we have is on the social development's financial health. Now, currently, the Department of Social Development accounts or its accounting is in terms of a modified cash standard, which basically means that it records its transactions in its financial statements when the cash leaves its bank accounts. This is basically done only for departments. Most of the accounting standards is on a accrual basis of accounting. That's normally your GRAP, your IFRS is on accrual basis of accounting. It's not basically when the cash leaves, but when that account occurred or the transaction occurred in the current financial year. So even if payment was not made, the mere fact that it occurred in that current financial, you would then record that particular transaction. So some of those accruals, or we may call it that the payment has not been made, it's only disclosed in the notes to the financial statements of the department. So from a financial viability point of view, we then convert the department's financial statements from a modified cash basis to an accrual basis of accounting. And there's some of the amounts that's in their balance sheet that's of concern to us, which if we take it into account and we have to move it to the accrual basis, one is there's a huge grant debtors amount of over R1 billion that's sitting in the balance sheet as a recoverable debtor. Knowing that most of those amounts are not going to be recovered, it's there for many years. They do have indicated a provision for the write-off of that debt, but it needs to go through a process with National Treasury before they get that write-off. If that is taken into account, that means your balance sheet, once you take that provision into account, that you're not going to get so much of that the recoverable billion, you have to impair that debt, which will reduce the amount of that asset basically on your balance sheet. That with the bank overdraft, there's a huge bank overdraft of 15 billion. That 15 billion basically relates to an unauthorized expenditure that occurred during the 2019-20 financial year, where just when COVID-19 was started and the lockdown, there was a decision to pay the April 2020 grants by the end of March. So in the previous financial year, there were payments. This resulted in an over expenditure of the budget for that particular amount that was paid early, and therefore resulted in unauthorized expenditure. That unauthorized expenditure has still not yet been taken off the books. It still needs to be regularized through the SCOPA and the parliamentary committees before it can be taken out of the books. So once you take these into account, it then puts DSD into a net liability position, which means its liabilities will then exceed the assets it has. And it then also will impact on its liquidity position, in able to having not enough cash to cover any of its liabilities or payments that needs to be made. So as I said, it's once moved to an accrual basis. So we are really concerned about. So I think the issues that needs to be resolved is the debtors issue and the unauthorized expenditure issues that will then on its financial statements. Chair, if I then move over, then the other area that we report on a financial statement, on the audit report, is basically the financials, the performance, and then compliance with key legislation. As you can see, for DSD and the foreign funds, we did not find any material non-compliance with legislation. But for SASSA and NDA, we did pick up, there was material non-compliance with legislation, and this is impacted on the audit report, and that's reported in their respective audit report. On NDA, the issue was basically around procurement, contract, and management. Here, the issue was where we picked up that for some of the contracts that were awarded to the bidders, it was based on the evaluation and adjudication criteria that differed from the one that initially went to, that was stipulated in the original invitation for bidding. And because the final evaluation differed from that, it affect the competitiveness as well as the fairness of the whole situation. And this was contrary to Treasury Regulation 16A63. So that was then reported in the NDA's audit report. With SASSA, it's a similar issue that we've been reporting for many financial years, where the accounting authority did not prevent irregular expenditure from reoccurring. There's similar irregular expenditure that's continued to be occurred. And mainly this is around expired leases where they still continue. And it's basically because of the slow progress to start with the process on a timely basis and then continue to extend those leases and not following the necessary supply chain management process. So that's the two issues that were reported basically in the audit reports of SASSA and NDA. We also identified other findings on procurement within DSD and SASSA. There were there were no material findings. It was not material for DSD and SASSA, but we did pick up those issues. And most of in NDA, most of those issues was either uncompetitive and unfair procurement processes that were identified, and I will go through this in the next slide in that particular regard. We also picked up issues on in DSD, where we picked up, there were 6 awards to the value of about 984,000 in DSD that were either awarded to persons in service of other state institutions. We've communicated with management on those officials' names and which departments those officials or state institutions that they work, and these in the process of following up with those respective departments on them receiving some sort of income from DSD or getting some sort of contracts, and that if need be, then the necessary action should be taken by those respective departments and entities. We also picked up a limitation on audit, audit for awards selected. This was also within DSD. The limitation was around 1.3 million. It related to 3 codes in relation to whereby for one of the issues where 3 quotations were not received, and he could not provide evidence of whether they received 3 quotations for one of the awards. And then we also picked up there were no evidence submitted for 2 awards, where no evidence was submitted where the bidders declared that they either working for state or employed by the state. So there was a limitation that we could not identify if those bidders that award were then also employed by the state or not, with their declarations were not then provided. Honorable Chair, we then move over to slide 21. This is an analysis of the irregular expenditure for the portfolio for the year. You can see there has been a decrease in the irregular expenditure that was incurred in the current financial year, from 105 million in the prior year to the 69.9 million. Just to say, this is just the irregular expenditure that was identified in the current financial year. We then have the breakdown of that 69.9 million between the 3 entities and the amounts. Therefore, as you can see, that the 54.6 million relates to SASSA, which is about 78% of that irregular expenditure, and then DSD about 20% for 14.67 million in that regard. We then further looked at just to give a high level on the irregular expenditure for these entities. SASSA, the 54.6 million, majority of them related to the expired lease contracts, etc. We also picked up that they did not follow the normal supply chain and tender processes for the cleaning and sanitation contracts that were awarded in some of the offices of SASSA. For DSD, most of the issues that we picked up there was on price reasonability, that they overpaid what the amount of the market prices were there for some of the goods, and they did not follow competitive bidding process in some of the issues. So those are the key issues that we picked up for this current financial year. We further looked at the impact of the irregular expenditure and looked at assessment. Of the 69.9 million, we picked up that about 1.55 million, which is about 2%, relates to no value of money, that the amounts that DSA were paying amounts higher than the market value for some of those goods. Majority of the 69.9, 93% relates to where there was either breach of the 5 pillars of procurement as per the Constitution, in terms of whether it was equitable, whether it was fair, cost effectiveness, transparency, and competitiveness. And most of the issues that we picked up in that particular regard was around fairness, cost effectiveness, and competitiveness. From that, from the amount that we identified, you can see majority of that is sitting in the SASSA environment. I've also indicated that we picked up a limitation of scope, as I indicated in the previous slide, for 1.3 million for DSD. Then the other non-compliance, we picked up the other non-compliance areas. Basically, there it related was about the amount for 2 million, where there was a deviation that has taken place, but there was not justifiable reasons for that particular contract that they deviated, and therefore resulting in the irregular expenditure. In DSD, and for SASSA, we picked up there was awards to a value of 176,000, where it was not approved by the delegated official, and expenditure was incurred without proper purchase orders being taken out in that particular regard. So that's the irregular expenditure that was incurred in the financial year. We also looked at the consequence management, and you can have a look at that. This relates to the closing balance within the portfolio from the 18-19, and you can see a reduction in the closing balance. And for the 2021, we had 1.33 billion, whereas 21-22, this reduced to 1.09 billion. It's still a big amount that's sitting in the irregular expenditure. As part of our consequence management, we looked at the balance of the irregular expenditure for the portfolio and to see how management has dealt with it. What we picked up, they're close to 23% of the irregular expenditure of the 1.33 billion in the previous year has been either condoned, money was either recovered or in the process of recovered, or the amounts were found not to be irregular and written off. So that then reduced that amount. Taking into account the irregular expenditure that was incurred in the current financial year, we then left with an amount of 1.09 billion. Of that 1.09 billion, we identified was about 77%. It's about 1.02 billion has not been dealt with. And we then give reasons for the irregular expenditure not being dealt with. A majority of the irregular expenditure not being dealt with refers to that the irregular expenditure. There are delays in completing the investigation into the irregular expenditure. So that 83% relates to, so that relates basically is the majority of that, and most of that relates just to where we picked up that there was cases that were investigated and has now been either referred to legal or labor within the department for finalization of the investigation and to determine what further action needs to be done, either to recover all the money or enforce consequence management or to write up for condonement. So the majority of that is sitting within that of 80% in that particular regard. You're looking at an amount of close to 856 million that's sitting at the end of March in that particular regard. Then we also pick up that some of the irregulars they're not dealt with of that 83%. We having some of those who are looking at about 56 million are cases that have been finalized but still need to be submitted to National Treasury for condonement. So they have finalized it, but they have not yet submitted to National Treasury for condonement as per the outcome results of that cases. And then you're also looking at 6% of that 83.87 million in that particular regard, relating to basically where there's case where it's still in a determination stage, the irregular expenditure. And then we have out of the 856 million that makes up the 83.8%, you're looking at about 16 million is still to be considered for condonement. So they're in a process to determine whether it should be condoned or not. So as indicated, that's the 83.8% of the irregular expenditure not dealt with. The other irregular expenditure not dealt with, you're looking at about 7.65% of that amount of the 1.02 billion is not dealt with. Our cases under preliminary investigation stage. This is where the irregular expenditure was identified towards the end of the audit, or the management picked it up to it, and they're still in terms of the National Treasury framework, determining if it meets the definition of the irregular expenditure. So that's still under the preliminary investigation stage. We have 0.05% of that irregular expenditure not dealt with. Our cases awaiting consequence management outcomes. So they're still waiting the consequence management outcome. And then we have the issue with regards to, we have about 8.5% of the irregular expenditure not dealt with. Cases yet to be submitted to National Treasury for condonement. So it has been approved that this needs to go to National Treasury for condonement. They have not yet, by the end of March 2022, not yet submitted their cases for condonement yet to National Treasury. So what's important is management. There's a lot of cases that's sitting with National Treasury for condonement to follow up on that, to understand what's the reason for the delay. So because once you can get condonement, you can then remove that money from that. Or if National Treasury is not going to condone, you should then determine if you should then recover from officials that were responsible for that. As well as as I said, the majority of the cases are sitting with legal and labor for finalization to ensure that those are adequately dealt with. Then towards the left of this, you can see the 1.09 billion is broken up between the different entities, of which SASSA is the major contributor of the balance therein. Of that balance of the 993, we've taken notice that 2 of the contracts, or 2 of the irregulars, made up of 2 specifically, that makes up basically 64% of that 1.09 for about 701 million. The 2 issues that we refer to in this particular regard is basically, the one is related to the high crop procurement that occurred during, I think it was during the year 2013-14, where there was payment on the high crop. They did not follow the normal procedures. And as a result, this particular was determined to be irregular expenditure. I know there is investigations happening on the high crop project, and there was investigation also being done by them, by the public protector. The public protector, I think, has managed to finalize some of its to finalize investigation. after financial year, and there's some recommendations. So depending on that, I think management should be able to deal with the ICROP and either recover that money, or depending on the recommendations that were issued on the various investigations, go for a condonement or write-off. So that's about 281 million. The other one was the ICROP project occurred in 2017-18. The other one was for the extension of the physical security contracts within the 2012-13. That makes about 419 million. I know it's currently sitting also with one of those that they need to issue the request for condonation to National Treasury. All the investigations have been done, so there's a request for National Treasury for condonation where they can condone this amount. So it's important that they follow up and can get it. They can deal with all those high ones. It will then give us the stuff that amount on the closing balance can be reduced accordingly, as well as to follow up in terms of what amounts can be recovered from those officials that were involved that incurred this irregular expenditure over the years. Honorable Chair, I then move over to the last part of the presentation, is basically the root causes for these findings that we have identified, especially the findings that we've identified on the audit report that relates to the performance information and the non-compliance. And what we've we identified that where for the performance, there was not an adequate system in place where to identify and accurately report on the information that supports the financials, the performance targets that been reported. So that was the main stuff, that the systems did not talk to one another. The information captured on the system was not aligned to what the TID, and therefore giving inconsistent reading with some of the targets that were, or that one particular target between SASSA. So those are the main root causes. We also picked up that there's a slow response by management in developing its action plans for those on compliance with legislation. Therefore, reoccurring non-compliance findings were identified in NDA, and the prevention of the irregular expenditure and non-compliance issues on the leases continue to occur, and therefore resulting in the findings. So those, the slow responses, were the overall root causes. We then issued recommendations and commitments to, and got commitments by the accounting officers and the authorities for the portfolio. Some of the commitments that we've, recommendations that we've issued was that the accounting officers should strengthen their control environment to ensure that there's adequate evidence to support the targets that they've achieved, that the evidence that they provide is in terms of what they intend reporting. As my previous discussed, that if they were reporting on to process applications within 10 days, that the way the system is designed, that it captures the dates correctly. So, because if they're not capturing the dates correctly, they will not be able to determine if from the time the person walks in and handed in application, was it captured within 10 days, if it allows later dates to be incorporated into that particular system. So it's a very important service delivery that accounting authorities should strengthen. They should develop and monitor necessary action plans to address all the audit findings that we identified, and follow up that these action plans have been properly addressed that impact all the areas that we identified, especially within the grants administration areas. What in the discussion with the accounting officer and accounting authority, we did get commitments that they will address these findings that directly influence the audit opinions, that they will, for DSD, will fill the necessary critical positions that are vacant, and that the accounting authorities will then improve the internal controls to ensure that they comply with all necessary supply chain management regulations. We also met with the Honourable Minister, and we discussed this issue, and the Minister also, we discussed some commitments from the Minister to look into during the next financial year, to follow up ensuring that filling of the critical vacant positions, to ensure that there's an action plan in place, and that the implementation, and to monitor the implementation thereof of the audit action plan, to ensure that she monitors the prevention and what's happening with the consequence mentioned, the financial misconduct cases, how that is being dealt with, how is that amount being reduced, and what actions are being taken for those that have been found guilty for the financial misconduct cases. So they should be given the Minister update in that particular, so she could actually monitor those stuff there. As well as we know the security, we picked up some security concerns on the IT side, and to ensure that they finalize the implementation of the biometric assets to prevent fraudulent access to, because there's a lot of frauds that we've identified both in the SASSA environment, the SAPO environment, and other frauds that is up. So, and we do report in our audit report some of those investigations. It's included in our report that they're currently in relation to the grants that are being investigated by different bodies or that have been finalized. So you can say, so we're real concerned that the fraud, and there should be some actions being taken to prevent that within the system, and one of that is the biometric access. Also to ensure that they intensify the assets and the monitored progress with regards to doing the validation of all the grants to the various databases, just to ensure that payments are not being made to ineligible applicants. And then to ensure there's a proper, as I indicated, properly preventative controls and security controls, user access controls, that will assist in terms of fraud and other related issues around the IT environment. Honorable Chair, then we move over to the last presentation. This is in relation to the where we looked at the portfolio committee. In respect of the portfolio committee, we've taken note that the portfolio committee has met numerous times during the financial year and dealt with key issues that are impacting the department and entities throughout the year. The portfolio committee should continue their oversight role and obtain feedback from the department and entities on a quarterly basis on the implementation of its action plans, as well as its achievement of its targets to ensure service delivery takes place. As highlighted by my colleague in the start, some of those ones is the MTSF targets, and how are they achieving those MTS targets before the end of this particular committee's term. That should be followed up. It's important that they check that, because the department overall should take accountability. Most of those targets are being implemented in the provincial DSD. How are they tracking those achievements, and what bottlenecks are there in not achieving those, and would they be able to achieve that before this committee's terms end or the next administration terms end? So it's important that they do the checkup. And then we've taken notice that in 2021, we recommended the following that should be done by the portfolio committee: to follow up on consequence management, that's the implementation thereof, the process on verifying data on the 315 grant with other to ensure only valid beneficiaries get paid, and to follow up on the action to recover payment from invalid. We've taken note that these issues were discussed during the committee meetings that were held, and we then that this should continue occurring by the portfolio committee. We also put some proposed key recommendations going forward for the committee to look into. As indicated by Lawrence, we discussed the accountability ecosystem, and we therefore feel that the committee should then monitor the accountability ecosystem for all those necessary role players, assurance providers, to ensure that they effectively exercise their role to improve the audit outcomes, and then ensure service delivery is provided by the portfolio. So they should hold those accountable and get necessary input with regards to those accountability from each of those necessary role players. We also indicated that proposed that the portfolio committee should follow up on the long outstanding cases that I've highlighted, that's been outstanding for a long time, the investigations and process and what progress are made to address that, as well as follow up on the material irregularities that are reported, and so how SASSA is both dealing with those irregularities in terms of the investigation and the recovery and the stop to ensure that the payments are being made to eligible applicants for the 350 grants. We also asked the committee that we previously issued the preventative control guides, if the committee still needs those guides, then we can then send those guides again, and to utilize those guides to understand some of the issues. It will assist the committee to ask relevant questions during the oversight. So those are preventive control guides to be utilized by the committee. And then lastly, we also indicated to the committee should continue to actively engage with all the role players, as indicated in the accountability, to ensure that appropriate measures to resolve the MMIs that I've indicated are properly effectively implemented, and that there have been prevention of those loss and how those loss are being recovered. Honorable Chair, so we also issued the briefing document with the presentation. The briefing document does give more details on further areas that was not covered in the management in the presentation, as well as more details on other areas that were covered in the presentation, which could assist the committee on during the oversight role. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. We are available for any questions.
Honorable Stark. Honorable Chairperson.
Hello.
I think we have lost our chairperson. Mama Kate, can you take over?
Good morning. Is the chairperson not in? Let me check.
It looks like
Faisal,
we've lost.
Okay.
Faisal, just to move the slides for us.
Oh, it's like she's, yeah, I can't see her. Okay.
Mama
Okay.
Kate, can you take over?
Yes, I can, Honorable Member. Honorable Members, we had our presentation. I see there are hands that need to engage the presentation. Let me recognize hands, starting with Honorable Aris, then Honorable Van der Merwe, Honorable Masango, Honorable Abrahams, Honorable Sukers. Yeah, that's that. Honorable Aris, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning to each and everybody. Can you hear me? Chair?
Yes, you can proceed.
Oh, okay, okay, thank you. I just want to make a comment on slide 7 in terms of the target not achieved by children below the age of 1 year old who do not receive this grant. I am aware that when children are born at the hospital, they get immediately registered on the Department of Home Affairs for birth certificates. I just want to check with the AG. Is that not a possible solution for the problem that we are facing? That somehow that SASSA must have also that arrangement with the Department of Health. So when a child is born and that child is entitled to that grant, in order for us to ensure that we reach that target, that child immediately, if child is eligible to that child support grant, that could happen. Then in terms of, I'm worried about the targets not achieved in terms of people living with disabilities, because really people living with disabilities in the country, I somehow feel that they've been left all over in every aspect of society. And then I would like to ask the AG, the Minister has recently announced that 7.5 million people receive this SRD grant, but I'm worried because I see that the target is not reached. And then there's a decrease in people receiving these 350. Is it really an actual achievement in terms of decrease, or is it just because they have a problem is with their systems and way of handling these SRD grants. And then in terms of slide 14, the 74 million, I want to know, even though National Treasury investigate, was there criminal charges pressed against these service providers? I mean, that is so unethical. And then I think we need, Chairperson, we really need a report, because as this committee have the responsibility of oversight, we need to have a report to see how much of these monies for the people that receiving, that was ineligible, receiving these 350 rands, how much of these monies was recovered. We need a report on that. And then also in terms of the prevention of consequences management and etc., and the supply chain management, because the managers need to monitor these processes, and there's no consequent management, because right now management are lacking their responsibility, and there's no consequent management for managers that are failing the department. And then also with the same apply with the suppliers that overcharge, that 1.55 million that overcharge the department, because to me it is actually fraud to overcharge the department. The same with the officials that are doing business with the state, even though their departments investigate them. We strongly feel that it is unethical, it's a criminal act, and they must also be charged criminally. And then the last one, Chairperson, is that we need a report on the finalization of all the outstanding disciplinary cases, the SRD cases, etc. I think I will stop there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Aris. Honorable van der Merwe.
Thank you very much to you, Acting Chairperson. Thank you very much to the Auditor General, and thank you again for all the presentations and for always coming to the Portfolio Committee with great insights and recommendations for us as a Portfolio Committee. And I think as well, I would like to support the Honourable Aris, that I think as a matter of urgency as a committee, maybe in our next meeting, maybe Lindiwe is not with us now, but we should really request the Chairperson that in our next meeting, we should get a progress report with regards to all of the investigations and actions that have been taken against officials with regards to financial misconduct. And I think we need a full report to see whether consequences or, whether actions are really being taken against officials. Because every year, seemingly, when the Auditor General comes to us, even though we probe these issues in our committee, and one would think that seemingly there is some progress, I really feel that every time that the Auditor General comes, it's more of a case of deja vu. It doesn't really feel to me that in any of the years that we get an AG presentation, that there's been much movement on the issues of consequence management, financial misconduct, or even just holding to account people who steal monies from the poor. And for me, that is really, we have to keep a closer eye on these issues as people tasked with oversighting this department and its entities. So my first real question to the AG would be, I want to know how many recommendations that you issued last year to the department, to SASSA and NDA were implemented, and how many were not implemented. So of course you did an audit last year, you gave them a set of recommendations. I would like to know how many of those were implemented and how many were not taken on board. I would like to know from the AG, there was a mention now in terms of the filling of critical vacancies. This was an issue that we raised in all earnest last year during the audit. So does the AG have an indication that there's been an improvement in the filling of critical vacancies? Last year, the AG spoke to us about the issue of SASSA and that they needed to recover monies from ineligible grant recipients, especially those who work for the state, and that it needed to fix its inadequate databases. but this year we are presented with the same finding as last year. So my question really is, was this recommendation not taken on board? And also, has the AG noted any attempts by SASSA to address the ongoing shortfalls in the old, outdated, and not fit for purpose databases? Because this remains a concern. I think the comment towards the end about fraud at SASSA, and that it's, that there's a serious problem with fraud at SASSA should really keep us all awake at night, because we've been told by SASSA that they've got an internal unit dealing with fraud. So I want to know whether the AG picked up that this fraud unit in SASSA has had any function or role in preventing fraud at SASSA. Then again, state officials receiving income or contracts from DSD. The AG mentioned, or the representative of the AG mentioned, that they've got the names. I would like to know how many state officials are implicated, because again, this begs the question, if there are really checks and balances in place in this department, how does this actually occur? And then I wanted to ask a question whether, the AG has seen that there's a culture of consequence management developing within our entities and within the department, but I don't really get a sense that there's been an improvement in terms of holding people to account or even recovering monies. And lastly, I want to ask the question on meeting targets and compliance. Now, on the slide, I think it was slide 6, the AG's representative says that the DSD could not provide evidence that they are providing quality early childhood education to 57% of children, as they stated in the report. And this is often the problem that we've got as a portfolio committee, where we get presentations from the department in terms of their efforts in fighting GBV, substance abuse, gangsterism, around issues of teenage pregnancies, etc. But as a committee, we don't really get the sense that what they are telling us can actually, that evidence can be provided of what they are putting on paper. So my question really is, I think when you do an audit as the AG, you obviously pick some programs, and so you don't look into all of them. But is there possibly during the year a scope for the AG to look further into all of these programs that we as a committee are concerned about, that we are getting reports of progress, but nothing is really happening on the ground? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Van der Merwe. Honorable Masango.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to the AGSA for the presentation. Most of my questions have been asked by the colleagues that have spoken before me, but I just have questions of clarity before I believe we will have an opportunity to actually ask the questions to the department and the entities. The first question is with regard to during the presentation, it was mentioned that the processes are you issue a notification, and then that notification is responded to, and then you are told that the investigations are being implemented, and then there is a investigation happening from a company, a private entity. Now, I would like to know if some of these things, at what stage can things happen parallel to one another, where whilst the investigation is happening, the department can actually start processes of finding out, if there are any employees or officials that are involved in the processes in what is being investigated, so that we do not have to wait for such long periods of time waiting for one stage of the process to end before we can get to the other, especially with situations like your 316 million rand and your 74 million rand that go way back in the life of the department and its entities. And the second question that I would like to ask is, where a situation like the ICROP situation, the ICROP investigation, or where the public protector's determinations have just been issued. I see that in the reports or in the annual report presentations that we have received, for example, with the NDA, they are mentioning that they are working with one of the organizations about whom or on whom the investigations were, or the public protector was investigating. Can that happen, that an organization that is under investigation can just continue working, or should they stop until the determination has been made, so that we know that they are operating within the, or so that they can be rehired or something like that? I just find it a bit odd that we have in the presentation of the work that is happening where the organization is still providing services while they are being investigated. So I would like to know if that is allowed, if that can just happen, and things like that. Other than that, I just appreciated and noted how the AG was able to link what their processes, their audits picked up as irregularities or as material findings and anything else that they were doing. They were able to link it to how it impacts the beneficiaries of the services of the department and its entities. Something that one would like to translate into how the presentations that we get, so that we don't go away with an impression that the presentations, the PowerPoint presentations that we are given that are brilliant and give a sense that the work is happening. But when you go to the ground, there is not even a semblance of a picture that says these people are actually doing their work. So I am saying the AG was able to pick that up, to actually link it all the way to the person on the street, to a person, persons with disabilities that would have, whose services would have been hampered or would have been stifled by what the department or its entities was not able to accomplish, or were not able to reach as their targets. That is just what I wanted to appreciate as well. But Chairperson, I think if I can get those clarities, I will be in a better and a more confident position to ask the questions to the department and its entities. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you very much, Honorable Masangu. Honorable Abrams, over to you.
Yes, good morning, Acting Chairperson, and good morning to the colleagues and the AG, and thank you very much for the presentation. Most of my points have been covered, Acting Chairperson, but I also would just like to emphasize the point that was made, and it's just a pity that our Chairperson has now fallen off the platform, in that we really do need to have the department bring us the actual action plan, because, you know, in their presentation, it's one thing to say that they are implementing the plan and, you know, maintaining the plan and monitoring the plan, but clearly the plan is not working when each time the AG comes here, it feels like we are in Groundhog Day. So, you know, Acting Chairperson, if that is something that really does need to happen within this fourth term program. Then Chairperson, Acting Chairperson, one thing that's, you know, I find very important, but, you know, the AG doesn't really put into their presentation, it's just always given, you know, verbally, is sometimes the names of these companies to who the contracts are being awarded to. And if these names are then not included in the link and the other supporting documents which the AG has committed to give us, if they can please, you know, just put down that information for the committee, you know, in particular, you know, the 2 million contract where the AG said it was, you know, unjustifiably deviated from, you know, who was that contract awarded to, you know, who were the contracts awarded to which broke and breached the pillars of procurement to the value of 9.8 81 million and so forth. And, you know, the presenter did mention some of the names when you went through slide 22, but, you know, we go through it so fast that it would really be beneficial for us if we could get those names of those companies in writing from the AG. Then acting chairperson, you know, the issue with regard to ECD is of grave concern. And I think it's something that the ECD sector, you know, especially now public hearings, you know, we heard a lot from the ECD sector, you know, where officials would just rock up unannounced, demand attendance registers, leave, and then documents get lost and things like that. And that is now clearly evident in what the AG has reported on. But just a question, you know, you said that we were happy with, you know, the number of people accessing food. Does that mean that the AG is also satisfied with all the supporting documents that are being received from these CNDCs, in that the number of people accessing food from these CNDCs and other programs, that, you know, it is a true reflection that the department is giving us? Because if we've picked up this one concern in ECD, and as Honorable Van der Merwe pointed out, the AG only selects certain programs to audit, it makes me extremely concerned that the same thing we could find in some of our other programs, you know, in our substance abuse programs and our other, you know, child and protection and VEP programs. And I mean, just to also say, you know, with our GBV command center, you know, DSD reports, you know, 74,000 interactions. But in a recent written question, you know, a large number of those people accessing the GBV command center are actually has nothing to do with GBV. It's just people, it's got to do with a whole lot of other questions. And to me, that tells me that people are accessing this call center because they can't get through to the department. So, you know, that's just something I'd like to know. And then also, you know, Honorable Ari spoke about, you know, children not accessing the child support grant and, you know, the department didn't reach their target. Does the AG then have scope to investigate SASSA's and DSD's communication campaigns, and whether or not the communication, for example, on child support grants, old age grants, the top-up grants, if it's actually indeed reaching, you know, the most rural and far-lying areas, seeing that we do have slow uptake and not reaching targets when it comes to these grants. Then acting chairperson, you know, a matter which I'd also like to get further clarity from the AGs is on the leases. And I've noted the AG, you know, made a note of 54.5 million irregular expenditure when it comes to leases. And I mean, if we just think about the situation in Khayelitsha, which happened this year, so, you know, might not be, will not be part of this reporting. You know, in Khayelitsha, SASSA went into a lease agreement in Khayelitsha. And when we visited that building, it was clear that this building could not be used. It was unfit to be used to render the service, and therefore they went into a second lease agreement with the city of Cape Town. So those are some of the issues that we might pick up later, but, you know, how much of this, you know, leases, you said it was expired leases, but are in fact duplication of leases, but then also taking it a step further in saying that SASSA spends so much money on leases, yet when you visit the office and you look at the value of the monthly rental to what the building or just even the room looks like, it doesn't, you know, in my opinion, at least equate to how much is being spent on leases. So I'd just like to hear from the AG, you know, what are their thoughts about, you know, SASSA actually making use more of our state buildings as per, you know, public works, as opposed to the ever increasing costs when it comes to leasing of buildings. And the same is applicable for the NDA. And then just in closing, acting chairperson, so we've just passed the fundraising amendment bill, and it's with the NCOP. And the AG pointed out that, you know, during COVID, after COVID, they gave some recommendations in social relief and reporting and monitoring tools. And therefore we saw a better outcome with the KZN flood victims. I'd just like to find out, is the AG being consulted in the drafting of the regulations to the fundraising bill? Because, obviously that's going to be a fund that the AG will have to report on. And if the AG can, provide those recommendations upfront now already, by contributing to regulations, we will avoid what we saw, during the COVID period. But thank you, Acting Chairperson, and thank you to the AG.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Abrams. Honorable speakers.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to my colleagues. I just want to say thank you to the AG for their presentation. I think I've mostly been covered with most of the questions by my colleagues. I think, Chair, I just want to make a comment, and then I have two questions in addition to what has already been asked. The one comment is that I think, and I would repeat this obviously when we meet with the department as well today, what this highlights, Chair, is the need for us as a committee to step up our oversight in real time on this department and its entities. And it is a critical issue for us as parliamentarians because it is our constitutional duty. And I think the Zondo Commission and its findings and its scathing report on Parliament highlights that we need to take that responsibility very seriously, especially in light of the fact that this department is the lifeboat for South Africans, and its mandate is to get our people from state dependency to independence and empower families, which we now see in this report it is not happening. So this is a serious matter for us as a committee to realize that the department has not made any movement from 2019, when shockingly we received our very first briefing by the AG. And I will never forget how we left that meeting as first-time parliamentarians feeling that it is unacceptable. And now today we're sitting with a department that is over $1 billion into irregular expenditure, and with a dire warning from the AG that this is actually a department that would cease to be a going concern at the rate that things are. That being said, now there are a few issues that I want to highlight out of the report. The one is that we're sitting with the same issues. There has been a change management or a turnaround strategy that has been employed by the department. And I'm raising it as well for my colleagues as well as for the AG. And there's been not for them to reply. But it seems as if the change management process is not yielding any results. And we've had the turnaround and change management as part of their expenditure. It has been on the reporting of the department for the last at least 3 years. The second point is around the reporting, Chair. We cannot have death by PowerPoint, as has now been clearly shown, that it becomes a mute exercise that really hides 1,000 transgressions by the departments overall, in fact. We need to ask that the reporting system needs to be changed. And I want to highlight what Honorable Van der Merwe has said, that we do get who are the people, name and shame these people. If we can get name and shame of service providers as well as officials that are still in position or on suspension with full pay and still being paid, but that are stealing from the South African purse. We need to get that from, if the AG can assist us with those. Then the issue around the condonement. If the AG can just give me clarity on what is the reason for the delay in the condonement, if they know that, what those reasons are, and what are the requirements for the condonement to be granted by Treasury. That's all that I have, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sukers. Honorable Mangani.
Thank you very much, and morning to colleagues. Thank you very much, Chair. And I also echo what my colleague have said about this, the AG's report. Really, it is eye-opening, even although some of the issue we've been dealing with them, but the department, they will always tell us they will do it, they have come up with the plan, but the plan doesn't yet. Where I had, especially I have listened to the presentation of whereby he, even the issue of the flooding. I wanted about it. The DSD have contributed, because on the ground we are getting another feeling from the people that have received those, that perceive to have received those issue of assistance, especially in case that, and there's a lot of cry that says people, they have moved out even where they were staying because there was no support even from us, because it was joint venture, so they didn't get anything. When you said at least we have seen progress, the ground didn't see progress. Some of the issues in talking about it, and then they will promoting it. Now we are ready. We have gone to labor. I wanted to check how difficult it is to get the data from government to the another government or state parastatal. How difficult it is, because most of the people who have benefited from this SRD is the one that are working. So I just want to know, is there anything that can be done that this data, the department can get this data, so that these people must pay back their monies, or so that the SASSA must recoup the money. Lastly is this fraud that is always happening. So I think this, you as Honorable Masango have mentioned, you have alluded to all the critical issues that really is giving us more concern, hearing it year by year when we get the Auditor General's report. It also coming back again, where during the course of the year, they will say we have done with all of this. I think what I want to recommend to my colleague is that we need to call the department, especially the SASSA. The SASSA must come alone, even if they come with the department, but only SASSA for that particular day, because we are not doing justice. Sometimes we are just running, and because we are looking for the time. So if we can have time for the department and SASSA and NDA, so that we must be able, this oversight that we are talking about, we must be able to do it thoroughly, unlike what we are doing when we have 3 at the go. Some, you only find out the one that presents first is the one that will be asked so many questions. But I must also say, most of the issue my colleague have covered it, will take it from the department. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Jane. Honorable Paulnita Marie.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Sorry, my throat is very sore. I'm coming from the doctor. I just want to find out the AG. I want to say thank you to the AG for his report. The AG was saying that 56 million was recovered, but we never hear when people go to jail for this corruption and this fraud that is taking place. And then my other question to the AG is that we just saw last week in the news that a Somalian gentleman was found with the SASSA cards. They were printing SASSA cards. How are they going to go around this thing of making sure that this people printing SASSA cards is not going to happen again? A report on that. And then also the AG was talking about the people from other departments that had tenders. According to my knowledge, when you're working for government, you're not supposed to do work with government, no matter which department you are working. What plans are in place to ensure that these things are not happening again? And then the other question, most of the questions were raised by my colleagues. It is just a concern that when the AG report is coming out, we have a meeting like this. When we have the AG report, we must have a physical sitting so that we can discuss this thing proper, because now people are being pulled out of the meeting because of signal and because of load shedding. And this is a very important meeting. If you look at the survey in the Free State, children under 5 years old are dying of malnutrition. And social development is supposed to be the department that is here for the poorest of the poor. But how come we are still having children under the age of 5 years old dying of malnutrition? What are the Department of Social Development doing when it comes to all these issues? We are the most critical department. And what are we doing as a department to make sure that we are relieving poverty in some way? So this is the questions that I wanted to know from the AG, and also recovering the money, but no one is going to jail. That is another thing. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Pauline. Honorable members, I think we are done with our questions and comments. I do believe that the AG has recorded all the questions in order to respond to that, and also the departments. There are requests that has been posed to the department, hoping that when time comes, the department will also respond to the request that has been directed to them. Over to you, AG.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Honorable Bilangul. Thank you for holding the fort.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and members. Yeah, I will start off with the questions, and then as I go on, I will hand some of them over to Faisal as well. Listen, there was a question about, the first question was about the early childhood development grant, and there was a suggestion made that maybe the department can and SASSA can work with the Department of Health. You know, I think that is definitely something that should be explored. There could be possible ways that can a mechanism can be developed to improve on that. There was a question about the 350 grants, and the way I understood the question was that sometimes there's more grants being paid and sometimes there's less grants being paid. I think it's also important that the committee engages with SASSA on that. There's various factors that can influence that. SASSA has to put procedures in place to make sure that only valid beneficiaries are paid. So they're dependent on data from various entities to help them in those tests. They dependent on banks to help them, because they developed a mechanism with the banks also to help them. So it's important that those processes must first take place before payments can be done. And then the regulations also change from time to time, which means that SASSA must then change the systems, and to validate that payments are only made to accurate beneficiaries. There was a question about how many recommendations have we made to the entities, and how many of these recommendations have been implemented. We do track that. We don't have it with us today, but we can provide that information to the chairperson, and then the chairperson can make it available. So Faisal, just note that one for us. Faisal, if you can maybe just talk around the vacancies, maybe some of the key vacancies that are still outstanding when I hand over to you. Then there was various questions and comments about the databases. So it's important to note that SASSA is got its own database for each payment, but then it relies on many other databases from many other entities, Home Affairs, SARS, GEPF, and the accuracy of the information in those databases are not within the control of SASSA. And that is something that needs to be addressed on a national government level to make sure that all the entities make sure that their databases are accurate and complete. And then the other challenge is that when SASSA do request those databases, they are not always provided timelessly to SASSA, which means that SASSA do not always have updated data to work with. So that is definitely something that needs to be improved. But it's a government-wide initiative that will be needed to assist SASSA in that. There was a number of questions and comments about fraud, and there was also a question about the fraud unit, and there was a question about the SASSA cards. What I suggest is that the committee, in one of its oversight meetings, specifically engage with the fraud unit in SASSA. They will be able to provide the committee with a very useful information in terms of the fraud that they have to deal with, the number of cases, what kind of fraud it is. They will be able to specifically give you information on the fraud with regard to the SASSA cards. I think it's just important to also note when one specifically talk about the SASSA cards, that there's also a service provider involved here, which is SAPU. So it is always important to determine, and it's not always easy to determine where is there actually the failure in controls, and I think the fraud unit would be able to assist the committee in getting a better understanding of what is happening in the fraud environment. Then, with regard to the ECD grants, there was a question about the performance information and also the performance information in general. And the question was about, so if we've got a challenge with certain specific targets that we've audited, what then about the other targets? And it's a very important question because we only do audit certain programs. What we can suggest is for the committee to get assurance is that the committee should also engage with the internal audit section of the various entities, because the internal audit sections should also focus on the risks, and also specifically the risks in the performance information environment. So they can play a very important role in focusing on the internal controls and focusing on the quarterly reports on performance information, and they will then be able to indicate whether the controls are in place in all the various programs to ensure that the performance information is accurate and complete. But there is indeed a risk that if we do find shortcomings in one program, that it could be also in other programs as well. With regard to the names of the various companies involved, the department has to disclose all the irregular expenditure, and all the entities have to disclose all the irregular expenditure in the notes to the financial statements. They do not disclose the details of the companies there, but they do have registers, irregular expenditure registers, where all this information is contained in. So we do not necessarily have all that information with us. So what we recommend is that the committee then request that information from all the various entities. They do have it, and they can provide it to the committee. There was a question about the lateness of some of the investigation, and I think the reference was specifically made with regard to the material irregularities that are now being investigated, the 316 and the 74 million that's now been investigated by an external company. So yes, these investigations should have been done many years ago, and that is a requirement of the PFMA. And it's because those investigations were not done that we now, with the extended mandate of the Auditor General through the material irregularity process, have now issued those material irregularities, and where we again requested that it should be investigated. And that is then what prompted these investigations now. But the ideal situation is that the accounting officers and accounting authorities should do these investigations as soon as the irregularity is noted. And then there will be no need even for the Auditor General to act in terms of the material irregularity processes. And there was a reference to the Public Protector's report and some investigations in the at the NDA and the service provider still providing a service. This is a legal matter, and it's important one must also look at what is contained in the contracts, because most of the contracts, actually all the contracts, should have certain provisions that deal with it, the circumstances when there is problems with the contract or the delivery in terms of the contract. So I can't give a definite answer on that, but it's important that the entities get legal advice on how to deal with those specific matters as they arise. I appreciate the comment from the member about our ability this year to make the link between our audit findings and service delivery. That is exactly what we're trying to do in terms of our new strategy, and I'm very glad that we could assist the committee with that. Yeah, I think I've covered that one. Yeah, so on the leases, I think that is where the committee can also request additional information from the various entities. But there's an important point and a question from the members in terms of cost effectiveness of the buildings that are being rented. So although we as the Auditor General at this point in time do not have any specific findings on value for money or cost effectiveness with regard to the leases of buildings, it is indeed a very important area to focus on, and it's a requirement of the PFMA that accounting officers, when they're doing the business with public funds, that it should be done in an economical and cost-effective manner. Which means that is something that should be focused on, and it is the responsibility of the accounting officer to then assess that risk, and then actually to assess whether they are still paying reasonable rent for the type of accommodation which they are currently utilized, and to look at alternatives like was suggested, to see if there's not a way to get access to current government buildings that can be used, and maybe can be used even at a lower cost. Then there was a question about the delays in condonement. National Treasury will normally not condone any irregular expenditure unless they are satisfied that it has been properly investigated. So what we've seen is that when entities ask National Treasury for condonement, National Treasury would normally come back and request more information in terms of was investigations done, were officials held accountable, did you receive value for money? And I think it's important that when those questions are being asked by National Treasury, that they are responded to, and to National Treasury satisfaction, to be able National Treasury to even consider condonation. I think I've covered the fraud there. I think I've talked about the data. There was a question about the public servants that received grants. That number is not always an exact number. It moves from month to month as the data validations are being done. But I think that the SASSA can also provide the committee with the latest number on public servants, as well as the current number of individuals that have been cases have been opened up against, criminal cases have been opened up against, and as well as the current rate of recovery. That is information that SASSA would be able to provide to the committee. Then I think there was a question about the service delivery during the disaster. I struggled a bit to hear the question, but the way I understand it is that there were some challenges. There were some challenges with this disaster. In the sense that people lost their belongings and they, for instance, did not have identification documentation. So that was a bit of a challenge, but there was mechanisms put in place to assist the people and to identify them and to verify their position against various databases. Again, I've addressed the challenges with databases earlier on, to say that there are in some cases inaccuracies in databases from the various the owners, but that's something that needs to be addressed on a national government level. Faisal, if you can please respond to the other ones and any other ones that I've missed. Thank you.
Thank you, Lawrence. And yes, I'll respond to some of those that you never respond to. Just on the one with regards to the vacancies, I think with regards to the vacancies, where the issues are mainly within the department, we've taken note that the overall vacancy is sitting at about 28.2% for the department. Most of them is sitting within the senior manager level. You're looking at about close to 36% within the senior management level, which we're looking at about close to 15 of those senior managers have been vacant for more than 12 months. So that's our biggest concerns, is within senior management, it's quite a critical role to ensure that work is being done. So that's the area that we want to focus within that senior manager level, that we find it's a very critical and important. So there's various areas within that senior management level which a department can give more in terms of those where it's been vacant and why some of them are vacant for more than 12 months. Honorable members, I think, yeah, with regards, Lawrence did cover with it's a good initiative with the Department of Health for those under the age of 1 year old as they're born. I think it's something that the department can consult with the Department of Health, especially when a child is born, especially if the ID documents are being done by the hospital, or there's people within the hospital that have home affairs. It's a good way, and then automatically identifying if they're child. So it's something that they could look into, and I think it will then also be able to ensure that they achieve their targets. The ECD grant issue that was also raised, and the documentation and the impact and what it has on other targets. I think with the ECD grant, we went out our way to try to obtain that information to see the 57.7% that was the reporting. How accurate is that in terms of the quality ECD? Is it being this up? But with the ECD grant being moved over from the 1st of April 2022 to the Department of Education, so it's no longer under the Department of Social Development. You know, we also went and met those particular individuals at the Department of Education that moved over there to try to get that information, that support. So it was just one of those that we tried our utmost best to get, but we could not get adequate supporting information to support that number that was reported. So I'm not saying that the matter is incorrect. It's just that we could not verify the validity of that, and I think that's a concern. And the member that raised that if we do have issues, we only selected one program 4 for our testing. And I think the biggest concern there is that it could impact other programs in terms of validations. And Lawrence, actually, internal audit could assist to see the supporting documentation because it has a direct impact on service delivery. If you don't have, then how do you know if that amounts are being reported are accurate and complete, and is it being done? So the supporting documentation plays a vital role in that particular regard to ensure. I think another key to stuff is with all these targets and what we as Auditor General do. Yes, we report on to determine if it's been accurate. We sometimes look at the information that's coming through. How can we rely on this? I think the important is a lot of these targets that I think you were mentioned on the disability and some of the ECDs and some of the other stuff. It's actually being done by the provincial department of DSD. But because money flows from the national department, it's important that they track those and see that figures that are being reported are accurate. So it's important that the department with internal audit also looks into those that may not be directly linked in their APPs, but the money flows through the department, that they track those, and it forms part of the key MTSF target. So that's very important to look at. With regards to the fraud, yes, the SASSA cards, Lawrence rightfully indicated, I think it's important to have discussions with the fraud unit of SASSA. I know they look into the various frauds that have been identified or cases of fraud, open up cases, investigation. They'll be able to give details as well as these fraud cards and where the actual, because as Lawrence rightfully says, SAPO also is basically they're responsible for the administration and distribution of those cards. But in some instances, there could be collision between SASSA and SAPO staff. So, and they look at all this, and there is various investigations that's being done in this, and they can be able to provide more feedback in that particular regard. I think, yeah, then on the only other issue that I want to discuss there is on the 350 grants. Yes, as Lawrence also indicated, that SASSA can give reasons as to why it's now moved to 7 million. We previously in the first couple of months was only 5 million, and then it moved to 10 million and now to 7 million. And this got to do with the regulations. The regulations is updated. Previously, the means testing was cut at 350. It has been kept now to 649 rand. So that also impacts. So there's so previously anybody earning more or getting more income in a bank more than 350 would be impacted. Therefore, to reduce this amount has been, so it would have increased. Also, the validations that have been taxed against other databases also impacts on this. So they'll be able to give more details as to why these movements, what they've picked up in their stuff. So overall, I think, yeah, the validations issues from the prior year still continue. They're dependent on other departments to provide that information. Sometimes the information is not coming timely in the stuff, and they're having challenges about getting information on a timely basis. And this also impacts on the accuracy of those payments being made. So overall, Chair, I think we've covered most of those questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Faisal. Is there anything left out, Lawrence?
Chairperson, I think we are covered from our side. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you
Sorry,
very
Chair.
much. Yes.
It's Bridget.
Yes, Honorable Musangu.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I didn't hear any response to my question where I asked if processes can go parallel once an irregularity has been detected and where monies have been paid when they shouldn't have been paid, if while the investigations are happening and whilst the other processes are ongoing, if the people that are involved in that payment processes of holding them to account can start at the same time. I'm assuming that when all this is happening, people are still sitting in their jobs when they have been responsible for paying tens of or hundreds of millions of rands. And I'm asking if those processes can go parallel or not, if it has to go from investigation to another thing until then a person can be held or people can be held responsible. Thank you, Chair. I didn't hear a response to that question. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Masango. Honorable Sugars.
Yes, Chair, I don't know if I maybe missed the reply on my question on the condonement.
Okay. Honorable Letitia. Honorable Letitia Aris, your hand is up. Can we request all those that have already spoken to put down or remove their hands?
Sorry, Chair, no, I'm fine, Chair, sorry.
You are fine. Okay, over to you, Lawrence. Sukers, drop your hand. Honorable Sukers, excuse me. Honorable Sukers. Drop your hand. Thank you. Over to you, Lawrence.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. My apologies for not responding to the question about the parallel investigations. It's actually a very good question, and it depends on the circumstances. In certain circumstances, where there is let's say a criminal investigation that should be done, it does not mean that the entity should wait for the criminal investigation to be finalized before they do an internal investigation and take disciplinary action. And that is a very important point, because we do find that in many cases, the entities are waiting for the criminal investigations to be completed, and there's no reason why the one should wait for the other. So in those cases, it should definitely be a parallel process where the internal investigation is dealt with, and the necessary sanction is handed out. In some of the investigations, however, are investigations, and the nature of those investigations is to determine whether anyone can be held responsible for the specific irregularity. And it's in those cases where that is the first leg of the investigation that must be done. But before any further action can be taken. But it's again very important for an accounting officer or an accounting authority to, at that point in time, when the investigation is commissioned, to determine whether the individual should stay in their position or whether they should be suspended. Or, as I've indicated earlier on, with regard to the question with the leases, where a determination should be made in terms of the lease contract, whether the contract should go ahead, or whether the legal advice should be obtained in terms of any other actions that should be taken. So it depends on the circumstances. With regard to the condonement, yes, I have responded to the condonement. The way I understood the question was why does it sometimes take so long to get condonement approvals from National Treasury? And I've explained that National Treasury would normally require the entity, when they apply for condonement, to provide full details of what action has been taken by the accounting officer or the accounting authority. And it is normally, but what we see is that National Treasury have to follow up with entities in terms of getting that assurance that investigations has been done and that appropriate action has been done, and that could be what is sometimes delaying the condonement of expenditure. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Lawrence. If it is the case, I don't see any other hands for now, because we have to also ask the department about all these findings that we have managed to hear from the AG's office. So we have to give time to them. But with the AG's members, if they would like to stay behind, they are free to do so that when the department presents and also we ask questions, they are able to familiarize themselves with what we are going to ask. So they are free to stay in the meeting. I can see that we are behind schedule. I understand that the presentation was a little bit long and it is very important and critical. Out of the concern that has been raised by Honorable Mangani in terms of not doing justice, then we'll have to do justice today. Even if our meeting finishes at 7 p.m., it's okay. We'll finish all what we are supposed to do today. Let's give over. Thank you ever so much, the Office of the AG. You are welcome to stay in a meeting. And then you are also welcome to be excused and maybe leave some people like Faisal and other people.
Thank you, Chair. That's indeed what we will do. Faisal and Uviwe will be part of the meeting when the relevant entities are presenting. Thank you, Chair. Much appreciated.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You're welcome. Can we give over to the department for them to brief us with its annual performance?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and good morning to you. And can I share with you guidance?
Now the time, let's listen. The time now is 11:30. You were supposed to have started at 10:30. You are an hour late, but we will give you the minutes and the time that was already scheduled for the agenda. Then it means you'll maybe finish up at least by 12:15. Over to you, DJ.
We will try our utmost best, Chair. Can I make a request, Chair, that our Minister perhaps start, if that's okay, just by way of introduction, Chair. We're in your hands. Minister is
okay.
in the house.
Is the Minister in?
Yes, Chair.
Yeah, yes, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. You are welcome. Welcome back to South Africa. And with your team, you are given at least, even if it's few minutes for you to just outline what is it. A political briefing is also important to us.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I've been in the meeting. I joined when I was able to join, and so I am aware of all the conversations that have taken place in as far as the Auditor General and the responses. Allow me not to even be going into the broader salutations and just saying respectfully, I am here in the meeting, and I thank all the members of the Portfolio Committee who are here, and of course my team, the SASSA, the DSD portfolio. Please allow me to briefly remark that the Honorable Committee is receiving these annual reports on the month when South Africans are commemorating the importance of social development as an indispensable aspect with which their lived experiences as prospects as individuals as well as collectively will be improved. This is the month of October and is the month of DSD, and is also a call from my side, honorable members, to commemorate this day, but not only just to commemorate it, but to continuously raise the concerns and the pains that South Africans face because of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. The social development portfolio, as we always call ourselves, we are going to be commemorating together with the departments at a provincial level, and we continue to strive to invest in the effective translation of every individual's capabilities into meaningful societal contributions. In the midst of the series of shocks that we have had, I will not go through that because we all know the challenges that we have had, but also to indicate that in the immediate and the quest to restore human dignity and realize a grounded sense of belonging among your constituencies and indeed all South Africans, the social development portfolio is carrying out programs whose net effect is the removal of the adverse effects that flow from the perennial barriers of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. And we are presenting here at a very good time also, Chairperson, when there was that presentation from the AG, and there has been an engagement with that. It continues to be a quest for us to find better solutions of serving our people. And I also believe that our relationship also with the AG is about ensuring that they show us the pitfalls, and whenever they make suggestions, we must make sure that we correct them. And while reiterating the principles that I often discuss with the Honorable Committee, that conditions of poverty among South Africans are social construct, the theme under which they are commemorating this year's Social Development Month is, and I quote, united in the fight against poverty and other social ills. Yes, I implore the honorable members, each and every South African, the private sector, civil society organization, academia, and our multilateral partners to come together in solidarity and form a united front against poverty in all its manifestations. So here, the expenditure of the department at the end of the 2021-2023 financial year, this will be reflected, and I'm sure members had the report, reflects 92.2 spending on the final budget allocation of 235 billion. The presentation that you are about to receive will provide the relevant reasons for any shortfall. During this period, the social assistance program cushioned South Africans as much as it established operational efficiencies through decreasing the cost of administering social grants from about 32 rands in 2021 to approximately 21 rands 36 cents in the reporting period. To demonstrate the reach of the social assistance program, the number of eligible beneficiaries that were receipt of direct social transfer grew to about 48%, approximately 28.8 million of South Africa's total population. This number represents over 18.6 million of South Africans who are in direct receipt of regular grants. And I will not go into all those details because we know those details very well, and they will be expressed also. I'm just rushing with time, Chairperson, because I'm aware that your time is consensusly yinja. As reflected in my earlier reports to this honorable committee over the past 4 years, the Auditor General gave SASSA unqualified audit opinions, and all this is going to be discussed. Honorable Chairperson and members will recall that we recently presented the NDA's turnaround strategy to the honorable committee. We are confident that this turnaround strategy will put NDA on a more desirable developmental trajectory from which these entities, program and business processes will, working together with community-based organizations, will meaningfully implement interventions that are relevant. Honorable Chairperson and members, we are left with less than 2 years to achieve all the medium-term strategic framework objectives, as well as the priorities of the 6th administration of the Democratic Government of the African National Congress, with the explicit intentions to progressively improve program implementation and human-level outcomes. Every component of the social development portfolio is purposefully learning lessons from previous reporting periods. And Honorable Chairperson and members, please receive the Department SASSA and NDA's presentation on their annual reports for the 2021-2022 financial year. And as I close also, Chairperson, I want to indicate that from an executive point of view, I have said to the department, as we are busy implementing 2022-23, the lessons that must be learned from this report that we have must help us improve so that when next year we come at the same time to present these reports, there will be a marked difference. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you very much. We hope that the department will do as such as you have requested them to do it. Can we then give over to your team, Minister, to brief us about the annual report? The fourth quarter.
Well, thanks very much, Honourable Chair, and indeed, thank you very much, Honourable Minister and Deputy Minister, and honourable members, Minister, particularly for reminding us that we're in Social Development Month, October, and an important month to which we celebrate, not just celebrate, but highlight the importance of the work that we do as a portfolio overall, and indeed the impact and the change in the millions of lives of South Africans through which we serve. I won't waste a lot of time. I'll go straight into the presentation and we'll try and stick to time to the best of our ability. Let's go to the next slide. Well, of course, we're here to present our annual report. Let me just go to the next slide. We will start with the department and then move over to the agencies. Just to highlight a few things. One is that this report is, of course, being presented at midterm or was a midterm report of the sixth administration. I think that's important to highlight. We are late 2 years, as the Minister correctly indicated, in the current administration, and of course, it reflects a number of challenges and indeed achievements that befell us in the year in which we presented. And if we talk to challenges in the main, we will just talk to the fact that we had COVID-19, which disrupted a number of our services, the fact that we had the unrests in KZN and Gauteng, which also disrupted our services to some extent, but it also created a serious demand for the work that we had to do. And so we were stretched quite extensively in trying to attain the specific, not just the targets in our APP, because they espoused within the MTSF as well as the NDP. And so we had some challenges there, but that notwithstanding, we were able to do a number of significant things over and above even what we had put in our specific targets as an organization. And I want to paint the picture that even though we had these challenges, we did a lot and much more than what we were even expected to do. Even though there are targets that were not met, the targets in themselves do not relate directly to the fact that services were not rendered or work was not done. And I will demonstrate this through a number of examples as I go through the presentation. Just high level, in terms of some of the achievements, you would note that beyond the 18.6 million social grant recipients that we paid, we went beyond that. We developed the system out of nowhere in a matter of days, and we were able to pay an additional 10.9 million recipients, which took us just over to 29 million or so level. So I'm not going to go into detail there, but certainly highlight that the reports and every single report that has been produced have highlighted the impact and the significance of that work that was done. Sorry, please go to the next slide, Masita. I mean, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on some of these matters as well, but just to say that we provided additional social workers, and albeit not adequate, not enough, but we provided a number of social workers across the country to address issues of psychosocial support. And I think this is important to highlight, in that our social workers were able to address not just the rising social ills that they address on a daily basis, but also these challenges of the unrest and, of course, COVID-19. And I think that our social workers did a fantastic job during that time. We would have loved to employ a lot more, but because of financial constraints, we were not able to do that. Gender-based violence, we had increases in terms of referrals on our work, but we did a lot more in terms of addressing issues of gender-based violence, not just through our command center, but also in working closely with various stakeholders. Anti-gangsterism, of course, we dealt a number of issues here insofar as advocacy is concerned, but beyond that, there are policy implementation areas and amendments that we are also looking at. The team has worked quite a bit on that. Let's go to the next slide. I'm not going to take a lot of time. I mean, beyond the registration, the support, the M&E and capacity building areas in terms of NPO organizations, we were able to do all of that within that. Sorry, colleagues, you're disturbing. We're able to do all of that within that financial year and ensure that the extension of the work that we do as a department through NPOs was adequately realized. Of course, we are now embarking on a very important process, and that is to determine the impact that is realized by the work that we extend through NPOs. And of course, I think this is a significant aspect to highlight. The Expanded Public Works Program, EPWP, we are leading than any other sector here in the provision of employment services or temporary employment opportunities, rather, when it comes to EPWP. Of course, the narrative has always been that social development always. Sorry, Masite, the slides are not moving, and the members are asking that the slides move with the presentation. Can you take the presentation off and put it back on because it's not moving? Excuse me. Apologies for that, honorable members. It's not showing, Masite. Still not showing it. It is, but you got to go to slideshow. It was showing now. Rogers, can you help? Slideshow.
It's on slideshow, yeah?
It's not.
Yeah, I'm trying to see the yes.
Sorry about the chair. Masite, can we move quickly, please? Can the secretariat allow me to share the presentation? I'll share it from my side.
Sure.
Right, that's it. That's it. It's fine. Now it's showing. But it's showing very small and it's still showing both sides. It's showing both slides.
Yeah, close that one.
Is it visible now? It's not, Rogers. It's gone off completely. Okay, it's fine. Just go off. Let me share the presentation on my side. Apologies for this, Chair. I'm going to share it from my side. If the Secretariat would allow me the rights to share, I will do that now. Apologies for that. Okay, so I hope that it's visible now. I've put it on the screen on my end, and I certainly hope that members can see it now. Can I get guidance whether it is indeed visible?
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Okay, thanks very much. Let me just go out of here to here now. That's not it. I think, is it visible?
It's visible. Yes,
it's visible. No, thank you very much. Okay. Thanks, Chair. So as I was saying, I was on slide number 5, I think it was. I hope that 5 is visible now. So as I was saying, insofar as this particular slide is concerned, I was really just highlighting the fact that the Expanded Public Works Program, I think that we've done a good job. As I was saying, that quite often we are viewed as a department that only pays grants, but we do beyond paying grants. I think we've also created a number of employment opportunities, not just through EPWP, but a number of other measures that we employ in the department. In terms of food security, whether it be through food banks, CNDCs, food parcels, vouchers, cash, etc., we provided all of that and beyond what we have put in terms of our targets. And this is largely because of the challenges, of course, that the country faced in this regard. So we were able to provide all of that. I want to just share two things on the next slide, which is slide number 6. Firstly, I think the important thing to highlight here is the fact that we did receive an unqualified audit opinion with findings, and indeed those findings were largely in terms of performance information, and I will talk a little bit to this. You see, particularly as it relates to ECD, I want to stress the point, honorable members, that even though there was performance information challenges that we received so far as ECD is concerned, the services as it relates to this particular target in the main were delivered to all children, and the services were not compromised at all. Even when we were taken to court, the court found that indeed the services were adequately delivered. And you would note this in terms of a recent court case in the Supreme Court, which we were successful in. Now, and the targets were adequately met. In fact, the targets were met even beyond what was written in here. I think the important thing to highlight is that when it comes to this target in terms of accessing access to early childhood development services, this performance ought to have been supported by provincial reports. Now, this was always been the form of evidence to support reporting or reported performance on children accessing ECDs in prior years. And this has never changed. And this has never rather been a challenge before. And this has always been the form of evidence to support reported performance, as I indicated, in terms of children accessing ECDs. But the provincial reports were obtained, it's important to highlight, from provinces and were submitted to the Auditor General for audit. However, in addition to these provincial reports, the Auditor General, using their prerogative, requested the DSD to provide additional information on a database of information with, at a minimum, names, surnames, ID or passport numbers, and the names of the ECDs where these children were registered. And this information was requested within a period of 2 days in terms of the engagement letter that we agreed to. However, the DSD could not provide this information within the set time frames, as it is out of the usual form of evidence to support this area of performance and not prepared prior to the audit. And this, of course, led to the qualification on performance information. The lesson that we've learned from this is that we need to improve our systems, 100% correct, and find a way of ensuring that we're able to track performance information and such systems to generate this information as speedily as possible. But I want to highlight the fact that services were rendered, support was provided, and I think the one issue that we are also learning is that there's been, with the change of auditors from the Auditor General, there's issues of interpretation that come into play. When, for example, this matter, it was subjected to audit a few years ago, was not a challenge. But when we come to a different, set of auditees that come into play, some elements around definitions or interpretation of certain definitions become a little different because some would request additional information or deeper information, etc. But we've learned that even within when we draft our technical indicators descriptions, we must be as specific as possible. And I think we're talking to the AG in that regard. Another example, if I could give, when you talk about capacitating of the workforce on policies and legislation, in some instances, capacitating in terms of the understanding of the Auditor General is you're doing capacity building or training, it must be accompanied by a certificate. not necessarily considered as capacity building as such. So we're finding ourselves in this regard. And one of the things we have agreed upon with the Auditor General is that the AG would make themselves available to be part and parcel of visits. Would make themselves available. Sorry, Joel. There's a joint assembly here that giving us a little challenge. Oh, thanks. Can I proceed? Yeah, we have to get Joel to settle.
Recording in progress.
LinkedIn.
Chair, can I proceed?
Yes, proceed. What's happening? There's a background.
Chairperson.
Hello. Hello.
Who did say or Kimang? You must unmute. You must mute the mic, man. It's disturbing us.
LinkedIn.
Not LinkedIn. But maybe now yes, but it was disturbing us. Or let the IT mute everyone.
Thank you very much, Chair. I hope I'm audible now. There was a Joel Disero who was disturbing us. So as I indicated, Chair, I mean, those are issues that we are engaging with the Auditor General around finding ourselves, and of course, some of these lessons that we are taking forward in these conversations. If you look at the AG's, I was talking on the AG's findings. I think an important point to highlight is the fact that these statements did not have any material findings that were raised. And attaining of the financial statements that are free from material misstatements is a commendable achievement, given the management of the DSD's budget allocation of almost 235 billion rand, which, by the way, honorable members, is the largest budget run by any national department in this country. And I think the fact that we've managed to achieve that is quite significant, notwithstanding the findings, particularly on material, on performance information, which I've just explained actually. I think that this is a significant achievement. I want to also just highlight that, of course, the AG did indicate some concerns in terms of lack of proper daily and monthly monitoring controls, a lack of reconciliation and transactions on a regular basis, and a lack of effective leadership based on the ethical business practices within SCM. And this talks to the skills that we need to enhance. And we've been engaging with the Treasury around training, which is done by the Treasury. And I think that we have put a number of measures in place, including check. We are being disturbed by yeah. So we've been able to put a number of controls, and the CFO will later talk to this. One of the things I want to highlight is that often internal control is seen to be just in finance, but we've changed that culture now. Internal control ought to be throughout the organization. And I think that's an important thing to highlight, because especially at a management level, directors, chief directors, DDGs are all oversights, are all people that ought to have a level of oversight when it comes to transactions and anything related to the organization. So the responsibility is not only borne to finance units, but it has to be borne to management of the organization. I think we've stressed that point quite adequately. We are making progress in regards to addressing the findings by the AG, and I think that we're also looking into the root causes. We're being assisted by our audit committee in this regard, and I think that the plans that we've put together are starting to yield some level of fruits, even though a lot of the challenges, particularly within the finance environment, are sort of embedded or historical challenges. I think we are beginning to see some shiftings here and there. I think even when it comes to consequence management, there's been a number of consequence management measures that we've put in place. There's disciplinary action that we've taken, but it's important to highlight, I think the AG spoke to this, the fact that disciplinary processes, particularly as it relates to issues of finance and what have you take a while, because you've got to make sure that you follow the disciplinary code accordingly. So we have taken a number of steps, and we'll talk to that a little bit later, with colleagues or officials that have been found wanting, whether it's those doing business with the state or otherwise. We have issued a number of sanctions on a number of these officials, and we'll talk to that a little bit later. Let's go to, why are we here? Okay, let's go to the next slide. Just in terms of performance information, this really just talks to the fact that we achieved an 81% overall achievement. I want to stress the point that the fact that we achieved an 81% in terms of the targets that were listed is not necessarily a true reflection of the work that has been done by the organization. There are a number of other things that I stressed, that I spoke to at the beginning, which were over and beyond what is listed in the APP, that we've also been able to achieve and take forward. And I think the significant thing for me is that, notwithstanding the fact that there were a number of challenges that were faced in the financial year, I think we were able to provide services to South Africans at most. And yes, there are those challenges, that we are consistently improving, but at most we were able to deliver services and indeed improve the quality of lives of millions of South Africans, whether it be through the grant system, or whether it be through the provision of food, or whether it be through enabling a number of NPOs, etc., to be able to do a significant amount of work. And again, you can see here, this was a consistent trade with the previous financial year, and of course an improvement from the previous 2 financial years. This slide, I'm not going to spend a lot of time because we're running out of time. Really just to indicate that there were 13 targets that were not achieved in the previous financial year. 10 of those have now been embedded into the current financial year, and we're actively working on that. The 3 that we have not included essentially are targets that are done from the department side, but have external dependencies, like those that are in Parliament, like those that are in Cabinet, etc. So from our end, we've moved, but of course we have external dependencies, and we're pretty sure that those matters are being addressed and be given attention to move on. I want to go to the next slide quickly. I'd like for Kumbula to spend just 1 minute dealing with the issue of where we are in terms of the IMST targets, and then I will deal with the oversight ones. Let me start with the oversight ones. It was the matter of not concluding shareholder compact agreements, but I must stress the point that even though those were not exactly concluded as signed and such, the work in terms of entity oversight continued non-stop. Minister met with the CEOs regularly. The team, in terms of entity oversight, met regularly with the agencies, raised a range of matters, and those matters, some of them at least, were addressed. But that work continued. We received legal guidance that not all entities as such need to sign shareholder agreements, because they are not essentially entities as such. Some are authorities and some are councils, as it were. And so, we've since moved with all of this work, and the strategy in terms of the framework, rather, that we have insofar as entity oversight is concerned, is currently being implemented on an ongoing basis. Can I ask Kumbula to come in quickly? Just a minute.
Thank you very much, DG. Good morning, Chairperson. It's good day already. Good day, Chairperson, and good day, Minister. Just on the development of the substance abuse system into social development integrated case management system. The system has actually been developed. It will be completed by June 2023. There was a delay in the development of the system, and the reason for the delay was really the variation in the bid price. We had actually budgeted 5 million rands for this, and our bid came up at a higher amount. I think it was about 25 million rands. So that variance was too big for us to ignore. And for that purpose, we decided then to cancel this and start the bid process from scratch. So that resulted in a delay. But we have since made up for time, and that is why we are going to be able to complete this process by June 2023. The second one, which is the development of the alternative care management system into social development integrated case management system. Again, here, there was well, first, let me just say that
The system has been developed. It will be completed by March 2023. There was actually a misalignment here between what the APP had expected. The APP had expected us to complete this process by, in 12 months, whereas the contract that was given to the service provider expected the service provider to finish this process in 24 months. So that misalignment was really the cause for the delay. But this notwithstanding, we are certain that we will be done with this process by March 2023. Thank you very much, DG.
Thanks very much, Kumbula. Brenda, can we talk to these related to the issues pertaining to social security, please?
Sure. Thank you, DG. Greetings to the Portfolio Committee and to Minister and my colleagues on the platform. With regards to the green paper, last year we were supposed to complete the consultation report on the green paper on comprehensive social security. Members will recall that we had to withdraw the green paper and that we could not complete those consultations. We had to go back and revise some of the things because there was a lot of misunderstanding about some of the proposals. We have since completed that in the current financial year, so we carried the target over. With regards to the regulations of the fundraising amendment bill, at the time that we put this target in, we had expected that the Portfolio Committee would have finished with the fundraising amendment bill, which would then enable us to do the regulations. But as members are aware, there was a delay in that, so we have not been able to then begin the regulations. The bill is currently being has just been actually approved by the Portfolio Committee, and we still need to go into the next process through the NCOP process. So we'll only be able to do the regulations after that. But because we realize that this is a target that we put in there when we don't really have a lot of control in terms of how quickly it's processed, we decided to take it out of the APP for the current year. But the work is continuing. We will still be doing the regulations as soon as the legislation is passed. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Brenda. Let's go to Kenny on persons with disabilities quickly, please.
Greetings, thanks, DG. Greetings to Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, Minister, DM, and colleagues. On services to persons with disabilities, the annual targets to submit the policy on social development services to persons with disabilities to Cabinet for approval was not achieved. The policy was finalized, however, not submitted as such. The policy needed to be presented to the executive and peer reviewed through a panel of experts to ensure that it reflects programmatic interventions for beneficiaries. The policy was edited to respond to core policy issues through conducting the research, document review of policies, strategies, and interviews with provincial coordinators. The CI certificate was issued, and the policy is due to be considered in Parliament. We have already submitted the policy to technical working group and also presented it to the cluster. The policy will therefore be considered on the 19th of October. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, thanks, Kenny. Let's now quickly move to Isabella.
Thank you, DG. Good morning, Chairperson, Minister, and members of the Portfolio Committee. With regard to social welfare services, there are 3 targets that relate to legislation that we did not meet. The first one is about Social Service Practitioners Bill. The second one is about the VSS Bill. And the third one is about Older Persons Amendment Bill. Now, with regard to Social Service Practitioners Bill plus VSS Bill, we were supposed to submit to Cabinet. However, we had some delays that were not under our control in terms of ensuring that we get, feedback from Oxla, but also from SIAS. And that in itself, we could not be able to meet the target. However, as I'm talking now, we've been able to receive feedback, especially for the VSS bill, and we are currently planning to ensure that we come up with CAB memo so that we can be able to go to Cabinet. With Social Service Practitioners Bill, we submitted to Oxla for opinion, and we're still waiting. There are some issues that have been raised by Oxla, and we are working on them so that we can be able, to finalize the bill. The Older Persons Amendment Bill, we were supposed to table it in Parliament, And we had to delay as a result of, some of the processes like the gazetting that were also dependent on the OXLA. As I'm talking, the bill has already been tabled in Parliament. Thank you, Chairperson, and thanks, Steve.
No, thanks very much, Isabella. Let's go to Peter on NPOs very quickly.
Thank you very much, Acting DG, Chairperson, Minister, and honorable members. There was an annual target to table the bill to Parliament, which was not achieved. This was due to the fact that after the bill was presented to Cabinet, the NPO sector came very worried, and they requested an extension of for comments, which took more time and made us not to be able to proceed to Parliament. However, later on, the comments were consolidated. The bill is being considered now, and the bill was submitted to DPME for CR certification and the Ministerial Law Advisor. We hope that it's going to be presented to Cabinet during this financial year. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. Jacques, can you talk to the population and development targets that are not met, please?
Thank you, DG, and good morning, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable Members. In the area of population and development, the National Population Unit is busy implementing a 3-year training program with two municipalities on the integration of migration-related matters into their local development planning, the integrated development plans. In the previous financial year, the target was to train officials from 92 municipalities. At the end of the year, a total of 67 municipalities had senior officials who were trained. The shortfall of 25 was had to do with the programs of municipalities. Also had to do with we shifted because of the lockdown levels and so on. We shifted as much of the program as we could to online, but certain municipalities, particularly those in rural areas, have severe IT connectivity constraints, which made it not possible for them to attend training sessions online. So we engaged with COCTA in order to, as indicated in the slide, for them to also include it into their capacity building program of municipalities, so that municipalities were more likely to respond. So in the current financial year, we've managed to catch up with that shortfall, and to date we've trained 26 officials from 26 municipalities. For the current target for the current year, we have slightly changed our training delivery mechanism in order to reach more municipalities quicker, basically, because the previous implementation model was based on clustering municipalities together within provinces. So what we are doing this year is that we are opening it up much more, so there's a program, and a municipality does not necessarily have to send its officials to one specific session that has been designated for the cluster in which it is, but if they are not available at that specific time, then they can join into another session that's taking place somewhere else. As far as the other target that was not completely achieved, it was to capacitate all nine provinces, the provincial population units basically, on the integration of the population policy into the district development model, basically to ensure that one plans are responsive to the population policy strategies and objectives. That's quite important because the district development model is pretty much sort of framed within the same framework as the population policy itself. We trained the 8 provinces in which the provincial population units were functional. Free State missed the training because the Free State population unit was being restructured at the time when the training was taking place. So they were not designated officials to invite to the training. So what we did in the current financial year, in the first quarter, we specifically, sent our team to capacitate the officials that are working in the provincial population unit of the Free State.
Okay.
Thank you, DG and Honorable.
Thanks. Members, I thought let me do that so you can get a sense of appreciation that those targets that are not met are underway, being attended to, and will be achieved in the financial year. I thought that was an important thing to do. I want to just sum up this part that talks to the concerns that have been raised by the portfolio committee. And there are a number of these that have been addressed, and there are some that still lag behind and are in progress. I just want to talk to 1 or 2. I want Peter to talk to the NPO aspect and the CNDC's aspect. We've just pulled out 1 or 2. And then Kumula on employment of social workers, on where we are, how we're doing, and what are the next steps, essentially. And of course, when it comes to the irregular, fruitless, wasteful, and irregular expenditure, Fanny will talk to it, but I've moved slide number 16 towards the end, so he does it all together, and we don't take a lot of time. Just on the issue of slow policy and legislation development, part of the challenge is not just the SASSA process, but the dependencies that we have on external bodies or external institutions that need to assist us. Yes, DPME is one, the presidency and so on, but also the Office of the Chief State Advisor. So we've devised a plan that when we have these challenges, we're able to immediately escalate. I write to the Department of Justice, and they've been very helpful now and again to move on some of these things. So that is some of the dependencies that we have some challenges with. Peter will talk to them about in terms of rehab centers. Look, we are looking at a slightly different model that we may want to take going forward. In the US, the government has ceased all treatment centers or rehab centers to be run outside of government. And we are testing this sort of approach to see whether we may want to consider a similar approach. Then we set the norms and standards and ensure that there's monitoring and evaluation, etc. But as I said, this is something that we're still testing, and we're not yet there yet. Let's go to the next slide. Peter, just talk on the NPO stuff. Please just harness it very quickly.
Okay. No, thanks very much, DG and honorable members, chairperson and minister. I think there are several questions, and I think the concerns that are there with regard to the delay in the funding, in the transfer of funds to those eligible NPOs in provinces. And I think that was the truth, and it was also concerning us. It was all concerning the minister, who kept on asking us in terms of what are we doing. What we have done even before COVID was that we continue to monitor the provinces on a quarterly basis to make sure that all the NPOs that has been contracted are paid in time. Some of the issues that were raised were reports that NPOs are not sending to provinces to release the second tranches. Of all those, we had last year over 8,000 NPOs, and we managed since COVID that at any period in time, there were times when 100% of them were paid, but in the last quarter, only the 93% of those organizations received funding. Our role as national is also to capacitate provinces and also to ensure that we follow up on those. Second issues that came was the issue of what are we doing about the people that are dependent on food that they're eating, literally eating at the CNDCs. I remember, I think some of the honorable members were part of this meeting that they visited Western Cape in the Durance, where they saw people coming, eating and going home. And some of the proposal was, why are they going home without doing anything? Since then, we developed a guideline, which is called, this guideline is the development of the of the all vulnerable people that are receiving social protection services, including food. And the guideline has been implemented in different areas. And I think some of the examples is what is in Irregular home, where in the CNDC, where it is, they have got a big garden. They also harness youth. So the developmental approach for beneficiaries of CND services is there and is taking shape in all 9 provinces, although in some provinces it's still at infancy, but that is the approach that we have taken to ensure that all those are capacitated, they are linked, not only to have a food gardens, but also for them to can establish small businesses that they can become self-employed and move out of the poverty. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Peter. Let me deal with the issue of social workers quickly. Ula, I'll take it. It's fine. I'll be quick on it. Just to say that, honorable members, we have devised a strategy which is currently being looked at by the National Treasury, and we expect that in the coming days we'll have a session where we get complete feedback from the Treasury in terms of how we move on this. Of course, we're targeting government first, especially the departments that require and that currently make use of social workers in terms of ensuring that we're able to absorb much more social workers. So this strategy is a work in progress. Our intention is to take it to cabinet very soon. As soon as we conclude our discussions with Treasury, we've had a series of discussions with a number of departments already. We've established a task team to deal with this, and there's work underway. I think this is the second draft, if I'm not mistaken, that is currently sitting with the Treasury. We are talking to them in terms of how we move on that. Just yesterday, again, we had some conversations around it at the Technical Implementation Forum, which includes the entire sector. Very quickly, I mean, that 48 billion, 48.5 billion is a request we put in for unavoidable and unforeseen expenditure to assist in KZN, and a number of social workers will be brought in through that support. This is current happening now at the moment, actually. So then let me quickly just move to this slide. I'll try to be quick here. I'm not going to spend a lot of time here, just to say that in its BRRR, the portfolio committee raised a series of matters, and all the matters are underway, and some have been addressed actually. As for example, the appointment of a DG post, the minister has indicated that that has been advertised and a panel has been put together to work on that, to finalize that position. The CEO position is pending, of NDA rather, is pending the issues of finalization of the board. That matter is being served at cabinet in the next few days, and we'll have a fully fledged board in that regard. Investigations in terms of CARA have been underway and have been done, and a number of other related matters. Some of these matters that have been raised by the committee, we actually report on them when we come and present our quarterly reports, like the stats in the GBP command center, the number of NPOs that are paid, etc., and then how we implement the grant payments and so on and so forth. So Anita is going to take us through program 1 very quickly, and we'll just do it at a super high level. And let me just, we're going to spend like 2-3 minutes each on this one. So can we go for it? Okay, let Masinde do it.
Thank you, DG. Good day, honorable members. Good day, Minister. Within Program 1 administration, there's a number of performance areas which really, in the APP, the commitment is all about ensuring that we are functional, efficient, and effective as a sector, and we work in an integrated manner. The first area of performance talks to alignment in terms of our plans as the sector, and as national, we did ensure that we are aligned in terms of our annual performance plan, including those of the provinces as well as the entities. Within finance, already the CFO will talk to issues within finance in terms of the irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. Within IT, we are targeted to integrate the victim empowerment program system as well as the gender-based violence system, and this has been fully integrated. And the broader intention is to ensure that we provide our services in an integrated manner. Within M&E, there were 2 areas. One was the study to conduct a study on the evaluation of the food distribution model, the intention of which was to assess the feasibility of providing food distribution in a hybrid model beyond the current model. And the study has been completed, making recommendations in terms of going beyond the current models within which food is provided. We are also developing the electronic M&E system, which is a three years project. The previous financial year was the second year within which the system is being developed, and there's quite a number of achievements, including the development of the M&E frameworks, the fractional requirements, the proof of concept. And as is, the system is being piloted in provinces, and the intention is to start with the rollout in the next financial year. Within stakeholder and management, we, as the department, we work with quite a number of stakeholders, and we developed the stakeholder and donor management strategy. And the intention was for us to consolidate and understand at a departmental level the different contribution that is brought by different stakeholders as well as donors to the work that we do as a department. And there's also quite a number of achievements that we have. We have signed a number of memorandum of agreements with different stakeholders who assist us in terms of the implementation of our programs. We have had several engagements so that we provide these services and manage these donations that we receive as a department in a coordinated manner. Within human capital management, we have developed in the previous financial year the sector HR plan, and in the current or the past financial year, the reporting period, we were then implementing the sector HR plan together with our provincial departments of social development. And one of the critical areas identified in the sector HR plan was for us to implement the workplace skills plan in terms of the critical skills that have been identified. So we were able to monitor the implementation of this plan by our provincial counterparts, as well as us as national department. Moving on to the next one, it has already been spoken to as one of those concerns that have been raised. It talks to the sector strategy on the implement of social service professionals. I'm not going to talk to this one. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Naside. Let me deal with the program 2 since Fadi is not here. Just to indicate that in terms of program 2, this of course deals with the reduction of levels of poverty, inequality, vulnerability, and social ills. We know that grants have proved to be the most effective mechanism available to government to cushion millions of the most vulnerable individuals and households from a dire socioeconomic impact, not just of COVID-19, but of actual challenges that we face as a country so far as poverty is concerned. So we've been able to do this, and actually studies have shown that we've been able to reduce poverty in the main and vulnerability of people, particularly people in rural and peri-urban areas. And of course, the face of poverty still remains in South Africa, Black and mostly women in the main. So we've done that, and let me go to program 3 quickly. Brenda, you're going to sum all of this up, please. Program 3.
Thank you, Chairperson, and once again, DG. The program 3 work in the past financial year, the green paper I've already spoken about, which was primarily about the comprehensive system of social security in the country, proposals around how to improve that and plug all the holes in the system. It's a much more comprehensive policy paper that takes into account the different elements. And we've only this year been able to finalize it after we had to withdraw it last year. Now, on the policy on linking children's grant beneficiaries to government services, it's really about deepening the impact of government investment in children through the different programs of government. So in addition to the grant that children get, poor children, we wanted to ensure that there's a policy that enables those same children to also be more easily able to access other government services. And so in the last year, we completed consultations, and this year we are working then on the policy itself. We're wanting to now complete that policy work. Similarly, on the policy on maternal support, it's also about the deepening the services that the benefits of the social assistance program, such that we for maternal support, it's about providing a specific benefit to women during pregnancy so that they are able to get that support and ensure that we create a better life chance for the children that they will give birth to, but also for themselves so that they are also healthy during pregnancy and able to at least get all of the benefits that they should get. So that policy work was, we were able to revise the policy last year, and then this year we've completed that. With regards to income support, there was a lot of consultation that we did last year on the initial policy on this, and we last year completed some of those consultations. This year we are refining that policy. We've been conducting further consultations. We hope to finish the policy proposal on this now and harden the mechanisms and the actual funding and so on in that regard. This is where the work around the basic income grant falls. Yeah. And then on the SASSA amendment bill, last year we consulted on a discussion paper which was primarily looking at what is the mischief in the SASSA Act that we need to address. And the primary one really was around issues of governance. There was just the formulation of the legislation does not adequately address the issues of governance within SASSA. And there are other smaller issues that we needed to address. But now we have completed the draft amendment bill informed by the findings and the consultations we have done on the discussion paper that we did. We hope to this year therefore finish the amendment bill on the SASSA Act. Then we've also done some policy work on voluntary cover for retirement and risk benefits for atypical workers. People who work in the informal sector or those who don't have proper contract, and people who are not in the formal sector of employment but also need to be able to save for a rainy day. Obviously, in the current context, there isn't room, there's no institutional platform and mechanism for them to be able to do that easily. So this policy work is around trying to create those systems and mechanisms for them. And so, okay, so we completed the consultations last year, and this year we've just finished the policy on this one. We will be taking it through to the next steps in the policy making process. I think this one just talks about the impact, and it is DG has already spoken to that for all of the different policies. It's about targeting particular elements of income vulnerability and trying to address those, and making sure that as people's income vulnerability is addressed, they are also able to benefit from other elements of the social protection system. So that's for us what should be a comprehensive package of social protection in the country, working from the grants and also linking it to other elements of what government provides, but also for people who are able to provide for themselves, ensuring that they also say they have platforms through which they can save and not only depend on government to provide for them. I think I should leave it at that, DG.
Thanks very much. Let's then go quickly, Isabella. We are on program 4. And again, I would like you to sum it up nicely.
Okay, thank you very much. When you look at the social welfare targets, they are 23. Now, in terms of trying to sum them up, I think I have to put them according to slides. When you look at slide 38 to slide 40, it's about early childhood development. And basically, it's about ensuring that there is universal access to quality early childhood development, which means that we need to balance the access with quality. When you look at the targets that we have put there, it's about quality assurance, basically saying issues of norms and standards and how do we ensure that we support ECDs. The second one is about ensuring that we protect children, especially during COVID, but also what is critical is about as I've spoken about access, increased access, hence you see the numbers that have been put there to ensure that this is the number of children that we have reached. Now, when we come to slide number 41, it's about families. And we all know that it is important that we should strengthen families because they are there to protect their members. Now, we basically looked at the white paper, which is a policy that gives direction in terms of the provision of services to families, but also strengthening families. And also we acknowledge also the fact that families are confronted with challenges. And one of the issues that is very critical is issues of parenting. And hence we have, a target that is speaking about a Sino Vuyoting parental digital program, which we've been able, to achieve for that financial year. Now, when we come to slide 42 to 43, it talks about the issue of capacity building for HIV/AIDS and child protection. As a policy development department, it's important that we should be able, to ensure that our policies are making impact. And for us to do so, we need to ensure that people who are implementing are being capacitated. So the capacity building that is mentioned here, it's about social service practitioners, mainly focusing on psychosocial support guidelines, social and behavior change programs, and adoption policy framework. Now, when we come to slide 44 to 45, still on child protection, we appreciate the fact that as a national department, our role is to ensure that we monitor implementation, and therefore we piloted, the monitoring tools that we developed here in this regard. It was for intersectoral protocol on the prevention and management of violence against children, child abuse, neglect, and exploitation, but also on guidelines on community-based prevention and early intervention services. And in terms of slide number 47 to 49, it's basically, the core hard issues, that confronts the communities, issues of gender-based violence, social crime, and substance abuse. The issue of gangsterism, it's a thorny issue that it's rampaging our young people. And therefore our focus here was on young people, especially in institutions of higher learning, but also in child and youth care centers. And the outcome here is, at least we've been able, to empower our children, because knowledge is power, so that they can be able to identify, again, gangsterism, and they can be able, to report, and they can be able, to make informed decisions and be able to say no, to issue of gangsterism, especially in those areas that we have spoken about. And the child, in terms of substance abuse, we are cognizant of the fact that this is a very complex issue, and therefore it needs scaling up of social service practitioners who are dealing with this issue, special skills, hence the UTC program that we have implemented to ensure that we really empower our social service practitioners. And we have seen them, being very much confident in terms of ensuring that, they deal with this matter. Yes, we acknowledge the fact that the issue is these social ills are escalating. However, we are trying to say that it is important that we continue to work with other stakeholders, especially at community level, traditional leaders, religious leaders, so that we can be able, to all attack, these social ills, because we believe that if we continue to have dialogues and we continue to instill this and the social behavioral change programs that we are coming up with that, targets young people like Yoyolo that we have already started with, the Chomi, Asikulume, and so on. This will itself assist us to ensure that all the stakeholders are together in dealing with this issue. On slide 46, it's about the key policy that give direction in terms of the provision of services to the social welfare sector, which basically is going to assist us to come up with the legislation that is specific to the sector. We are the only one of the few sector that does not have this legislation. Once this has been finalized, we'll be able, to come up with the legislation. The slide 48, it's also dealing with upskilling of social service practitioners who are dealing with issues of substance. This is, as I said, it's a complex issue that we really need to tackle. So it is important to note that, yes, we've got the outcomes in terms of empowerment, in terms of ensuring that, the beneficiaries are well equipped, to can deal with issues. But in terms of the issue of impact, it's something that we still have to work on, because our interventions are not really being seen, at an instant level. So it's something that as the department need to work on to ensure that we conduct impact assessment so that we can assess the impact of our interventions. I will thank you very much.
you very much. I will continue and report on the services to persons with disabilities. Provision of services to vulnerable and marginalized sector of children with disabilities remains fragmented and unequal, and there is poor coordination of service delivery within government and other spheres. So to address this, we have a target on the guidelines on respite care services for families of children and persons with disabilities. So these guidelines have since been approved and are being implemented in the current financial year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I will now go to program 5, which has got 20 targets, second largest also, which has got about 20 targets. And then I will run through this to ensure that I think we save time, Honorable Chair and members. One of the things that we were supposed to do was to create 175,000 EPWP work opportunities. And I should say to you that I think we have overachieved this up to 236, even though this work opportunity we need more than millions, but I think that's with the resources that we have, we're able to go through up to over 236 work opportunities. And also the next one was the issue in population development was to develop and disseminate one policy brief. 4 research and policy briefs were developed and disseminated accordingly. With regard to poverty alleviation, which is the next one, the next one, we were to develop a report on the implementation of the food security programs that we have. Remember, we have a 5-year plan on the household food and nutrition program that has been, we are implementing in all 9 provinces. That's such a report. We each year we will produce a report in terms of how we have implemented the nutrition program, the numbers that we have fed, which looks at the individuals benefiting from food security and the household. There's been an increase since even from the COVID, we have been an increase, and such a report has been provided. We were to finalize 2 framework and 2 framework. One was the issue of the linking social protection beneficiary to sustainable livelihood, and also the other one was the revised toolkit for empowering those that are on the ground, which has community development practitioners. This is very important to ensure that the provinces are guided on what they need to do or to develop communities in the country. On the social mobilization, next slide, was the issue where we developed a national community development policy. This is an overarching policy, not only for social development, but for the government as a whole, that when you go to community, you start with Z, not with X, so that you are able to deal with these issues appropriately. We also trained the CDPs on the implementation of the previous framework that we have been developed, and finalized the community mobilization and empowerment framework. Next slide on the youth. You remember in the previous year we developed a policy. The last year we had to train all the youth directorates and their officials in the provinces on how to implement the youth policy and how they could integrate our work with other government departments. On the non-profit organization, registration and compliance monitoring in terms of the NPO Act, and also on the funding. With regard to the NPO registration, we developed a framework, a policy framework, which will say, we're looking at how can we benchmark with other countries and improve on things that we're dealing with. And that has been developed and finalized. We also, on the issue of the NPO funding, remember we developed a policy, we capacitated provinces, and on the guidelines that we developed so that they can implement it. And this is one of the strategies that we use to empower provinces so that they can pay their NPOs in time. We also developed a mentorship, NPO mentorship model. We have seen that, you will see as I go down to the graphs, that a lot of NPOs, let's go to the graph so that I can talk to this while looking at the graph. The first one, yes. This indicates the number of NPOs that we received as they apply each quarter. If you look at that, we have improved a little bit on the success rate of registration. You will see the registration there of all the applications. If you look at quarter one, is about 3.9. It's just half of all the NPO that applied. That is an indication that I think the capacity, the knowledge on the NPO Act, what they need to do is very poor. So one of the things that we developed is the mentorship, that we will need to empower the NPOs so that they can capacitate smaller NPOs and community-based NPOs that are within community so that they are able to comply to the NPO Act. The next slide is the report for the NPOs. This is the area where we have got a challenge. Compliance to non-profit organization is poor. We have increased in the past 3 years, starting from 31% compliance rate. We are at about 55% compliance rate, but it's very poor. There are a lot of NPOs that are not reporting, which they need to report on an annual basis in terms of the NPO Act. And that's why the DG, when it started, is the issue of Know Your Status campaign, ensuring that those that do not comply must be deregistered or deleted from the system in actual fact, so that they should not be able to. But we will have to have a Know Your Status campaign to up the game so that we need to have at least 80% of NPO comply. And this also goes in terms of why some provinces transfer late, because the compliance issue, either to the funding requirements or to the NPO Act, is very poor. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Peter. I think just two things. One, Honorable Chair, it is important to note that at some point we're going to have to deregister NPOs who don't comply. And we are working towards this. Right now, we are pushing a serious campaign in terms of ensuring that NPOs know their status. We're assisting them, but there's going to come a time in the near future that we're going to have to deregister all those NPOs who are not compliant. Just a correction on slide 56, we said we take 3 provinces, we actually take all 9 provinces. Funny, let's go to this is the last part of the chair in terms of the finances. Thanks.
Thanks, DJ. Good afternoon, honorable members, chairperson and minister. So the financial outlook for the department for the prior financial year, we've again spent within the allocation of the department. We've spent actually 99.2%, and that's basically because of our social grants in terms of social assistance, in terms of program 2. The comparison, we've just made a quick comparison for the prior years in terms of spending for the prior financial year. We also spent within the 99% region with a saving of 1.8 billion that we say may have for this financial year. The quarterly spending, one could see the first 2 quarters of the financial year was very low in terms of what we've spent, and this has been picked up in the quarter 3 and quarter 4 because of the extension of the 350 that was only late allocated by the National Treasury in terms of this. The quarterly spending just on our compensation of goods and services, the next slide. Our COE, we've spent fairly stable in terms of the amounts for the quarters, and our compensation of employees, the total expenditure there for our COE remains at 494 million. Our goods and services, again, We've started slow Q1 and Q2. Then it picked up in Q3 and Q4, and we've managed to spend all our funding for operational cost of goods and services for the financial year. This is just a summary in terms of the table. I will go straight to the various reasons for underspending in terms of the various programs. For Program 1 administration, it almost 100% spending. It mostly relates to the staff turnover that we have on an annual basis, but also there was some savings on the operational cost. The social assistance, 99.1% spending. We all know we're currently paying the normal social grants of 18 million beneficiaries. Excluded from this is the additional amount, additional 350. I think the number of beneficiaries that we've paid in the prior financial year is amount about 10 million that we pay per month in terms of the 350. However, this allocation only came into play on 1 September, so it was only for a 6 months period. Therefore, we got an additional 26 billion for this. So the underspending mainly related to old age and CSGs, where there was a less expected beneficiaries that have applied during the financial year. This is the one that the portfolio always have an issue with in terms of underspending, but one must remember that the estimations for social grants remains difficult to do that. We do monitor this on a monthly basis. However, this funding has been allocated for the financial year. For Social Security Policy and Administration, 99.8% spending, and we also have reported this in the prior portfolio meetings that the bill has been passed for the social assistance, and the establishment of the inspectorate would not be happening in terms of the prior financial year. For welfare services and social policy, again, 99 and 98% spending. That's mainly related because of the COVID restrictions that we had. We not as visible in terms of provinces for the prior 2 financial years because of this, but we've managed to pay all our national councils in terms of the prior financial year that is currently funding. Let me go to the operational spending has just been, we exclude the all transfer payments for the department. There you can see that our life functions is a little bit underspending in terms of welfare services, integrated policy, and our social security in terms of operational spending. Our goods and services, there is the main money that we have for the financial year. We do all our things in terms of procurement processes, and all our programs have spent within the 99% spending. In terms of fruitless, regular fruitless and wasteful expenditure, our regular expenditure for the prior financial year recorded is now 14.6 million. It's an increase, and when we look at our APP targets in terms of this, we want to reduce the 3% in terms of fruitless, wasteful, and the regular expenditure. Although we've decreased in terms of number of cases, the slide 16 currently indicates that we have 9 cases. In the prior financial year, we only have 2 cases, but the 2 cases amounts to 14 million, and that mainly relates to non-compliance with PFMA and also our supply chain processes. We went into a process with CETA to procure tools of trade, laptops for the department. The CETA contract has been not terminated as lapsed. Then we were waiting for them to give an extension, and in the extension period, we started with the process. However, when we concluded and we awarded, the contract again has lapsed from the CETA. So the AG found us wanting in terms of this. That's why there's a huge amount of that 14.6. 10 million relates to that CETA contract for the procurement of laptops. The fruitless and wasteful expenditure, there is a significant decrease. There's a 79% decrease in our wasteful and fruitless expenditures. Last year we had probably at 2 million. It's currently sitting at 400,000. So there was also, in terms of the cases that came down, and we're trying to manage this as well as possible. The criteria still remains for fruitless and wasteful. It's car damages and hotel no-shows.
And what we're doing is we are investigating all of these cases to the Loss Control Committee. We do continue to enforce all the policies that we currently have to ensure the financial misconduct policy has been complied with. We're also looking at the guidance and for the audit queries, that we ensure that all our audit queries are being addressed. Then once the Loss Control Committee finalizes all of these cases, it refers to Labour Relations to institute disciplinary actions in terms of cases of all officials that was found wanting in terms of this, but this need to follow a proper disciplinary process for the HR in terms of this. In terms of the others that the colleagues or the employees were found guilty, we will start to recover in terms of those financial losses on a monthly basis. Thank you, Chairperson.
Yeah, no, thanks a lot, Fanny. Chair, that brings us to the end, but let me just zoom in on 2 points. One is that the AG did indicate to us that there's some areas where they suspect that there could be fraudulent activities happening. And I think that what we've done is to immediately isolate the necessary information that is required, but most importantly, ensure that we have a forensic investigation company to be able to help us to really detect where those areas that the AG may have indicated that there could be fraudulent activities within the organization. We are revamping the Loss Control Committee by including external members, and I think that this will assist us from an objectivity point of view to make sure that we are able to address some of these issues in a much faster way. So we address those challenges, but also I think the disciplinary process and so far as consequence management is concerned, we did indicate that it does take a while, you know, and I mean, I don't know if there'll be questions on this, but we may be able to explain some of the reasons why. I think the Auditor General actually spoke a little bit to it when they responded to some of the questions that were raised by honorable members. And of course, you will see that there is some reduction, particularly in terms of fruitless and wasteful expenditure from the previous financial year. And of course, a bit of an increase in irregular expenditure, but those are matters we are working on. And with that increase in irregular expenditure, there is no loss to the organization. Services were rendered. It's a matter of processes that were not followed adequately. And we're addressing those in terms of making sure that all the staff, particularly at finance, are aware of these. We're in the process of trying to finalize the findings that have been put forward by the AG, so that when we come back to you, we're able to report holistically in terms of progress that has been achieved. But in all, honorable members, you would see largest budget in government, unqualified audits, still some challenges, but some significant steps that have been taken forward. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Linton. Can I request honorable members to engage with this DSD report until 30:30? From 30:30 to 2:00, we break, and then we will get another presentation from 2:00. Can I request, because I want to do the fairness and justice to this report and not just browse through as Honorable Mangani has commented on it. Because if we allow the reports to just flow as they present and ask questions at the end, we might not be doing justice, as I have had the comment from the members. Now I will give over to honorable members. The hands I see, Honorable Sugar's is old hand, or it's a history hand, or historical hand. Gizela, Honorable Gizela Opperman, and
Yes,
Honorable
Chairperson.
Letitia, followed by Honorable Letitia. Gizela?
On a point of order, Chair.
Yes, it's a new
I just
hand.
want, yes, Chair, but I'll be after Honorable Letitia Aris. My hand was historical. I saw when I tried to put it up now. but I'll speak after Honorable Aris with your indulgence, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, it's fine. Let's give over Giselle.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'd like to know with regards to the irregular expenditure that increased from 3 million to 14.6 million, a 381% increase. I want to know why is that? Because Linton, this is what I call super high level. And what are you going to do to address the irregular expenditure? Then, in total, for all the entities, there was irregular expenditure of 69.9 million. But it was also stated in the AG's report that only 77% were not dealt with from the previous year. So I want to know, why has there been so little progress made with regards to the previous year's cases as well? And then the AG said something very critical. With 15 billion in unauthorized expenditure and more liabilities than assets, does DSD have any concerns relating its financial viability? And are we at risk of collapse? Can you be honest with us on that, please? Then I want to know, what are the reasons that DSD are not reaching their targets on welfare services? It doesn't look good out there while the country faces poverty and hunger and child starvation are increasing, especially Program 4, which are poverty alleviating program. Can you tell me the reasons why they're not reaching their targets? Then the entity is losing a lot of money for services not being rendered. We heard about the 74 million in April 2018, the 316 million in June 2014. Why is the investigations taking so long and all the statuses are still in progress? And can you please tell us who are the responsible officials? And to what value was the material financial loss for DSD for payments made to ineligible SRD 350 beneficiaries in May 2020 and August 2021? The AG also said he does not believe, or they do not believe, that appropriate steps of action are being taken to fully address the material irregularity. What is DSD's response to this? And then I have a question that was iterated by the Honorable Marie earlier. Monies have been recovered from state employees who applied for the grant, the SRD 350. What disciplinary steps were taken against the state employees? And the question C also, I want to put it directly. How many of them will be going to jail or face judgment? Thank you, Chairperson.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair,
Yes.
yes, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, Aris.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I have noted that 18.6 million people are receiving their social grants. However, the Minister of Social Development, in a recent article that I've read, about 3 million beneficiaries have not received their grants. And I want to know what's the reason for that, because the Minister did also indicate that right now we have 7.5 million people that are receiving the SRD grant. However, in Lintel's presentation, I've noted that they have mentioned the 10.3 million beneficiaries that are receiving. So what is the correct figure of people that are receiving the SRD grant now? And the other concern is that if 98% of applicants they have reached 98% for applicants that have applied for NPOs were processed, then I still want to know that why is ECDs that still struggle to register? Is ECDs as NPOs part of that 98%? Then in terms of funding of NPOs, the department must provide us with a report on NPOs that receive funding from them, because, and I also would like to know what monitoring measures does the department have in place, specifically with NPOs where currently we have seen that there's money laundering. And I also would like to know what is the department's involvement in this investigation with the Financial Action Task Force. And then I also noted in the report that 81,000 in the province of Gauteng, 47,000 of these NPOs are non-compliant, which is a lot, which is more than half of the registered NPOs in the province. And I want to know, because it said to me clearly, what monitoring measures are there in place? Because NPOs are supposed to give reports or in terms of functionality on a yearly basis. It's a clear indications that the employees of the department that are responsible for monitoring these NPOs are not doing their work. Then we have also seen that recently that in the previous financial fiscal year, 400 million was returned to Treasury that was not spent for NPOs. And because we really need to engage on that. And then the other thing is that we really need to engage these NPOs before we even consider them to deregister these NPOs, because these NPOs are really rendering a crucial service to the needy of this country. And then in terms of the substance abuse, while we are facing a crisis in the country, it is saddening because Chairperson, you know that we have, I think it's 2 years ago or a year ago, we have sit there in Parliament physically for a year to interview the Central Drug Authority. And we don't hear anything about these board. What are they doing? To who are they reporting? Because right now, this portfolio haven't received anything from the Central Drug Authority. So since then, we didn't hear anything. So to who are they account? We need to know what are their role and why did we, or is this just a thing just to be compulsory in terms of legislation? Yes, and then I've noted that they have also not met their target in terms of disability, because right now the department really need to do more for people that living with disabilities, specifically for children. And the NDA need to give us a report on this appointment. We have seen this in the newspapers all over, that there was a suspended employee that didn't even go to a disciplinary hearing. We need to report on this, but was reinstated by the CEO. We need to report on this from the NDA. And then I have noted on slide 30 that I want to know why the sudden increase in spending of about 29.3 billion. If you look at slide 30, was this just not to ensure that the department don't underspend, because it was at the end of the financial year that you see that drastic, you will see that the trend of spending was during the previous months was 16.3 billion, 19, which was fairly, and then suddenly in February and May, the spending was 29.3 billion. So I want to know what's the reason for that. And then in terms of slide 64, the 89% NPO for NPO institutions, the transfer of subsidies. This is one program that's supposed to have 100% spending. as they are render a really crucial service to the needy. And we would like to know what is the reason for that underspending in terms of transfer of subsidies to NPOs. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Aris and Sugas, Honorable Sugas.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I have a few questions, and I just want to make a comment on what was mentioned by the acting DG. I think when one of the things that I just want to reiterate is what was said, I think, by one of the members earlier. When we look at the department, and this is in response to what was implied by the acting DG, when we look at the performance of the department, Chair, we not only look at it in view of what has been put before us by the AG, which I should also qualify and say is the most important part of our oversight, to see it in real terms, is when it comes to the money that the South African taxpayer is investing in the social welfare of vulnerable South Africans. But it is also in light of what we see on the ground. Because unfortunately, for any organization, it is regardless of what it is that you present in a PowerPoint to us. It is whether the person at the end of the services, how does that look like? What is the impact? And I must, in the same breath, say thank you for the fact that in the slides that you've given just now, it addresses some of the impact and some of the things that has been done. But we must appreciate the environment we're in. And I'm speaking to the department. It must be a very difficult thing to hear what is being said. But the environment that we're in our constituencies, it brings real concern to us as leaders that we are in an environment that's highly combustible. We can, if we do not address the issues that this department is at the coalface of, and ensure that the money reaches the people in an impactful way, and the gaps is really covered, then this country is facing very serious issues. It's not a matter of just going through the motions. So having said that, I want to, the issue that was raised by Honorable Gisela Opperman is one of the major issues in this presentation around the liabilities exceeding the assets and the concern that was raised by the Auditor General. The issues of non-compliance to NPOs. Now, where I'm sitting, and I'm going to use one example, Chair, for this, we are sitting with an issue where I struggle with officials on oversight in terms of NPOs that are on the ground working with vulnerable children in our rural areas. Particularly, I was working with officials here in the Western Cape, where there is no accountability or understanding, it seems, of oversight, of the role of oversight of Parliament. So I want to ask specifically the acting DG to ensure that these officials in the provinces, particularly, knows what is the oversight, the role of Parliament, and that when we do question things, specifically when it comes to NPOs that are dealing with children, with vulnerable children, or any matter, in fact, that their responses should be respectful of that, because I do not find it like that. Then I just need to know from the department, in terms of this presentation that is before us, if the department could just give us a clarity on what is being the reasons for the 23% vacancy rate reported on the annual report, and give clarity to us regarding the different vacancy rates that has been presented. And then if we can please get, and we asked this question, Honorable Van der Merwe and I, we never received an answer, which again speaks to the issue of oversight and the respect for it. We asked last year when the department presented around the ICT and the technology investments that the department has made. And we asked if the department can give us a clear answer on what actually is the investment that they've made in rand value to in terms of the systems, both the technology and the ICT systems. It's again mentioned around the different management systems that are being incorporated. Are we to understand that the ICT expenditure within the previous financial year that was reported on, that we requested for the number to be confirmed, is that this an ongoing project? Is it separate? Can you just, for my sake, break it up for me to understand? Because there was a significant investment that was made, and still we're having a problem, Chair, with the issue of various issues, but particularly with databases. Now, I know each of these projects are different, but it speaks to the same thing in terms of the organization. I want to also highlight the issue of 150 million rand that was paid to young people or people that was part of the basic education program, employment program that was announced. 150 million rand was paid to people that was already part of a program to address unemployment. What is the department going to do about, for instance, that money, where we know that these people are part of a program, they've received money? How are you going to retrieve that money? And specifically the people that were on this, because I know the number and I know the department. Can you tell me what you are going to do with basic education to recoup the money where young people got money and didn't qualify for the SRD grant, yet they received money? Chair, I'm going to keep it there. I think I've been long enough, but I really want to urge us as a committee, Chair, we need to increase our oversight where the department is concerned.
Thank you, Honorable Abrams and Honorable Richard, followed by Honorable Msongo.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the ADG and his team for the presentation. Chairperson, I think you were offline, you fell offline when I think there was some general consensus amongst the members that, you know, we need a separate session for when the department actually comes and presents the action plan.
Yeah, I heard you saying so. Yes,
and I think the ADG also made another recommendation that in that meeting we should also have the internal control and risk unit, because I think that will give us a lot of answers. So I do hope, you know, Chairperson, that will be prioritized for this term. But moving on, Chairperson, you know, a lot of the information that I asked, I understand that the department doesn't necessarily have it on hand, and therefore we commit in these meetings to submit it in writing. Yet, unfortunately, I'm still waiting for, you know, 2 weeks worth of meetings where the department said they'll commit to it in writing, and they still have not done so. And, you know, on slide 20, you know, the department also committed that there'll be an annexure that's going to answer some of our questions. Now, I have not received in the emails any annexure, so I do hope that that annexure will still come. Then, Chairperson, you know, I think it's also very interesting that, you know, the ADG at National speaks about, you know, this exciting new model in the US of A that they will look into when it comes to substance abuse. And then we have provinces and new premiers who, you know, state the opposite, in that, you know, substance abuse must be done by the state, and that NGOs have not made, you know, significant impact in that area. And, you know, Chairperson, maybe it's because, I don't know, not sufficient, I don't know, communication, or there's a disconnect between, you know, national and provinces. And that's why we sometimes, you know, we talk about impact and the programs not reaching the ground. And it has been a long time, Chairperson, that we actually had the MECs, the provincial MECs, before the committee. And I was also then want to put it to you, Chairperson, that perhaps we should invite those MECs to come and present on the true state of the provinces to this committee. But moving on, Chairperson, you know, my concerns and, you know, again, if the department doesn't have it on hand, if they can just, you know, submit in writing. But, you know, on the 74,000 interactions in that GBV command center, I'm just really concerned as if this is an actual true reflection of actual GBV cases, and whether or not, you know, because I have got information that, you know, it's a lot of other complaints that come through, and I just, you know, confirmation that is this not a skewed representation of GBV cases. Then, Chairperson, you know, in writing they can submit who the 25 municipalities that were not trained on the migration issues. And then on the matter of MPOs, Chairperson, if the department also just indicate the value of the 7% of those MPOs that are unfunded due to non-compliance, and then also the names of those MPOs. And we spend a lot of time speaking about, you know, the number of MPOs and registrations, you know, applications and how many's been registered, but we don't spend time on, you know, what happens to those MPOs, and in particular, the communities they've been servicing who are non-compliant, which often results to the freezing or withdrawal of funds. Because, you know, in most cases, once those funds from government are frozen or withdrawn, the MPO sometimes cease to, you know, perform and render services. And at the end of the day, it's in the communities that suffer. And I'd just like to find out, so when that does happen in the area, what is the department's mitigation steps? Are there other MPOs to render services? Does the department then come in to continue, you know, some of those services to those communities? Then, just moving on. Oh, so slide 24, and, you know, this electronic monitoring and evaluation system. What is there a mechanism within the system that prevents the system from just being a tick box exercise? Because from what I understand it to be, it's that, you know, reports are uploaded, yet, and so if reports are uploaded, you know, how, and attendance registers, for example, are uploaded, and things like that, how is the department then ensuring that the work has in fact been done, and it's not just the report, and also how does the department ensure the quality of what has been done is sufficient, and that it's not just rendered, oh, I need to submit a report and therefore I'm submitting a report to the system. Okay, I think the ADG spoke to the ECD matter, so I won't go there. But the one thing I just would like to say on the ECD matter. So during COVID, ECDs were closed, and many children did not return immediately, you know, when the courts opened up ECDs back, and some of them have returned much later, and, you know, some ECDs just never opened at all. So how, you know, accurate and true reflection of this 1.4 million children who are accessing ECD services, how, maybe I'm asking wrong, is it not perhaps misleading this 1.4 children, because they're not necessarily new children that have been accessing? And if we compare the numbers maybe to pre-COVID, has the department factored this in when they are reporting on the ECD numbers? And, you know, maybe it's then a question that DBE will have to answer, but it's just an observation, you know, Chairperson. And then on slide 41, the Sino-Vio Parenting Digital Program. I would just like confirmation, is this the same program that UNICEF is running, the Sino-Vio Caring Families for Parents and Teens? Because I've gone through the guidebook, and it's a very, you know, educational, and it's a great handbook. And, you know, we've often seen that online and digital doesn't necessarily reach everybody, because not everybody has access to smart devices and data and internet. Yet UNICEF has this guidebook that can be printed and given to parents and workshopped with parents in schools and so forth. So I just would like to know, is it the same program? And if it is, why are we doing it digitally when we know the reach is limited, instead of doing the guidebook the way UNICEF has done it? Then, Chairperson, most of the targets, well, not most of the budgets have been spent. It's 99% for many of the programs, yet not all targets have been achieved. So for example, program 4 only achieved 85%, but Chairperson, can you hear me? I got disconnected there.
No, I heard you when you say 99 has been used, but program 4 hasn't used all of, hasn't reached their target.
And that's the same for all the other programs. So then the question becomes, if majority of your budget spent, yet some of the targets must still be reached, how does the department envision getting to 100% if they don't have the money to do that? And, also we saw that millions were shifted from many of the programs for this telecom line and to buy the laptops. And, 32 million was, taken from welfare services for this. Why not shift it from the household budget, where there was an underspending of, I think it's 1.8 billion? Why did we take from social welfare programs for this telecom line and to buy laptops? Why not take it from in-house where there was an underspending? And then just lastly, Chairperson, I think I've been blue in the face, or like a stuck record, when I ask about this filling of the DG post, and similarly with the DDG for social welfare post, and it's come up now again with the AG. So I'm asking again, how far are we with filling of our DG post and of our senior manager posts, because it's really having an impact as highlighted by the AG. So thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Can I continue, Chair? Hello. Can I go ahead, Chair? Is the Chair? Yeah, yes.
Go ahead. I was just reminding honorable members that I said at least this 35-40 minutes must allow us to ask questions.
Chairperson,
my hand is also up. I just wanted you to note that, please.
And also Honorable Mhlongo, your hand is up. Can we just make it snappy on this?
Chairperson.
Yes, your hand is also up.
I can hear that you're not counting me. Yes.
Okay.
Long ago.
Okay, fine. Thank you for in fact for telling me. Otherwise, I didn't see your hand here in the gadget. Over to you, Bridget.
Thank you, Chair.
Followed by Honorable Mhlongo and Honorable, who's this? Honorable Bilangulu and Lizelle.
Me.
And Fikwe, Chair.
Andy?
Fikwe.
Oh, okay. It's fine. Let's go.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think, Chair, I will just ask the 3 questions of clarity, because I think I'll benefit from the responses to the questions my colleagues have asked. There was a presentation that was made where in 2 instances, the first one being where it was said that there was a misalignment in a certain project. I'm trying to find it in the slides, but the misalignment was that in the APP it said that the project would be finished in 1 year, and then in the contract that was signed with the service provider, it was going to be finished in 2 years. I would like to know what actually that means. Does that mean that because the contract was signed for 2 years, even if that project was finished, it wouldn't be presented because that's what the project is saying? I just don't understand that misalignment issue at all. If I could please be helped with some clarity there. And then the second clarity question, Chair, has to do with, I believe, the M&E of the department. The presentation said that it is a 3-year process to actually get this M&E up and running, and it was said that it started last year. I do not believe that is true, because I remember very clearly when the minister, when we had a meeting with the minister, she was very almost very firm on the fact that the department needs a monitoring and evaluation system, because we have none as we speak, and that is actually criminal in some places. So I don't believe that that is true, but I can be reminded if I am missing anything. The other questions that I have for specific entities, and I will, as a result, ask them at that point. But thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Masango, Honorable Mhlongo, followed by Honorable Kate. And Lizelle, you did get your chance, did you?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair. And greetings to honorable members, and let me also welcome Honorable Matsidis. I can't pronounce the surname. Chair, I've got a few questions, as you said that time is not on our side, Chair. So I'll just go straight to my questions. On professional social services, I'd like to know what has been some of the main inhibitors of progress in the process of the Older Persons Amendment Bill. Have there been any stakeholder issues that the Parliament should be considering in that regard? And also, given the additional funding received from the National Treasury for the absorption of the additional 200 social workers and 30 social worker supervisors for 12 months, is there a plan by the department to see to it that the contract arrangement may be made longer or permanent? This as part of the department's contribution to the triple challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. On Victim Empowerment Program, Chair, what is the current status of the Victim Support Services Bill following the feedback from the Office of the Chief State Law Advisors? Are there any foreseen limitations with regard to the finalization of this bill by 2024? And lastly, on population and development, is the department able to provide a plan of training for the remainder of the municipalities on the integrating of migration issues in the IDP? Have there been any notable challenges regarding the training in other municipalities? Thanks, Chair.
Mhlongo, thank you. Honorable Kate, you know, honorable members, I'm trying my level best to be very flexible for us to get just deep in asking the questions to the department, so that we don't see ourselves as if we are pushing and rushing the reports. I'm trying to do that. So can we give over to Kate, followed by Mfikwa and Lizelle at the end?
Thank you very much, Honorable Bilankulu.
Honorable Kate.
Honorable Bilankulu speaking, not Honorable Kate.
Honorable Kate Bilankulu. Okay.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, on the issue of fruitless and wasteful expenditure, they reported that there is non-compliance of PFMA and the supply chain management are not following the processes. Is it one official who's doing this, or it's a number of officials? I think that issue that has been raised before, the issue of naming and shaming, need to be taken care of. We want to know about these people. Are they doing it deliberately or what? Maybe they're the ones that are benefiting out of this. When they do this, they know what they're going to get at the end of the day. There is this program of Know Your Status campaign because of the non-compliance of the NPOs. Why the department took so long in implementing the issue of the registration of the NPOs that are non-compliant? I think the other issue which is so challenging, Chairperson, is the issue of services with persons with disabilities, where the department is not achieving the targets. On the issue of service delivery improvement plan, what intervention is the department making to ensure that the customer service desk works optimally, given that the expected turnaround time of complaint in 2 or 3 days, but is currently at 7 days? What is the main limitation attained the desired outcome in this regard? Under information management system and technology, what evidence can the department provide with regards to ensuring that the SDISCMS will be rolled out by June 2023? Will the rollout be in stages? Under social security policy development, what are the circumstances that lead to the revision of the green paper on comprehensive social security? Are there any additional expected limitations to the processing of this policy? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Bilankulu. Honorable Mfikwa.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Greetings to the Minister and officials and honorable members once again. Just a few clarity-seeking questions, Chair. On irregular and wasteful and fruitless expenditure, I've been covered by most of the honorable members that spoke. My one question would be, there was a line that was speaking about a decision taken that those who are found to have contributed to the wasteful expenditure will be requested to, the funds would be requested to, would be recovered from them. There's no indication as to whether those funds have been or what is the process of recovering those funds. I had also assumed, Chair, that the Auditor General would have engaged with the department before they made the presentation to us, and the department would have put together a slide in the report responding to the issues that were flagged by the Auditor General. If it's not happening, can I request, suggest, Chair, that it happens going forward so that we get a sense that the department does respond to some of the issues that the Auditor General's office would present to the committee. My particular interest would be on two issues that they raised, the Auditor General had raised, that I expected or assumed the department would respond to. The issues of the vacancy of managers in the department, vacancies of managers in the department. There was no response to that. The department did not even speak about that, including targets that were failed. And my issue was on the ECD, the audit on access to services for ECDs. For me, that is important, that we need to know what services, and if there's no, the target is not reached, and because there is no system, I think the committee must flag it so that the department can work on it. Thanks, Chair. The other issues have been covered by other honorable members. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Venerable Mfikwa, and Honorable Lizelle. You are the
Thank you,
last one.
Chair. Thank you. I will try to be brief. Firstly, thank you very much for the presentation, and I would like to align myself to my colleagues and all the issues that they've raised. And I'm grateful that we will be prioritizing a report on financial misconduct, implications, investigations, and any steps taken, if any. I would like to ask DSD the same question that I asked the AG. How many of the recommendations that you were issued last year by the AG did you take on board? In other words, how many of those recommendations did you implement? How many did you not implement? And with regard to those that you didn't implement, why were they not implemented? On the same point now, you say in this presentation that you've developed an action plan to address the recommendations of the AG. Now, I remember that very same line in the same report you gave us last year. So I would like to know what will be different now. In other words, you know, what will be different in terms of implementing the AG's recommendations. Again, I would like to know going forward, what will be done to foster a greater culture of consequence management? Because quite frankly, every year we get, it's almost a sense of deja vu. We come back, we hear exactly the same issues being flagged. We hear of fruitless and wasteful expenditure, of zero consequences for officials, of no monies being returned. And as my colleagues have said, this is not just money. It's firstly, it's taxpayer money, but not only that, it is money that stands between life and death for many of our vulnerable citizens. So really, I do not understand this madness, if I can call it that, of us acting as if everything is normal when people get away with wasting money or not being held to account for monies that are essentially standing between life and death for many vulnerable South Africans. Then again, on the issues of, my colleagues have canvassed this point, but on the issue of vacancies, the AG says there's a 36% vacancy rate at manager level. Now, in a time with such high levels of unemployment, I do not understand why it would take more than 12 months to fill these vacancies. Now, last time when we talked about this issue, we were given timeframes to fill these vacancies. Why were these timeframes not met? And can we get timeframes now that will be, that will be implemented in terms of filling these vacancies, because it affects service delivery. And we've been calling the ADG for as long as we've known him. So, will we be finishing this term still calling him ADG? And also maybe an indication as to why the ADG's position is not being filled, or he's not being recommended for a full-time or permanent position. I think most people have spoken to the issues of NPOs and the struggles there. The AG says that with regards to the tracking your achievements with regards to the ECD services, they could not do that because you couldn't give them the required documentation. And then when we canvassed this point with them, they did admit that this possibly means that, with your other programs, there might also be shortcomings. In other words, that what you tell us on paper, which is something that we always raise with the department, that when you talk to us about your efforts in fighting GBV, substance abuse, that it's issues, it's progress on paper, but what we experience in our communities are something different. And I don't have a solution on how we fix this. The AG did say we should speak to internal audit and ask for supporting documents in order to see that there's real progress being made in some of these programs, like your gangsterism, anti-gangsterism programs. But I think we would need to look closer in this regard. The AG said that state officials were receiving income or contracts from DSD. I want to know how many people are implicated here. In other words, how many state officials are getting an income, people that are not employed by DSD, how many of those are receiving this, and how does that happen, considering that there should be checks and balances in place to ensure that state officials do not do business with the state. And then I want to ask lastly on the issues, we can still ask SASSA about this as well, but the Department of Social Development has got a responsibility to oversee its entities. And now, again, today, the AG tells us that SASSA is paying people grants that are not eligible for those grants. They are raising serious issues with regards to fraud at SASSA. And I would like to know from the Department of Social Development, are you going to be oversighting SASSA to ensure that the databases that they are using are fit for purpose so that they pay the right people? And what will you be doing that body that is in charge to oversight SASSA, what will you be doing with regards to this ongoing concern of deepening levels of fraud at SASSA? And I will leave it at that for now. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Lizel. Can we give over to the department? Honorable members, you know the problem with us is to like to put preambles. And that thing of putting preambles rather than to put questions is delaying us. I opened by saying, even if we finish at 7, even if we are 3 or 4, we'll continue with this meeting. I want to make a justice. I don't want to do push and rush to the meetings, so as to do the oversight. Can we then, now the time is 25, it's 22:02. It means we'll have to give the department to answer until, yeah, let's go. Over to you, department. I think you have noted most of the questions.
Yeah, no, thanks very much, Honorable Chair, and to all the members for the questions that have been posed, including the suggestions. We'll be as quick as possible in responding and really try to cover all the main aspects. I would like Brenda to go first on the green paper. Immediately after Brenda, Kubola will go on the ICT matters, as well as the issues related to legislation. And thereafter, Masita will come in on M&E, and then we'll guide as we go forward. Brenda?
Thank you very much, Chairperson and members, for the questions. I'll deal primarily with the green paper question around what led to the revision. The green paper that we published made some recommendations, specifically around the introduction of mandatory contributions for pension and for disability and death benefits. And there was quite a bit of controversy and misunderstanding of that proposal particularly, and the recommendation for a national social security fund. And the way in which the response and the questions were arising to the department around this proposal seems to suggest to us that people do not understand what we are proposing. There seems to be an expectation that government was going to introduce a new text very, very soon. And if the paper was not understood to be a discussion paper, but more like a more final policy proposal of government. So in order to clarify those things and to more clearly unpack and explain what the motivation was for some of those proposals and what problems are being addressed in terms of those proposals that were being made, and also to further unpack the relationship between mandatory contributions and taxes, we thought that it's important to withdraw the paper. And therefore, we did that in order to correct some of those things. Whether there will be future challenges, I think it's important to be upfront here and say that the proposals that are being made there will not be popular to everybody. They will be challenging proposals because they require people who would ordinarily prefer to spend all of their money now to now save it in a mandatory thing for them to be able to be provided for in the future. So naturally, people will be myopic and say, when I have money now, I want to spend it now. And the proposal we're making is in a way saying people must save for their future and not spend all their money now in the expectation that when they grow older, government will take care of them. So I expect that there will be some fallout in that. And also the proposal for a national social security fund, of course, will have an impact on the current structure of pension provision in the country. So we think that even that will not be a very easy to get through. So there will still be a fair amount of discomfort, and there will be a need for a lot of conversation and persuasion and showing the benefits of these proposals in order for them to be supported. And also, of course, there will be a need for a lot of political support from across the country, political not only from the politicians, but also from society as a whole, to understand the importance of creating and addressing some of these gaps in the social security system. Thanks.
Yeah, just to highlight, Brenda, it's important to highlight that these are proposals. These are proposals that members of the public must pronounce themselves on. So even though some of the issues may not be well received as such, they are proposals, and the public and all sectors of society will be given opportunities to engage and further embed on those matters. I thought it's important that we highlight that. Kumbula?
Thank you very much, DG and Chairperson. Well, the question about the misalignment, what we were actually saying here is that in terms of our APP, the alternative care management system was supposed to be developed and finalized within a period of 12 months. But of course, through our engagement with the service provider, it became very apparent that this is not realizable. It could not be done within that short space of time. Of course, there were quite a number of other considerations in that process of engagement with the service provider. So the service provider therefore had to finalize the alternative care management system within a period of 24 months, which basically is the misalignment that we were bringing to the attention of the meeting. So, but by and large, our work is not compromised in the sense, as I said earlier, that the system itself has been developed. It is going to be completed by the end of March 2023. So we have missed our deadline by a few months, but the variance is not too huge. So by March, as I said, this process is going to be finished. Now, on the legislation, the Older Persons Bill is currently before Parliament. And of course, we are awaiting the parliamentary processes to actually conclude this work. So I can't comment more on the parliamentary processes. We are guided by what Parliament advises us. The other bills, of course, there are quite a number of dependencies, and those include lies in which the cabinet, as well as consultations, and of course taking those processes for consultations in Parliament. So those would be things that could impact on those processes. But if the question was, well, I didn't quite get the gist of what you seek to understand as the problem, but my sense is that you want to understand what could actually impact on the finalization of the process. So those are the dependencies that I can talk to.
No, thanks, Kubura. I think we can unpack that a little bit more for the Honorable General. Can I ask Masita to go immediately after Masita? I'm going to ask Jacques to come in on the question on the NPO, on the training for municipalities. Immediately after Jacques, I'm going to ask Fanny to come in. So it's Masite, Fanny, Isabella. Masite, Jacques, Fanny, Isabella.
Thank you, DG. There were two questions asked around the electronic MID system. I think I want to start by indicating that the department has always had monitoring mechanisms, and what is currently happening is to develop the electronic M&E system. And the intention really is to enable the routine collection of the service delivery and performance information at both province as well as district level. And we see that this will improve the management of data. And at the same time, because when the information is available in an electronic format, it allows for timely decision making because it becomes automated as well as standardized. And this will result also in a centralized database in terms of the different indicators that are included as part of the electronic MLE system. What I also want to clarify is the process itself in terms of the development, because as a sector, we had to take a step back and say, before we move into the actual development, we need to confirm the uniformity of the MLE frameworks, the theories of change, the outputs, outcomes, the indicators, even the technical indicator descriptions, so that what goes into the system is standard across all the provincial departments. But what we also had to do was to look at what is currently available at different provinces as well as districts in terms of the various systems, so that we do not go and duplicate what currently exists, and we can learn from what is working if there is in different provinces as well as districts. We also had to complete what is called the business as well as functional requirements, so that we get a broader sector understanding of what must go into this particular MLE system, so that at the end of the day, we do not experience situations where the system is developed, but it's not fully utilized because not all users were consulted when the system was developed. So at this point, the system has been developed and it is deployed into the DSD platform, and we are preparing for the pilot. So as it is, before the end of October, it will be piloted in 3 provinces, which is the KZN, Gauteng, as well as the Eastern Cape. And we foresee that in terms of the project plan, once the pilot is complete, the lessons from the pilot will then be implemented as part of improving, or the findings of the pilot will help us towards finalizing this system by the end of the current financial year. Then it gets to be implemented in the new financial year. Thank you.
Thank you, DJ. I assume I can go. Thank you, Honourable Chair. Just in response to Honourable Flongo's question, as I briefly indicated when I was speaking earlier, our initial implementation plan targeted municipalities province by province. We have to date reached more than half of the municipalities in 6 of the provinces. In Gauteng, we've reached all the municipalities. So in terms of the new model, we are, in order to catch up the backlog and meet the target for this year as well as next year, we've taken the approach of mixing provinces as well as doing sessions virtually for municipalities that have access to virtual. So what is planned for the remainder of this financial year are 7 sessions. Some will be physical for the municipalities that have difficulty with connectivity. Others will be virtual. I think also, so that would be 13 municipalities per session. The one thing to add is, in the province by province approach, we had not targeted Northern Cape, Eastern Cape, and KwaZulu-Natal yet, and particularly KZN, but also the other 2 that I've mentioned have quite large numbers of municipalities, which means that when we get into those provinces, one will obviously have a quick uptick of numbers. So at this stage, we are confident that the new model will enable us to catch up so that we reach this year's target, as well as then obviously next year do the last 33% of municipalities that by then would not have been reached yet. We'll obviously do an assessment at the end of the current financial year of the geographical spread of those that have not been reached yet, in order to work out the distribution of where the sessions will be to optimally target them. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Let me start off by some of the questions raised in terms of the financials. So the irregular expenditure increased from 3 million to 14 million in the 21-22 financial year. As I mentioned earlier, is that some of that relates to non-compliance of supply chain processes. Now, of the 14 million, 9 million relates to when we procure tools of trade for DSD officials during the COVID period. Now, the issue that we had is that, remember, we are forced by law to procure tools of trade via the SETA contract. Now, we had the issue that the SETA contract terminated, and then there was a temporary contract issued by SETA. In this period, we were trying to do this. And when we appointed the service provider via the SETA contract, the contract for 3 months have expired. The AG found that this is non-compliant because we awarded the contract for which didn't exist. So that was what we get hammered for in terms of this, but we were forced to buy laptops. We bought something like 270 laptops, and the cost was almost 10 million. So again, the goods were delivered. There was no loss to government, and it will take its course in terms of the loss control committee to investigate and then determine whether officials are found wanting or found guilty. If not, then we will go the National Treasury route for the condonment of this. For the others, the AG also raised issues about high pricing in terms of possible areas that we bought goods and services for which they feel it's higher than normal market-related prices. Then in terms of what we did for this is that we already contacted State Security Agency. They are busy with investigations, and it will end up being all supply chain officials will be vetted as top secret in terms of this. Which will result in doing then a polygraph test. We've run a parallel process, also looking for service providers to do a forensic investigation. There were 5 or 7 cases, which amounted to 1.5 million in that area. So this service provider will be appointed within the next week. The time frames that we give is 3 to 5 months to complete this. But obviously, the outcome of that will determine whether it's be one official or many officials that will be found guilty or not guilty, and it will take its normal course in terms of either referring this to SIU, State Security Agency, or for criminal prosecution in terms of that. So the outcome of that will determine what consequence management will follow. But in terms of all regular expenditures, goods were delivered to the department. There was no loss. But as I said, some of these things will take longer. In terms of the social assistance, on that specific slide, we talk about the APP targets, the amounts for February and March, 29 million for each of those 2 months. That is because we were bound by National Treasury in terms of when the funding was made available. Remember, we got the funding in 26 billion only in November, but we had to wait for this additional funding to be tabled to Cabinet, and the funding was only made available to us in February, and we were able to draw that. But if you look at our expenditures for our social assistance, we've actually started spending since April, that we've presented as well. That you can see an increase in Q3 and Q4. So we ran in terms of, if you can call it, the bank overdraft for those periods until the money became available. The underspend on slide 64, in terms of the transfers and subsidies, that money relates to households. That is the underspending that we currently have on our social assistance grants that we've explained on underspending on program 2. Most of the other transfer payments was actually paid by the end of March. The liabilities, the 15 billion matter, that is because in 1920 we had to pay our social grants in a prior financial year for which we didn't have funding for.
And that resulted that we overspent our budget, which in actual fact, in terms of PFMA, is unauthorized expenditure. So Treasury gave us the go-ahead in terms of this, that we do, they granted us an overdraft for that period on the 30th of March to pay all social grants that was only eligible on the 1st of April for the next financial year. However, the process to correct this is with National Treasury. They will do the necessary regulation in Parliament and Cabinet to ensure that our 15 billion is corrected as an over expenditure. We are also awaiting that outcome. In terms of the shifting of budgets, I take note that we shifted funds from all the various programs to cater for our overspending on the program 1 for the telecom issue. However, if we look at the PFMA regulation section 43, we are need to comply with those regulations. We cannot use unspent funds under households to defray expenditure in other areas. That requires a National Treasury approval. And by end of March, we were too late to do that. But in terms of the law, the guidelines are clear. So the only way that we could defray any over expenditures in our main programs was to shift between what the various line functions had as a saving on the goods and services to shift within that specific economic classification. We're not allowed to touch anything else in terms of households, capital, or COE in terms of this. So we are bound by the National Treasury PFMA. In terms of the wasteful and fruitless expenditure, our opening balance that we had April 2021 was about 2 million that we had recorded as our wasteful and fruitless expenditure. End of March 2022, we have recovered 1 million of that already, and we've reported now it's now sitting at 430,000. So we have recovered a significant amount of this fruitless and wasteful expenditures in the past 18 months. Then our audit action plan, yes, we take what Honorable is saying. We will do something different. We've come up with, as Audit Steercom, high-level strategic interventions that we will implement. We've looked at short, medium, and long-term implementation dates in terms of this. We want to shorten the period of resolving our audit findings in terms of what we had for this financial year. So we've come up with a stricter audit implementation action plan for 21-22, and we will have regular meetings as a department in terms of this to ensure that this is done. But we are very strict in terms of the time frames, the responsibilities, and we also do monitor the implementation of this. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Fanny. Let's go to Isabella and then Kenny very quickly.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. The first issue that I'm going to respond to is the concern about the targets that have not been reached, by the social welfare services. And if we go back and reflect, the social welfare services had 23 targets, and the 3 that has not been met are basically on bills. Those that are within the control of the department have been met. And I've indicated initially that it's because of the turnaround from the depending units or depending departments. Like, for example, Oxla, sometimes when they respond, they would have some other issues that they have raised that we really need to attend to. That in itself, it delayed the process of us, finalizing, the bills on time. But those that are service delivery and those that are linked to service delivery and the department itself have been achieved. And maybe linked to that, the question that was raised or the concern that was raised in terms of our reports on paper being very good, and in real life, there are problems. We acknowledge and we know that our interventions not always will respond, to what is happening on the ground immediately. But it takes time, for our interventions, to be able, to be seen, the impact of our interventions. However, having said that, we agree that it is important for us, to improve or strengthen impact assessment, just to check if our policies and our legislation and our interventions are really making an impact in the lives or differences in the lives of the people on the ground. It's something that as the department, we need to work on. Now, in terms of the 74,000 interaction on GBV command center, I must indicate that only 40% of the cases are GBV. Others, they relate to different areas, your legal advice, food security, your home affairs issues is different issues because people, they find maybe their line being accessible. So we make referrals in that matter, in that instance, to ensure that those issues are being referred to the relevant departments. Now, coming to the issue of Sinovu, your digital parenting program. Yes, honorable member, I agree that this program that we are talking about is partnership between the Department of Social Development and UNICEF, and we are co-funding the program. And initially, it was a physical, in-person interaction. And the only change happened immediately during COVID-19 because there were limited movement and gatherings, and we wanted, this program to reach, to parents and teenagers and teens, more so in those times of need. And we are intending to ensure that it continues to be hybrid because we want a wide reach in that regard. Yeah, I think I have responded to the questions that have been raised.
Oh, yes. Thanks. Kenny, you can come in. And then immediately after Kenny, we will take Peter. There's a lot of questions on NPO, Peter. You're coming after Kenny. Thanks.
Thank you, DG. I'm responding to the two questions related to the policy on services to persons with disabilities. As reported earlier, the policy was not achieved for submission to Cabinet for approval for public comments, which will happen next week. We needed to be thorough and meticulous on this policy to avoid back and forth, and we were successful at TWG and the Cabinet cluster in terms of its technical robustness. Buying in from the role players and the executive was imperative, where gaps were identified in terms of the content, formatting, and responsiveness to the needs, as well as the programs. The policy also needed to be peer-reviewed and aligned to all the relevant policies, strategies, and the assessment that was conducted. While we are still waiting for the approval of this policy, services are, however, provided using the existing policy, which is under review, the white paper on the rights of persons with disabilities, the guidelines, and other international obligations. Thank you.
Thanks. Peter?
Thank you very much, DG and honorable members, ministers. I'm going to provide, there were a lot of questions, not so many, but I will group them so that we are able to proceed quicker on with regard to NPOs and especially compliance and monitoring. But let me firstly, honorable members, take you into the following areas. When we talk about compliance, and I think even in the report, sometimes maybe it can be confusing. Compliance meaning that we as the Department of Social Development, we register NPO in terms of the NPO Act 71 of 1997. And for that matter, we keep a database of all NPOs in the country, not necessarily social services NPOs, but everyone. We have got 256,212 NPO registers on the database as of March 31st, 2022. And of those, 148,000 were not compliant. The majority of those are in social services. We've got 92,377 NPO registered, and 54,000 of those are not compliant. But we are not funding. The 30,964 are compliant. We are not funding close to 30,000. We're funding only between 17 and 19,000 of those. The others that we are registering, 35,000 is development and housing, education and research, environment, health. So there are so many, we are talking about that. So in terms of section 21.1, subsection A, it says that any NPOs that doesn't comply to the NPO Act, compliance is in terms of section 17 of the NPO Act and section 18. That says that an NPO will keep records of the activities and they will report back to the director of NPO register at national on an annual basis. Failure to report here, you are supposed to be given a letter to say you are not compliant to the Act. Funded or not funded, you need to comply to the Act. And you are given 30 days to respond. If not, we are supposed to deregister you. However, some few years, we put a moratorium on those based on the capacity that we have, that we need to register. So the process that we have gone through is that we need to then notify NPOs from, I think, from the beginning of April. We've been having a program called Know Your Status campaign, that we say, if you don't comply, we're going to register. We'll set a date where we are going to delete. There are 56,000 NPO that are absolute. They have never reported since they were registered in the system. About 56,000. Those are the initial ones that we will immediately delete them from the system. But there are others that they are missing some reports, some of them have reported. So that is the first thing that we're doing in terms of ensuring that registration, the legal status that you get to become an NPO, you are accountable, you are responsible, and you need to respond back. That is in terms of the NPO Act. In provinces and national, we fund NPOs to render social services, welfare, community development, the majority of them that are in the welfare area. Those NPOs that we fund, we advertise on the system, and you might have seen some advert that they get adjudicated and then awarded, and then they are funded. But what we have found, which is a problem, is that once you award and you do first tranche, the NPO do not come back to report. They are supposed to report on a quarterly basis before a tranche money is given to the NPO. We need to have a report. What have you done? The approach that we are using in terms of the monitoring those NPOs, we use social workers, auxiliary social workers, CYCC, CDPs on the ground to visit the NPOs. Each NPO, before is funded, is supposed to be visited for due diligence so that the board is there, they've got a structure. Some, in terms of the law, you're supposed to get reports from the environmental, from the local government, except municipalities, etc., etc. And those are visited, but they must comply. Comply meaning every quarter they must tell us if, for example, in their contract they sign that they will be able to service so many people. They must report back, this is how much they have seen and this is how much they have spent. In the absence of those reports, the reports are not sent. So it's not just funding. And we have been visiting provinces, asking them in terms of what are the challenges. And the challenges is in relation to NPOs that are not responding. It's not a lot of those, but few of those are not responding, which means that you won't transfer the next tranche if you didn't comply to the first one. So nationally, we also look at what are the challenges and to assist them. In the policy that we have developed, we also develop a guideline to assist provinces. We are now in the process of finalizing the development of an NPO payment system. But it won't just be automatic that now you are funded, we just send the money. That will be irregular. You need first, we will do due diligence, then every quarter you must come up with a report. In the absence of the report, you won't transfer the money. Else the AG that was talking to us there will find us not compliant to the rules. And this is what we are talking about. So there's two compliances. Before they are funded, they are also checked whether are you really duly registered? Are you compliant in terms of NPO Act? Yes. Then, therefore, in terms of us going forth, we are assisting provinces. We have got a frequent meeting with provinces, and I think they're happy that we have developed a system that will make sure that the NPOs are reporting. Then we are saying, going forth, we will deregister non-compliant NPOs from the system. It will go back once we start deregistering, you will see that we will have less than 200 NPOs that are on the database. That means such an NPO, if it's deregistered, it will not practice because it will be prohibited to practice because they are not registered. But we won't just go blindly and register because we understand they are doing a lot of work, especially NPOs were up in arms. You might have seen in the NPO bill that took too long. The issues that are there, they were raising a lot of issues, especially the majority of these NPOs from the religious sector, housing and development, culture and recreation. They were up in arms, and the other ones, they are dealing with issues of international law advocates and politics. They were up in arms that you can't just implement this or you can't just amend this section because it will affect us based on that. So that is what the department is doing to ensure that we adhere to the prescripts in the PFMA special section 38 1J that says before you transfer any funds, that entity must be compliant and you must be comfortable that they are a viable NPO. Thank you very much, teacher.
Thanks a lot, Peter. Now let me try and wrap up, Honorable Chair, and let me deal with a few very pertinent matters and some questions perhaps not answered. Fanny has dealt with the issue of why the increase in irregular expenditure. It's important to highlight that there is no loss to the department. The services were rendered. It was a process issue, particularly in terms of laptops and so on and so forth. So the issue around price fixing or exorbitant prices, the forensic investigation that we are undertaking is going to reveal and assist us in that regard. But we have, as a practice, determined that we will make sure that we test the various quotations that come in with the Treasury to determine whether indeed that the prices that service providers are giving us are prices that are in line with what the Treasury has prescribed in terms of what do you call it again? In terms of the CSD standards, I suppose it is, on various products, because there is some products that have been given by Treasury to highlight those specific issues. Now, are we concerned, and is the department financially viable? We're not concerned. The department is financially viable. I would have loved the AG to highlight, and he highlighted the reasons in terms of the 15 billion rands that he mentioned. What I would have loved to see is a clear explanation of the discussion that we had with the AG it was a few months ago, just before they finalized the audit. Because if that was an issue, we would have been found wanting and we would have been qualified. But we were not qualified. And this is the reason. We were instructed to pay grants at the end of the financial year and use money from the next financial year. This is not a matter that was, this is not the fault of the department. We did what we were supposed to do. The AG should have indicated, in the same way in which we had a conversation with him earlier this year, that this is an accounting entry that must be rectified in consultation with Treasury. So it's not a matter that is what do you call, perpetuated by the department or done for a wrongdoing by the department. It is an accounting what do you call it, entry that has to be rectified and corrected with the Treasury. We provided all the evidence in this regard that at every step of the way we engaged directly with the Treasury. And if indeed this was an issue, we would have been found wanting, but we were not, because we had discussions with the Treasury. This is one of the issues that was raised. So this is a matter that requires an accounting entry by the Treasury so that the AG is satisfied. We've done what we needed to do on our end in this regard. And if there's anything else that is required for us to do, I think the AG would have notified us, wouldn't be able to act. Exactly. When the 15 billion was, they were unqualified with no findings. In fact, we had a clean audit at the time. So, so that's the one issue I wanted to point out. There were some questions around grants. I'm not going to attempt to answer those. Safe to say that we've shifted. We are now paying 7.5 billion beneficiaries for the 350 grants, and we are slowly moving towards our target of 10.23 million, Brenda? 10.3, 10.4, 10.5 million. So we're moving towards that, and SASSA will deal with the disciplinary cases in that regard when they come on a little later. And of course, there was an eligibility criteria issue, but they'll deal with that as well. On substance abuse, I just need to highlight that the CDA is an independent body in terms of the Act. However, they do report to the Minister. They submit an annual report in the same way in which you do, and they have recently now as well tabled their annual report. The committee is indeed at liberty to request for them to come and report. In fact, just yesterday, I had a conversation, I had a meeting with them at the Technical Implementation Forum, and we raised a number of issues that we would like to see the CDA moving on, given the concerns that we face in the country at the moment. I must say that they're doing a good job. They continue to do a good job. There are some challenges in terms of provinces and municipalities, and I will, I'll speak a little bit to that a little bit later if time allows. But essentially, these are reports we can bring forward. Now, there's an important issue that was raised by one of the members in terms of saying, yes, the performance tells a story, the AG's report tells a story, but what is felt on the ground is also what tells the story. I completely agree. And this is very important. And that's why I'm happy at the fact that the AG is starting to look at the impact of the targets, and looking at the impact of those in terms of service delivery. I think that's useful. And the one thing that I think would help us in this regard is perhaps the portfolio committee bringing the provinces into some of these sessions, into portfolio committee meetings, because we have concurrent functions with provinces. And some of the targets that we put on there are actually dependencies on provinces. We try our utmost to hold them to account. And I think it will be very useful that when we deal with specific issues, we then bring the same way we did, I think, with foster care. We're able to bring provinces and they were able to take the committee into confidence, on a range of matters. And I think that's a useful approach to try and address some of the challenges that we face. And yes, we will raise the issues with provinces. We're meeting them next week. We will raise the concerns that have been raised with members. On the vacancy rate, it's not 28%, it's 8%. And our stats show that it's 8%, and we can rectify this together with the AG. And yes, I think the questions around the posts, they're at various stages within the pipeline. But I must say that the DG post has been advertised, it's undergoing its process. A panel has been put together towards closing that, I understand. And the other senior management posts, there's already a date set for those interviews to take place and so on and so forth, which is in the coming days. I just want to also indicate that we have received from the Treasury a serious budget reduction. I indicated the last time that over the MTF period, we were the second highest cut department in terms of COE after SAPS. And so we are now having to relook at how we prioritize the filling of posts, of course, with the key posts being the post that we will not be able to compromise on. So we're working that process, and I'm sure we'll be able to provide some progress in that regard in the coming weeks. I think then just on there's an important question that was raised. It was around, not all targets were met, but budgets were spent. I think it's important to highlight two things here. One, the majority of targets that were not met, like Kenny said, like who else was it? Jacques, and I think legislation, sorry, what you call your Isabella said, the majority of those targets that were not met were actually policy-related matters. And I think it's important to highlight that work was done, and yes, money was spent towards the achievement of these targets. So at the end of the year, you may not have all the targets met, but certainly work was done towards meeting those targets. And whatever finances were spent in between the year is justified. It's justified because the work was done leading towards those targets. And of course, we take them forward. But I must emphasize that the bulk of the targets that were not met are policy targets which relate to legislation in the main. So they're not necessarily targets that are on the ground, same for the population ones, but the bulk of them are really legislation targets in the main. Then maybe just, I think, three more. Yes, there is a plan to deal with the issue of social workers, and we've expressed that plan. Right now, the UNU that we've got, yes, it is a temporary solution for now, but there is a plan in place to ensure that that funding is spent accordingly. Then there was a question, I've dealt with the issue of vacancies. Now, the targets, ECD targets, I think Isabella explained that we met the ECD targets. It's not that in fact, we over-met the ECD targets. It was an issue, as I indicated at the beginning, where there was a change in auditees. The extent to which the Auditor General requested information was not the way in which it's been done a number of years ago, even though the TIDs were clear, I suppose, and the targets were exactly the same. But I think that it's something that we need to go a little bit deeper in with the Auditor General, and we've had these discussions. But in essence, the target was met and overachieved. It is the information flow that was not processed accordingly, or not given. Now, just two more. There was an issue around, this is deja vu, and so on and so forth. Look, I don't think that it's deja vu, and I don't think that there's an aspect of madness attached to this. I think that there are areas that are clear, that are repeat areas, and a lot of attention has been given to those. But as Fanny indicated, there is a series of cases where disciplinary action has already been taken. And I'll talk, to just a few steps. Monies have been recovered, a significant amount of money have been recovered. And I think when we report, we must be able to report in this fashion to the portfolio committee. So we take you into confidence in what has been done in that regard. But I want to really indicate that there is some work that is being done along the lines of consequence management. And indeed, we are also ensuring that we step up a little bit more in that regard. Then lastly, yes, the state officials doing business with the states, there were 3. 1 passed away. The 2 have been served with what we call Audi letters. Let me just outline a quick process here. Firstly, the entire disciplinary process takes time. You have to ensure that there's an investigation done, and those investigations take a while. Once the investigations are done, and this could take any amount of time, but we try and do it as quickly as possible. We try and do it within 90 days at least. This is what we strive for. But anything could happen whilst we put together the investigations and the recommendations that must be put forward. And of course, cases differ. It's important to highlight. The Audi letter, of course, we indicate that this is the intention to charge you with these specific cases. And then a hearing is put forward. And of course, the hearing can take a long time because, sometimes officials would say, no, they're medical cases and there's certificates that they bring. And sometimes you may have a challenge in terms of witnesses not coming timeously and not availing themselves and so on and so forth. So those dependencies are also a bit of a challenge. And then, of course, the hearing is put in place. Independent chairpersons are put up, and then recommendations and so on are put forward. So all of this takes a while, but we are adamant that we must get these processes underway. So I've instructed labor relations to ensure that they put more energy and push a lot quicker some of these cases that have been lagging behind so that we're able to derive the necessary consequence management to its end, and that we're able to send the message across. So, Chair, I thought let me just highlight those key issues. I hope I've dealt with the bulk of it, but in essence, I think that the guidance coming from committee members in terms of some of the proposals, at least that have come forward, are certainly welcome proposals, and we will continue to work with the AG. We do come on a regular basis to come and present progress in terms of the action plan that we put together, and again, I think you will see a little bit of a difference in some of the aspects moving forward, but we're chasing moving targets all the time. Ours is to make sure that we put in solid systems in place to catch any possible leakage in the system and any possible areas of fraud and corruption where it does appear. But the bulk of the cases, as you've seen, are certainly cases where, in terms of irregular expenditure, are cases where there's no loss to the organization. It's a process-related matter. And those are things that we must commit and have double committed to ensure that we clean up in the system, and so that we have a clean system moving forward. And we are committed, Honourable Chair, and Honourable Members, towards this end. And I think that when we come back again to come and talk to some of these matters, we will be specific in terms of these are areas we said we were committed to, taking into consideration the guidance from the committee as well as the Auditor General. And this is how far we are moving. I think that will help and certainly will go a long way. We're equally concerned about any funding that may be going astray or not adequately accounted for, but we do our best to try and make sure that the funds are spent accordingly. And I think that just by virtue of the fact that we are the biggest budget in government and we achieved the kind of audit that we did, attest to some of the measures that we've already put in place to try and take things forward. And we can only go better in trying to achieve, or rather in aspiring for clean audits. So, honourable members, I really want to thank you for the guidance and the inputs and indeed the questions that have been put forward. Oh, there was one more issue around the questions that have not been responded to. I think, and the beatable report that has not been processed, we did process it through to the secretary, and I think we can share another copy of the beatable annexure. We're happy to do that. But I think also in terms of outstanding questions, we think we've responded to the best of our ability. But if there are questions that have not been responded to, the secretary should certainly bring those through to us, and we'll accordingly be able to respond. We don't want to have any reports that we are not responding to questions. But thank you very much, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members. SASSA will deal with it.
Are you done?
Yes, Honourable Chair.
Thank you very much, DG. Can we then have a stretch break up until quarter to two?
On a point of order, Chair.
Yes.
Chair, if I just may ask, Chair, we asked the question, I've heard that the DG respond to say that any outstanding questions the secretary must send to them. I just want to say, Chair, that the issue around the systems, I want to highlight that question and expand on it, to ask that they give us a breakdown of how much was spent on systems particularly, regardless of emphasis in terms of project. Like you said, it's various stages of development. If we can get a round figure in this term, how much was spent on systems, Chair? And I am asking this, Chair, because this question was asked several times, even in the last year during the reporting. And then, Chair, I will be driving, so my connection may just be up and down, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Can we go to the break until quarter to three, and then we allow, and is it SASSA that follows? SASSA follows and make a presentation from quarter to three. Hello, honorable members. I'm saying let's have stretch break for 10 minutes. The time is 25 to 3 until 1:45, stretch break, then allow SASSA to present. Aris, your hand is up, and Sukers has already made a point in terms of asking the question that she has asked before, which I think the department will also provide the written answer on it. Aris.
Sorry, Chair, no, it's all in, that's fine.
Okay, break to 2:45. Just a stretch break. Oh, okay.
Recording stopped. to the areas that the AG spoke to in terms of what has been done and what it is that where we are in terms of many of those processes. What I thought was important also, Chair and honorable members, was also to highlight some of the issues that we have over the past year received as queries from the portfolio committee so that we can indicate as to what it is that we're doing to address some of those issues. In terms of the context, Chair and honorable members, the purpose of this presentation, again, is for us to present to the portfolio committee the performance in terms of the previous year, but we will also, in certain instances, be able to indicate how we're tracking on some of the issues, particularly those that have been raised by the AG that seemingly have not been attended to, just to indicate to the portfolio committee as to what has been done. As indicated, the CFO will then talk to the budget expenditure and also the audit outcomes. Can you go to the next one, Rapasha, for us to look at the contextual analysis? As we know, the key areas that we focus on in terms of our core business is to provide social assistance to eligible South Africans who are unable to support themselves. The framework that we work on and we operate under is for us to make sure that we deal with high levels of poverty and we look at the impact of disasters that we continue to be impacted on by and look at how we can support people that are being affected in that area. As we all know, the rate of unemployment in the country is sitting at 35%. And in the fourth quarter, this was the performance in terms of where we were in terms of unemployment. We indicated earlier on through the minister and through the DG, the issue of the unrest that that affected the country, particularly in KZN and in Gauteng. The issue of the electricity load shedding is impacting negatively in terms of our performance, especially with regards to service delivery, because in many instances when there's no electricity, we find that we can't serve the customers and the beneficiaries that we serve. As we all know, all our budgets have been cut, and yes, there are instances where we have received funding, for example, in terms of surplus funds, and it becomes a challenge for us to utilize those funds quick enough within the short space of time that we tend to be given by National Treasury for us to use that funding. But we are doing all we can to make sure that we can improve in terms of fast tracking those. We have, as indicated earlier on, a report in terms of the reporting period. We're placed under different alert levels from level 1 to 4 in terms of the historical area when we're dealing with a COVID. And as we know, ma'am and honorable members, is that even though COVID was not having the extreme impact that it had in terms of the health of people at the time of reporting, but we continue to experience some of the challenges that came with that. Despite all these challenges, we continued to implement our constitutional mandate. We continued to implement what we needed to do in terms of the COVID-19 special relief grant. I had earlier on the question asked by the honorable member Aris as to why we're now providing this funding to 7.5 million instead of the 10.5 million that we're providing the funding to previously. It's because of the improved environment where people are able to do some kind of work, but also the improvement in terms of some of the regulations that changed and have made us put more controls in terms of what we need to do in that regard. The number of social grants in payment have increased from 18.5 at the end of March last year to currently 18.677 at the end of March. And this has been at the cost of 247 billion, which represents a growth of 1.2% in terms of the growth in terms of the budget that we had in the previous year. In addition, an average of 10.2 million, which was what we provided in the previous year, not 10.5 million, 10.2 million. Chair, apologies for that. Were paid monthly, and ultimately, in terms of year-end, the number of customers and beneficiaries we're servicing, we're sitting at 28 million beneficiaries, which represents about 48% of the population in the country. These, Chair, are basically the different programs that we run in terms of Program 1 and Program 2. Program 1 is basically the support, and Program 2 is what is our core business, which is grants administration. Chair, I will then look at what the performance was in relation to year-end as we finish the year. So our annual performance was sitting at 73%, which was a decrease of 1% from the previous year. Yes, Chair, we are doing all we can to strive for us to improve and make sure that we achieve the 100% achievement, which is what we intend to as we go through doing what we're supposed to do. In total, 40 targets were planned, and of those 40 targets, on the administration side, it was actually, we achieved 73%, and on the grants administration side, we achieved 71%. Chair, what I will do is I will just highlight the summary in terms of that performance, and then I will ask Mayor Ramokuba for her to then run through where we are in terms of each one of them. But basically, Chair, in terms of the number of applications that we've received as an institution, that is in terms of our normal business, which is the grants that we do, it was 1.5 million applications, which were approved against 1.2 million targets that we had. And again, this Chair and members has to do with the need out there and the number of people that have been knocking on our doors, which is the process, the responsibility that we have to make sure that these are processed. 18.6 grants, 18.677, 339 grants were in payment, including grant in aid, and 18.838164 were also, which is what was our target. The interfaces, Chair, there was a number of issues that were raised with regards to the databases that we utilize, and members ask questions in terms of how do we ensure that the inclusion and the exclusion errors are actually improved. It's important, again, to indicate that we rely on other people that actually give us the data, and in some instances, the data we get is actually late. Currently, we have a challenge, for example, with the data with regards to UIF, whereby they don't have anybody that is putting the data in relation to providing us the support, which therefore means that we're going to have to deal with old data, and we'll have to see how to course correct down the line, because we need to deal with, do we pay people that are in the system and use old data to process, particularly with those people that we believe qualify, because now we've looked at additional information that we look at to see as to who qualifies, or do we end up not paying anybody? And we had to weigh the risks, Chair and honorable members, and we decided that we'll use, in terms of this year, the information that we have available whilst we await UIF to be able to update their systems and processes in terms of giving us that data. In terms of new grant applications, Chair and honorable members, we have been able to ensure that 98% in terms of the target on new grant applications against the target of 95% is actually being achieved. A critical question was also asked by members in terms of disability grants. It's important to indicate that we have reviewed our disability model for us to make sure that we can fast track delivery in terms of particularly areas where the number of persons with disabilities are increasing, to make sure that we provide that support. 98% of grants, of processes were, in terms of delivering the grants, were processed, and we achieved 98%, as different from the 90% target that we had as an institution. 94% disputes were resolved, as we know that there's now a new process in terms of resolving disputes, whereby instead of us responding on the disputes as an institution, now we're going from April, we'll be referring the disputes to DSD. In terms of payments, monitoring, there has been a number of questions that has been raised with regards to the issue of fraud that has been taking place, particularly with regards to the what you call the cards. It's very important to highlight the fact that even though we are the ones that are the custodian of ensuring that the grants are paid on time and they're paid to the right person all the time, we do have a supplier who actually is SAPO that has been providing support to us over the years. And I don't know if the members have seen that there's been in the past 3 to 6 months been a number of arrests that has been made, some of which were arrests of staff members in SAPO because of some of the challenges that we've experienced over the past in terms of the fraud that is taking place. I'm grateful to hear that the members have requested that we specifically come in future and report about what are the things that we've done for us to manage the issues of fraud and how are we tracking in relation to that. But it's very important to indicate that we've been working better with other law enforcement agencies to make sure that in instances where fraud actually takes place, that we can get to the bottom of what the issues are. We can go to the next one, Rapashi. Chair and honorable members, in terms of the administration program, it's critical to indicate, and that is in terms of all the other back office work that we do to support the grant business, is that in terms of us making sure that the APP for 22-23 is in place. This was finalized on time, and we submitted this to the minister, and we made sure, Chair and honorable members, that we provide our report on time to the portfolio committee in terms of making sure that in terms of just our contractual agreements on delivery of these institutions on time, we've done that. We are privileged to indicate that, again, we received an unqualified audit opinion for the year 2020-21, and that we continue to look at the issue of what it costs us to actually administer the business that we do. And we've now since improved from the cost of managing, because of the efficiencies that we've put in place. It now costs us to manage each grant process at 21.36 against a target of 37 rands for us to administer these. 100% of eligible suppliers were paid within 30 days, and 92% of financial misconduct cases were finalized within 120 days. This is one of the issues that was also raised, which came through as the AG did his report. We'll go into detail, Chair, later on when we talk also about all the issues that we've had to manage with regards to irregular and fruitless expenditure, and we'll do that detail in the end when we do our financial reporting. There are two key projects that we looked at, Chair, in terms of looking at what is the future that we anticipate in terms of how we're going to impact on the customers in future. And we did a lot of work in terms of looking at what is the current culture of the organization in terms of how we engage our customers, but also how do we engage our people as the leadership team of this organization. So we did a culture audit, and over and above that, looked at plans in terms of what it is that we need to put in place for us to look at a different culture for the future in terms of how we serve our people and how we serve our staff. Executive management were actually taken through audits where we audited not only the culture in terms of the overall culture, but also auditing how we lead as each and every individual leader, and we're all given support in terms of mentoring support so that we can ensure that we understand what gaps do we have as individuals and put plans in place on how we're going to close those gaps. We're now in a process where we're giving feedback to all our managers so that we can give them feedback in terms of where the gaps are so that we can deal with this. We continue to talk about the issue of databases. It's important to indicate, though, that when it comes to the matriculants, the databases are given all the time to NSFAS for them to provide financial assistance without having to take the beneficiaries through yet another big process of reviewing whether they qualify or don't qualify for a NSFAS support. The grant application solution was implemented in terms of us making sure that clients can also now apply online. Yes, this has come with a whole lot of challenges, but we're excited to see that not only are customers getting the hang of how to upload documents, but we've made major improvements to make sure that the system can work better. The online booking system for medical assessments has also been rolled out now to the overall country. We had started the online booking system in Western Cape after we've had a lot of challenges with regards to the temporary disability grants that had been lapsed in the past 18 months, and for us to make sure that we finalize this. We've implemented a system which is e-submission solution so that we can make sure that we can execute quickly in terms of the things that need to be done administratively. And this is now going to be rolled out to the regions. We've done this for head office. What's exciting is the fact that we're using the same system that a DSD is actually using, which therefore means that we can be able to have a quick hands-off in terms of submitting even documents to DSD. The biometric identification process has been put in place, and this has gone a long way in terms of helping us manage fraud, particularly when it comes to employees. And we're going to be rolling out this same system to how we manage the customers in terms of making sure that we take those biometrics identification from all our customers to improve again on the issues of fraud that has been raised sharply by the members earlier on. And I'm hoping that again, when we're asked to come and look at the fraud overall, we can be able to indicate as to what has been done in this regard. We had to look at what did we need to do in terms of a suspected fraud, which was picked up with regards to SAPO and the banks, and law enforcement agencies has been providing support, and a corrective action has been put in place in terms of looking at these. The educational programs benefiting beneficiaries on COVID-19, there's more and more work that we're doing together with other institutions. I think Honorable Sukers asked earlier on as to what are the things that we're doing to make sure that we can provide support to beneficiaries so that they don't only rely on the grant, but also can have their own sustainable means of supporting themselves. We are indeed working with all the other institutions to look at what programs can be put in place in terms of providing the database that we have, particularly on the customers that are on our system, that are young people that require more and more opportunities. It's been exciting to also see how some of the young people even using some of the small grants that they actually receive for them to be able to establish their own businesses, which has been an exciting thing to see. We're doing an exercise now to look at all the provinces, to look at what are the learnings so that we can share those with some of the other young people so that they can see that the 350 is not an end in itself, that there are other opportunities that they can explore, and both in rural areas and in urban areas, we've found very exciting examples. Rapashe, can you then maybe go to the details rather than just focus on the reasons for non-achievement? You can talk to those issues as you talk to the actual performance. Thank you, Chair. I'll ask our executive responsible for strategy to take us through the next portion. Thank you, Chair. Rapashe.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Good afternoon, honorable members. Good afternoon, Minister, colleagues, and South Africa at large, everyone who's listening. My name is Rapashe Ramkhopa. I'm going to be taking you through the implementation per program. In terms, we are starting with program 2, which is the benefits administration, which focuses on the main business of SASSA. Here, the outcome that we intended to do was to contribute towards reduction of levels of poverty in the country. This we do by providing social assistance to eligible older persons, people with disabilities, and children who are unable to support themselves. The desired impact in this particular case was to ensure that we contribute towards the reduction in the proportions of persons living below the lower bound poverty lines, primarily on those who cannot provide for themselves. Overall, the estimations and the projections that we had made, we had estimated that for 2021, there'll be 1.2 million people that would be entering the system in terms of the social grant system. However, we did receive applications from 1.7 million people, and of more than 1.7 million, 1.583, 498 were approved. This is an achievement of 131%. We've also gone further to check in terms of the projections that we had made in terms of the actual payments. On the actual payments, we were able to pay 18.5 million beneficiaries. We also went further to check because we constantly want to ensure that we comply with the country's requirements and priorities in terms of ensuring that at all times, the people who are vulnerable are served. So we can comfortably tell you that in terms of the grant system, 83% of the people that were served or that were benefiting on the system were women, 32.5% were youth, and 7.85 were people with disabilities. Moving to the next area, which is still part of reducing the levels of poverty. This is the issue that also the AG has raised in terms of us not achieving the target and thus having an impact in terms of the children below the ages of 0 to 1. When the National Development Plan was established already, they had identified that most of the children below 0 and below the ages of 0 were not receiving the grant. We have made significant impact in terms of below the ages of 0. Now the target is on the ages below the ages of 1. The total population that we have here is 1.18 million children who are below the ages of 1. And those who are eligible are sitting at plus minus 800,000. And as SASSA, we are now sitting at 544, which accounts to 65% of the eligible population and 46% of those children who qualify. We have made significant improvement in most of the provinces. Our challenge remains in Gauteng and in Western Cape, where we are now going to do a targeted approach, particularly in peri-urban areas, where we think people are not applying on time. We have a take-up rate because by the age of 2, you can see the take-up rate is going higher. On the issue of providing social relief or temporary relief to people who are affected by a temporary crisis, the intervention that we've been working on as SASSA, as the main program, has been the provision of social relief of distress. In this particular case, the target when we received the allocation was 390, was to reach 390,000 applications at the cost of 391. However, during the process, then the
COVID SRD grant was extended. And as members are aware, the qualifying criteria for this grant and for that of the COVID grant are almost similar. Therefore, the focus had to be diverted and we focused on the COVID-19, and this particular grant was mainly for those people who were in disasters or whose grant applications were delayed. Hence, we see the underachievement that we only were able to award to 167,802 applicants. And then the total cost was 191 million, which was committed, which was spent against the committed amount. The remaining amount was not sent back to Treasury, but was diverted to supplement the COVID SRD grant. In addition to this particular grant, we had set aside to say for each and every social relief of distress program that we do or award, 30% should go to small companies and to cooperatives. And because of the suspension, we only managed to achieve 21.5%, which is 84 million that was set aside for these groups. And of that, 43 million went to cooperatives and 40,000 went to small and medium companies. Still on the temporary release or provision relief for people who are receiving temporary crisis, again, it was the extension of the COVID SRD grant. Here, the target was to have 100% of applications processed. Obviously, when we set this application, I think there was an oversight because by the time you come to the end of every month, there'll still be people who applied even on the last day. So we've managed to process 98% of all the applications that came during the course of the financial. And those not processed were the ones that applied towards the end of the financial, in the last few days of the financial year, and those that were having some problems that needed further investigation. And subsequently, most of those were processed in the new financial year. And this is just provides a breakdown per month, and we also have the breakdown per province in terms of the number of applications, both from South African asylum seekers, special permit holders, and residents, and how many we received per month, and the numbers that were approved, and the number of declines, and the percentages that were processed. So this slide just provides the detail to members just to see how we arrived at the 10.2 million that the CEO was talking about. We've also introduced interfaces with different departments in order to allow for validation of the COVID-19 SRD grant. But we also wanted to extend this particular validations to the other grants as we move. So in this regard, we have also been able to sign memorandum of agreements with the Department of Labor, with the GPAC, GEPF, NSFAS, Department of Correctional Services. In addition, we do work also with the banks, we do work with the SARS, we do work with other institutions, but where we have formalized the memorandum of agreement and we are working on electronic application processing transfer systems, these are the ones. And this year we are extending the memorandum of agreement. We are already working with the Department of Public Works and other departments so that we can extend our validation. As CEO has indicated, while we were seeing progress, we just had a setback with the Department of Labor, which we believe it will be addressed as soon as possible. So in terms of the target of processing grants within the 10-day turnaround, the target was to process 95% of our application within the 10-day turnaround. We managed out of the 1,740,896 new grant applications that we received, 1.7 were processed within 10 days. We did, however, have a situation in terms of a material finding in this regard, in the sense that we found that the correspondence between the two systems did not correlate with the information that we provided to the AG. We have subsequently cleaned the system and we have tested the system in the first quarter, and we can comfortably say as we move into the second quarter, this error has been cleared. On the disability management model, CEO has already indicated that we have had to review our disability management model, and the primary objective or the main reason why we needed to do that, we were trying to deal with different interpretation in terms of how the disability assessments were handled in the different provinces, and to ensure that we have proper consultation and
even our service providers understand them, and we simplify and do proper consultation with the practitioners and also do a training in this regard. This model was adopted by EXCO and is supplemented by the booking system that we have also introduced within the IT environment. Because of the long queues that we've had in the offices, we've had to assess what is the major cause of the long queues. We found that not everyone who come to the SASSA office come to apply for a new grant. And as such, we have identified the quick wins in terms of what are the processes that we can easily automate such that people do not have to come to the offices, even for minor things or things that could be done electronically. Among the first processes that we have automated was the issue of Regulation 26A, which facilitates all deductions for funeral policies. In this particular case, we can confirm that all the policies and the inquiries related were dealt with electronically. And in this particular in this financial year, we've been able to process 121,289. And if members are interested, we even have the numbers of the companies that were involved and the beneficiaries that requested this assistance through electronic service. So this has had an impact because all these 121,000 applicants would have been to the SASSA office if this was not electronic. In terms of the inquiries resolved within 90% of inquiries resolved within 10 days, we had set this target for ourselves. And by the end of the financial year, we had managed to address 98% of the inquiries that was resolved within 10 days. We would have loved to reach 100%, but with some of the challenges in terms of responding to the COVID-19 special relief grant, there were delays in terms of the timing, and as such had an impact in us not achieving the 100%. In terms of the disputes, we had set ourselves a target of 60%, and we've been able to achieve 94%. Again, most of the disputes that we received in this financial year, again, mostly were for people who were declined on the COVID-19 special relief grant, which we refer to DSG. There were disputes on the withdrawals on SASSA support card. There were also funeral policy disputes that we have received, which we have referred to our partners, and the card cancellation and reissue. Those were the major issues that came through the system. Of the 11.4 million recipients of social grants, all of them were processed through the Post Bank and all other commercial banks, and the processing is done directly by SASSA, which transfers the money and deposits it into the bank account. Most of the time we get 99% success, but there are times where it gets rejected if the account is not properly verified, or if the beneficiary has just died, or if there's any major thing that the banking industry would identify. So you can see from April until the end of March 22, our success rate has always been at 99%. So there were few rejections, and most of them would have been people who passed on or people who failed bank accounts verification. Again, we had to monitor the social grants payment through the different channels. Most of the beneficiaries that were paid starting from April up till March, mostly started with people who were paid through the support card, SASSA support card. You can see the number started high at 7.7 million, but by the end of the financial year, this number had gone down to 7.1. And when you compare this with the people who were paid through the commercial banks, you could see that at the beginning of the financial year, people who were receiving their grants through the commercial banks were 3.6. By end of the financial year is 4.3, which means that people are exercising their rights in terms of whether they want to be associated with the support card or whether they want to go to commercial accounts. And that decision in terms of the regulations, people are allowed to make those choices. And this is the distribution, and we continue to monitor all the payments and engagements with the banks and also with the retailers, just to ensure that even where beneficiaries are using commercial banks, they are still supported when there's challenges. And the typical example was when we had problems in Gauteng and KZN, the industry had to bring alternative ATMs and alternative shops, and so that people can be able to withdraw their banks because of this constant monitoring and engagement with the sector. I'm going to move to program 1 just to confirm some of the administrative issues that we have dealt with under program 1. On this one, it was more compliance on the APP and the annual report, just to confirm that they were done on time. the CEO has indicated in terms of qualification, we try to get an unqualified audit opinion. However, there were matters of emphasis in relation to performance information, in particular in relation to the target that are specified, which was the turnaround time for processing of applications. We have developed an audit action plan, as members asked earlier, to say what were the issues that the AG requested you to do and how far are you in implementing them. We developed the audit action plan, and out of the audit action plan, there were 71 interventions that we needed to do. We have managed to successfully complete the 61, which accounts for 85.92. The interventions which we have started but were not finalized were the corrective measures related to effectiveness of steps to deal with irregular expenditure in relation to leases. And the CFO will explain this in detail when we explain the financials, to say the major challenge that we have, and we spoke to the portfolio committee some few weeks back, just talking about our challenges in terms of historic leases and how they've impacted on our irregular expenditure. The other one was the issue of the finalization of the backlog misconduct cases. Previously, we were performing at 40%. In this regard, we have since improved and our performance has gone to 80. We are hoping that in the coming year, we would have cleared all the backlog once the big cases are closed. And then the other one was the financial losses incurred as a result of fraudulent grant payments. We have opened the cases, but we have not yet been able to recover all the people or to get commitment for payment for all of them, and they will be unpacked as we go into the fraud element. The fourth element was the issue of the grant application, and then the issue of the network security firewall. By the end of the financial year, it was not complete, but now we have improved so much, and there has been success in this area. So linked to the slide that I've just indicated, our irregular expenditure was reduced by 55%. In 2021 financial year, the irregular expenditure that we incurred was 20.3 million. And in this financial year, the total is 9.1, and most of it is based on historic expenditure that comes with the leases, which CFO will explain in detail. In terms of the average cost, this is one of the most important elements, because internationally, you have to ensure that the cost of administration is lower than it's always maintained, particularly in this kind of financial constraints that we have in the country. We have reduced the cost of administration to 21 Rand 36 per beneficiary, which is something that is very tremendous, considering that the standards is between 5 and 10%. We are sitting at 3.3%, and National Treasury continue to monitor this aspect. And if our expenditure is administration expenditure is above board, normally they would cut our budget in this regard. And in terms of eligible suppliers, we have paid all our eligible suppliers. In this financial year, we've had 2,656 suppliers. All of them were paid within 30 days. And then in terms of the social assistance debtors, we had put a target of 5% to ensure that we recover or we do write-off of the social assistance debtors. In terms of the recovery, we've been able to recover 7,942,000 of the 7.41 million social assistance debtors. We have also written a submission, done an investigation, written a submission for write-off to the National Treasury through the department. However, by the end of the financial year, this was not finalized, but this has been finalized, and it's just that it happened out of the financial year. Therefore, our recovery would be, our debt would have gone a little bit lower than what we have, which most of the time is the debt against beneficiaries who most of them do not necessarily have the money to repay. So because of the conditions that they are in, you do the investigation and do the write-offs. On the financial misconduct cases, as we have indicated, on all the financial misconduct cases that were reported in this financial year, we received 109. We were able to finalize 100 of the current misconduct cases. Therefore, in terms of new cases, we are able to clear them because we still have the information, we still have people around, and we have put mechanisms in place to ensure that they are cleared. On the backlog, we had 937 of old financial misconduct cases, some of which date back as far as 2014. We've been struggling to finalize this, but I can tell you now we are sitting at 88%. Last year we were sitting at 40%, so there seems to be traction in us at getting into this particular space, and we are hoping to report a better progress when we come to the portfolio committee in the next quarterly reports. And the committee did ask what are the actions that we have taken. Some of the financial misconduct cases, once they have finalized and action has been taken, they are referred to labor relation cases, and we have dealt with 223 labor relation cases, some relating to financial misconduct, some relating to other matters. And of the 223, we've been able to finalize 179, which accounts for 80% of the cases that we have had to deal with. In terms of the sanctions, we have had 87 written warning, 19 final written warning, 2 suspensions, 14 dismissals, 5 cancelling, 20 verbal warnings, 1 resignation, 13 were withdrawn, 8 not guilty, 1 was closed. Some of the facts will also come as we unpack some of the intervention that we've done in relation to fraud. So this is just one of the issues that start to confirm that we are starting to take consequence management serious. On the issue of reported cases, we have the fraud cases, we had 256 that we recorded on the system, and 244 were finalized, and this accounts for 95%. Our target was 70, so we exceeded the target, and most of the cases were involved, dominated by CSG, disability grant, and old age fraud. And there were other 37 cases that were referred to law enforcement agencies. This include where people were collecting funds for deceased persons, people were applying for disability grants with fraudulent medical information, and also there were people who were collecting child support grant fraudulently for children that were not theirs. Furthermore, we also went further to say we don't only deal with fraud that is being reported, there were also where preemptive work was done in terms of detection of fraud, where a number of analytics were conducted and were able to determine some fraud. So there was fraud disability grants in Limpopo, where 65 disability grants were detected and were investigated. All the grants were suspended and are under internal and external investigation by relevant institutions. There were also suspicious illegal SASSA offices in Gauteng that we identified, and people were working in collusion with SASSA officials and were charging applicants 4,300 for fraudulent application of disability and old age grant. A total of 154 ID numbers were found in the diary of the suspect. Further internal investigation are still being pursued. And again, in terms of detection, when we go to the COVID-19, the following are some of the people who applied knowing very well that they do not qualify for grants. These are about 16 million people that we were proactively able to detect that these people were applied and already they had benefited from other systems or they had alternative income. Some even having alternative income as much as 1 million, or some are spaza shop owners, some have benefited from business or even government tender. And this is the list of those that we proactively detected. In terms of
yeah, what for my upset actually.
Chairperson, can I continue? Hello, am I still audible?
Yes,
yes. Yeah, yes,
in terms of the Public Service Commission and the fraud hotline, a total of 571 cases were received through the hotline, and they were handled as follows. 161 were referred for internal investigation within the SASSA environment. 42 were referred to post office. 147 were COVID-related cases, and we are investigating them internally. 52 are also investigated.
You are audible enough, you know. You are audible enough. So continue, don't hesitate. We'll tell you when we can't hear you.
Thank you, Chairperson. And
Sure.
totally the number of cases from Public Service Commission, we're still working on them and we have referred them as detected. We had also planned to develop an electronic fraud detection system. The system was developed in consultation with ICT. Although the system was not finalized, we've been able to do detection using the business intelligence, the SOCPEN system, and also working with the different banks, where some of the banks would notify us of some of the exceptions that they are seeing, and also SAPO would notify. And in some cases, it would be people notifying us, and we do follow-ups and just do data analytics. And then from that, we would be able to go and do detailed investigation. And in most cases, it directed us to some problems. So we are strengthening this area because it's an investigation of improving the internal, that would lead in improvement of the internal controls. In terms of the internal audit, we had planned to do 20 internal audit reviews were going to be conducted on high risk areas. I have listed the reviews that were done by internal audit. The only two ones that we could not achieve was the issue on the social assistance and on the occupational health safety. And this was because two of the audits that we had to do had to be extended. And by the time we had to finalize this, it was outside the period of March 2022. So the work did continue, but we finalized it after the exact period for closing of the financial year. As CEO has indicated, we have embarked on organizational transformation because we believe that if you are going to change the processes, you have to also change the culture and also the culture of the management in the organization. As you members would remember, we've tried to introduce a number of technologies and we had problems in terms of implementation because there was no strong change management and culture. So the issues of biometrics delays and so on. So we had to do the culture management and the change management. And in some cases to understand why management are becoming a blockage in terms of or not understanding the staff. That has been completed, we're undertaken. We did that for the whole organization. We've done consultation with management and staff throughout. We've also appointed change agents and ensured that they are trained and now they are fully fledged facilitators and can commit to having change management within the organization without us having to go to external service providers. We have also gone to as far as identifying coaching sessions for EMs and GMs, but due to budget constraints, we could only do one session. We're hoping that in future we'll be able to expand that also to different levels of management, including local office managers, so that they can be supported in order to ensure that they give the proper support to the beneficiaries as they come in. We've also committed to the portfolio committee that we are going to re-engineer our process. And after the lessons from COVID-19 grant, after we were forced to close offices, we had to relearn the things. Therefore, we could not continue to operate as we were continuing. So we have embarked on the business process re-engineering. The service provider was appointed and contracted. We did the project plan. We conducted the SE's report. We also finalized the to-be processes. And as we go into the next financial year, we're starting to roll out on the quick wins. One of the experiences that we were all forced to go was to have a day in the life of a beneficiary. All management were to be beneficiaries, and the experience that we experienced compared to what we see written was a totally different, and we are working on mechanism to work together to improve, because what we experience as beneficiary is not what we'd like to experience in the next for any other person. And based on the change management survey and on the skills audit that was conducted last year, we have invested in management and executive development program. There are other programs that we also did for women, but this one was emphasized because it was important that if you're going to change the organization, then you have to change it from the top. And we have been through corporate training in terms of governance. We have done the PFMA training. We have also done the leadership and coaching for management in order for them to improve. And we've also done the ethics training as well for management. On terms of updated database on ICT, we ensured that this year the number of beneficiaries that were in matric were in the last financial year were 559, and this information is provided to the Department of Education, Department of Social Development, and NSFAS on time. in order to facilitate transfer or applications for NEFSAs so that they can be processed before the school ends. So SASSA does the processing earlier in the year. In terms of the online grant applications, we had taken from the lessons from the COVID-19 SRD system to say, what are the lessons? We have noted that there are people who are comfortable in doing their applications online, and therefore we introduced the system online application for child support grant, foster care grant, old age grant, and including the COVID-19 special grant. However, with the old social assistance grant, as you may be aware, the regulations currently requires people to put a lot of information as supporting documents, and we've had challenges in terms of people uploading the documents. We have upgraded the system and we are rolling out the virtual offices, and it's starting to be faster, and the numbers of applications that are coming through this channel now have increased, and we are this year we processed 191,140 on the application on the platform, and 165,000 were finalized through this process. And we will be tracking to see that we improve, and we encourage those who don't wish to come to SASSA office to trust in this particular system. On the online booking system for disability grant, when we started it we piloted in the Western Cape. Now we have rolled it across the country, and most people, instead of coming to the SASSA office, those who could use technology, they do the booking online. In this financial year, we've processed 27,731 online bookings just for temporary disability grants. So these people were given their bookings confirmed. They only came for the day of assessment. We've had a long-term project of migrating from SOCPEN, which is our legacy system, to a system that is more flexible and more agile. This is not going to be a cheap process, so it's a multi-year project. We finished the roadmap. We presented the options to EXCO, and because of the technologies that were presented and the cost, we've requested the team to go back and just get expert opinion. We've received the expert opinion. However, when it came to EXCO, it was immediately just after the financial year. So we could not record it as an achievement in the 2021-22 financial year. We've also, in support of our automation process, talked about the e-submission, which CEO has already talked about. We also, we have developed the biometrics for fingerprints. We have now identified the alternative biometric solution for those problems. People, we have challenges in terms of the fingers, so that we can use other alternative. Scoping and benchmarking framework was developed, and the research was conducted, and we have been presented to EXCO for adoption. And in the next year, current year, we are procuring the system. On education programs, we did conduct education programs across the country in terms of COVID-19, financial literacy, anti-fraud, and also promotion of SASSA services. And we also had media engagements, stakeholder engagements, marketing, corporate, and publications. We do note that this, although we have invested in this, there's still room for improvement, because when you go to SASSA office, you still find people who come to apply to conduct applications without any proper documentation. We believe it's an area to strengthen as well. I will now hand over to the CFO to continue on the financial performance.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and also Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, and honorable members. I will take the committee through the financial performance. We're starting on the slide number 54, Honorable Chair. This gives a summary of the performance of the agency at the end of March 2022, sitting at 92% of the 7.9 billion allocation that we have received, with composition of employees sitting at 88%, goods and services at 92%, on transfers 68%, and 240% on assets, because we did buy a number of assets based on the allocation that we received from the retained surplus. And the other one is a non-cash item, which is just a depreciation, which is part of what we need to expense. Next slide, please. The spending has been broken into two programs. The CEO did indicate that the spending within SASSA is on two programs. Program 1, which is administration, and Program 2, grant administration. This is the spending as reflected here, Chair. I don't want to waste much time on it. On slide number 56, Chair, it does indicate in terms of the branches or the sub-programs within the organization. I think you will be able to note, and I'll just speak to some of them. Most of them I'll be able to speak in terms of the generic spending trends. But in all the branches, what has been more of an impact has been the compensation of employees, which I will speak to. But for specific reasons, in terms of the internal audit, there is an amount that we get to be allocated for, which has to deal with the anti-fraud measures. And part of that amount, we have internal staff that spend on that amount. Hence, we did not necessarily appoint a new service provider because we know that the department is already facing in um, the inspectorate. So therefore, did not appoint any independent service provider. We continued with a partnership with the SIU in some of the areas that we needed support on investigation on fraud, and also utilize our internal resources around it. Next slide. So it may be befitting just to brief the honorable members of the key highlights of the financial year under review. There are about 5 elements that we believe that they're very significant for the committee to take note of. We know that the special COVID-19 SRD, the 350, has always been extended during the year. So it was not necessarily a grant that ran from April to the 31st. We always depended on the announcement by the president to reintroduce it, and it was reintroduced during the year under review. The second thing is during the special budget adjustment that is around October, we did receive an additional 500 million, which was the administrative cost for the 350 grants. Number 3, what was also important is that the COVID-19 pandemic did impact on some of the expenditure patterns, given of the risk adjustment that we needed to implement as an agency. I think you will be able to note that during the year 21-22, we did add more of the online interface rather than the face-to-face, which is not normally a norm in engaging communities. But we did add more of the media platform to really engage with the communities rather than the traditional visitation of communities, because we needed to really manage the risk of COVID, including in the local offices. We also needed to manage the number of staff that can be there at any given time, just to make sure that we did not have to get to be affected as and when we implement the programs of the agency. The number 4 is that we did receive an approval of 439 million. That will be during the 3rd quarter of the financial year, which it relates primarily to the retained surplus that we have applied from National Treasury. At the end of every financial year, if there is an unspent money, an organization like SASSA, we could be able to make a motivation and request to retain the surplus with specific projects. And Treasury did agree that we can continue to implement some of the areas that we needed to do, which we needed to really deal with some of the system enhancement, but we also needed to deal with any shortfalls that happened within the operations. The number 5 issue, which is key, is that the remote working still continued and the online meetings did continue. I think most of the meetings within ESCO and other operational meetings were held online, and that will have impacted on the expenditure on this. The next slide, which is slide number 58, Honorable Chair, I am now dealing with the key issues relating to the spending. So the first one is the issue of the COE. I think you will have seen that we spend at 88%. And the main reason for that is that there's about 247 funded posts that we did not fill by year end. And I need to contextualize this by saying, when SASSA lost about 640 million during the year 2021-22, we were forced into establishing a critical post committee, and we decided to unfund the previously funded positions and start a process of reprioritization of the posts. That happened during the first quarter and partially in the second quarter. What we did was to prioritize the filling of vacancies at local offices, followed by the vacancies that affect supply chain management, followed by the posts that will really affect internal audit and other controls. And in terms of that, I'm still on slide number 58 for members to know. I'm on bullet point number 1. And we did not necessarily conclude on the filling of the vacancies because of that process that we have to undertake and reprioritize. Secondly, Chair, was that if you look at the financial statements of the organization, we're sitting with 230 million rands of contingent liability. There is currently a dispute between SASSA and the staff that is linked to the resolution number 3 of 2009 and also resolution 1 of 2012, where people or officials that are at level 9 and level 11, they have been requesting that they be upgraded to level 10 and level 12, especially those that are on the support, because the ones that are on the core, which is grant administration, we did do a job evaluation and we upgraded them. So there is a dispute that is currently sitting at the labor court. If SASSA was to lose that, we need to make available 230 million apart from the amount that need to come on the baseline. So therefore, as and when we manage our COE budget, we need to take cognizance of the risk that is associated with that. On the goods and services, but I think in terms of the COE, I think of the 247 posts, we did manage to fill 192 posts by year end. Although most of them, they were filled during the third quarter and the fourth quarter. Hence, you see the impact on expenditure is becoming minimal. During this year, we have a focused approach just to conclude on the filling of the remaining positions. On goods and services, sitting at 92%, 80% underspending, we need to really reflect the following, Chair. One of the main issues of the underspending here is the cash handling fees. When we talk about the cash handling fees, we talk about the costs that are associated with the payment of grants. We pay different fee to SAPO based on the mode of access of service. So if a person access the service using a traditional cash pay point, will be costing us in excess of 180 rand. And if ever a person is actually on over the counter, will cost us in excess of 70 rand. And if ever then the person just utilize the post of sale device, then will be able to cost us just an amount that is just above 7 rand. So because we have a cost model that is based on the behavior of a beneficiary, you cannot predict every time where the person will be taking their money from. And therefore, we need to make that adjustment. So that is the main issue of that. We have seen more people migrating from the traditional cash pay points and also migrating from the over-the-counter and prefer a flexible approach to utilize the NPS, the National Payment Infrastructure in the country. But also, we also received an additional amount of 500 million. By year end, we only spent 87% of the 500 million that we received during the third quarter. And that made actually to us to spend less of the money. On communication, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, we did have some changes. One was that we have changed the infrastructure in terms of how communication is working within the organization. So the linkage of all SASSA offices, we can call each other now as if we're calling within the same environment, because we have changed actually the telephone system that runs. So it becomes much cheaper that you can call utilizing the technology other than the normal traditional call that you will be able to deal with it. So we can call utilizing the data information. But also, we also saw the decrease in terms of the use of telephone, because we have seen that other people were working remotely. So generally, the calling was minimal, except the people that are in the call center. And the people that are in the call center, we did augment the call center by appointing a service provider to augment the resources to buy the service of call center. And they brought around 300 call center agents just to augment that environment. Next slide, please. On the issues of the legal services, Honorable Chair, I think we felt that it's important that we can indicate, I think of the about 16 million that we budgeted in this environment, we spent about just around 8 million. And the main reason is because we have a number of litigation processes that were still in place, and we thought that some of them will have been concluded. And part of this will be concluded during the course of 2022-23. But what we have done and put in place just to make sure that we mitigate against the issue of the underspending around legal fees is to have a consultation with the department so that we can have an expenditure being adjusted towards the third and the fourth quarter of the financial year. Then we do not need to remain with that. But what is most significant here is that we already started with the process of just managing the legal fees. So one of the issues was just to finalize the existing litigations and also the contingent liabilities. The second thing is to focus on the prevention of the litigations. And this we have done by enhancing the interface within support systems within the organization, which is the internal audit, the legal department, and also the internal control. And we strengthen them so that we can pick up any risk that can go into litigations. And therefore, this is starting to bear fruit. And I will deal with it when I deal with some of the issues that we're dealing with when we are dealing with the audit outcome. On slide number 60, Honorable Chair, we have made the following decision around the issue of the fraud management, and I think the honorable members have been raising the issue about fraud prevention. We know that now we do have the inspectorate within the department, and it's been a phased-in approach. We shall see actually that gaining momentum during the year 2023-24, largely once the capacity is established. And therefore, we believe that SASSA will focus on the internal capacity and the fraud prevention, but also on compliance monitoring. And we'll get actually the inspectorate actually advancing and bring additional capacity that we need in terms of the investigation. But also we have already developed a framework and engagement with law enforcement agencies. This we have regular meetings with them just to track the cases that currently are in that. But linked to that is to find the root cause and the risk around fraud. And this part, we believe that spending will become increased. The last bullet point here, Chair, it indicates the areas that we did not spend much money around, which is around fleet, around maintenance and repairs, and the traveling and staff development. And largely they were impacted on the COVID-19. And that's why we did not spend much. On the issues relating to the 500 million, I think I did indicate that we did receive an additional 500 million. This was a specific allocation relating to the administrative cost for the special SRD. We have spent 87%, although we requested 617 million, but we only allocated 500 million. Of the 500 million, because we received it during the third quarter, we could not spend all the money because some of the elements required procurement. And therefore, with the 6 months that was remaining in the financial year, we could not conclude on that. But also linked to this is that the 350 was also linked to the over-the-counter service because the people that are receiving service through SAPO had to physically visit an outlet of SAPO. And we have seen that most of the beneficiaries opting out of visiting SAPO outlets and they opted for their own bank accounts. And therefore, there has been an increase in the uptake of personal bank accounts. And hence, you saw that the projected numbers of people that needed to go over the counter became less towards the end of the financial year. And also the issue of the bulk services and bulk SMS services was also reduced. Next slide, please. Chair, it may be important that I deal with the financial health of the organization in a summary format. I think you will be able to see, and honorable members, that when we closed the year for SASSA, we closed the year with a bank balance of 2.1 billion. Of that 2.1 billion, honorable Chair, is that 1.5 billion was the retained surplus. I did indicate when I started my presentation that the spending on SASSA was at 92%. So part of the amount of money that was not spent formed part of the 1.5 billion, and that will be about 800 million. So of that 800 million, we have made a submission to National Treasury to retain 755 million, which we wanted to use during the course of 22-23. I can confirm to the honorable members that Treasury has approved that we keep that money that we have asked, which is about 755 million. And we will be able to return to the fiscal 774 million based on the calculation of the retained surplus. Of the amount that we have retained, Honorable Chair, we have focused that amount to a number of areas. One is the records management centers. Currently, SASSA manages on behalf of the department about 60 million records. And therefore, we are currently procuring a new service provider. If that becomes successful, we'll need 160 million to move the records to the new service provider. And this money will be used for that. We also have made a determination that we'll be able to get additional vehicles to refresh the kind of cars that we have so that we can enhance the engagement with communities and visiting them. And that will come handy, and we'll be spending just around 200 million around it. And we're also going to be spending on infrastructure and the laptops so that we are able to work wherever we are, and we'll be able to spend a considerable amount of money. We'll be increasing communication between now and the end of the financial year. We have allocated an additional 18 million around this money that we have kept this year. We also anticipate the service fees for SAPO to really come more and more, because people may want to utilize that platform. And we'll be spending, just together with the bank charges, just around just under 250 million. And that's what we'll be able to utilize the money that we have kept, which I can confirm that we did not lose the money that was underspent. We did manage to engage with Treasury and we're successful. The next slide, Honorable Chair, I'll deal with the audit outcomes, as I've been requested that I can deal with the audit outcomes. The CEO has already spoken about the audit outcome. I don't need to reiterate that position, but I can just indicate that there was at least a material finding on one of the performance indicators, which I had to deal with the 10 days to say that the percentage of new grant applications processed within stipulated time, which was 10 days. The technical indicator was supported by a business intelligence system. And I think the reading of the systems and the reconciliations were not up to scratch, and I'll deal with what we have done in relation to this. The next slide, which is slide number 65, Honorable Chair, we just took this. I think it's what the AG's finding is, but I think it may be of the benefit of the committee if I were just to give a high-level summary of how we've approached this slide, because the summary of the audit outcome. You will see that on the top left, you will see that the audit outcomes of SASSA have not changed, which is a stagnation. There has been an unqualified audit opinion with findings for the past 3 years. But I do want to really come to the bottom left. I think the AG has made 3 root causes and have made that assessment of the three root causes that they believe that the audit outcome of SASSA is affected by the three main root causes. And one, they said that it is that we are slow in the internal controls and addressing the risk areas. And what we have done in terms of the audit action plan, which the honorable members were saying that we should come and present, is that we have made management, because the AG will make an assumption on terms of the assessment, but management need to confirm the root causes as said by the AG. And by doing that, the branch managers together with internal control and assisted by internal audit, which does confirm what could be the root cause. Because if you do not address the root cause, you will not be able to resolve a finding. So the audit action plan that we have got, it also has identified what we deem as management as the root causes that we are responding to. The second thing, they talked about the issue of the instability and vacancies in key areas. I can confirm that our approach during the third quarter and the fourth quarter of 2021-22, we focused on recruitment. I can confirm that the key positions within the organization, we have managed to fill them. Well, yes, we know that there could be an issue that some other people may leave the organization, which we may have to restart. But in terms of the vacancies that we had, we have prioritized it. I can confirm that in all the 9 regions, there is a head of finance. In all the 9 regions, we have appointed the senior managers in supply chain management. And we have done and looked at based on the risk profile of each position and prioritize the engagement in that regard. I did indicate that we only were left with 55 posts that were not filled at the time. So I can confirm that we have made a concerted effort in terms of recruitment. The third element that was done was the IT environment. And what we have done an assessment internally in terms of the ICT. We do have a blueprint, which is a discussion within ESCO in terms of the investment that we need to do. But I think within the financial statement, we did also engage that we also have indicate that we had a partnership with Finmark Trust, and they have given us a feedback on the ICT environment and the areas that we need to focus on. And during the 22-23 and 23-24, I think we'll be more implementing on those areas that we need to deal with. And that is what we need to do. But it may be important that, Chair, I deal with some of the issues that honorable members have been concerned about the audit. And one issue was the issue of the regular expenditure. And I will be able to show the slide in the following one, which is the 54.6 million regular expenditure. You can stay on 66. Thank you very much. So this 54.6 regular expenditure, 44% or 44 million, it is made of expired leases. And the best way to really deal with this issue, one, we have said we would be able to get an immovable property management improvement strategy. I can confirm that that strategy has been concluded now, and that includes actual dealing with expired leases. We also said that we need to improve on contract management so that the leases that we currently have, they do not expire and we do not have an alternative to it. And I can confirm that we are following this on monthly basis. We said that we will be able to strengthen relationship with DPWI. It's important that I need to indicate that the SASSA immovable property management policy says that when we want to procure for office accommodation, SASSA can't do it itself. But then we'll have to request the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure to do procurement on its behalf. So we are dependent on the processes of the department to conclude on some. But the problem that we have, Honorable Chair, is that more of the contracts of accommodation are not in the hands of the Department of Public Works, are within the hands of SASSA. In other words, it is a lease agreement between SASSA and a landlord or SASSA with a government entity. So of the 654 properties, only 113 of those properties are actually in the hands of Public Works. which create a challenge on the synchronization of the public works procurement process with the SASSA contract expiry date. And that is what we need to do. I know that honorable members have been saying that we need to stop irregular expenditure. I can confirm that we will be able to stop this because we are receiving the support from the ministry and we're also receiving the support of the department. Either SASSA will do the procurement of expired leases or the Department of Public Works will be able to fast track that process. And we have made this commitment that at least by the end of this financial year, we should not have expired leases within the books of SASSA. But what honorable members need to note is whatever will have resolved will not necessarily positively affect the books of SASSA in 22-23. Because currently this list is about 17 of them are still incurring irregular expenditures because we are already occupying those. Until we have finalized the procurement, we can say that we have resolved it. So even when we come to present the quarterly reports or we come and present the annual report for the 22-23, the impact of these efforts will only be realized in 23-24 because at that particular point, the irregular expenditure will have been removed and we do not have to recognize it. But for 22-23, we'll still recognize irregular expenditure for expired leases. Next slide, please. The second part is the performance information, which has been the material finding which I dealt with it. I can confirm that the reading of the reports, ICT grants administration supported by SETA, they've engaged in adjusting the system and the BI solution so that we can report correctly during the year 22-23. We could not conclude the resolving this during the year 21-22. But for now, yes, we can confirm that work was done around this so that there must not be a repeat in this regard. Next slide. Chair, this just gives the summary of what I've already indicated to you, and just allow me just 1 minute just for honorable members to be able to read this slide and understand it in the context of it too. When we opened the year 21-22, we opened the year with 1.1 billion rand of irregular expenditure. This date from the previous years. Then during the year, we incurred the irregular expenditure of 2 million. So these are the procurement that was started and concluded during the year 21-22. And they became irregular, it's 2 million rand. Then we had the irregular expenditure, which was identified during the reporting year. But these transactions were incurred in the previous year of 177,000. And we also had transactions or contracts that were concluded in the previous years, but we only discovered of them during the year 21-22, amounting to 7.5 million. I need to emphasize this, that if you already have a contract that is running, because audit is based on the risk and is based on the sample. But as SASSA, we also do our own processes where we review all the contracts that we have incurred in the previous years or we have concluded in the previous years. And the main purpose of it is that when we say that we have stopped irregular expenditure, we should have checked all the existing contracts that all of them, they were entered through a due process. And if we find that any of them were not done in accordance to the prescript, we are also required to disclose those contracts as irregular. And therefore, we regularize them or cancel them or follow the due process and take the corrective disciplinary processes. And 44 million, I did indicate, Chair, that it is expired leases where we're still in occupation of those buildings. We can't move out of those buildings without an alternative accommodation. So the 44 million, which forms part of the 54 million that AG has raised, is contracts that have expired in the previous periods. And we are currently in the process of procuring new accommodation. Only then, when we concluded that process, we'll be able to stop irregular expenditure. And 202 million was condoned by National Treasury. And we also found that 1 million of what we classified as irregular expenditure in the previous year was not found to be irregular expenditure. And we closed the year with 993 million of irregular expenditure. I can confirm to the honorable members that 512 million of that 993 million are with National Treasury for condonation. I had a meeting with National Treasury yesterday. They are still reviewing this process to make sure that we are able to adhere to the requirements. For them to really condone this, one, they need us to have indicated the preventative measures. Number two, they will have wanted us to indicate the disciplinary corrective measures that have been taken against affected officials. Number three, they need confirmation that there is no financial loss that has been incurred and there was value for money for the service that was rendered. Number four, they need a confirmation that there are no fraudulent elements associated with that particular transaction. Once Treasury has reviewed and the supporting documents, then they can consider the condonation. So if Treasury condones that 512 million, we'll be able to have less of the regular expenditure. I can also confirm that of the 993 million, there are two cases that AG has already indicated that one is the physical security, the other one is the 278 million on ICROP, which we have just received a report from the public protector. And once we have implemented it and dealt with it, we'll be able to clear that. So we believe that we should be able to clear these issues going forward. The last slide, which is the last slide in terms of the tables, which is 69, slide number 69. Slide 69, Chair, it does give a summary of the irregular expenditure that I indicated that is made of the 7 million and the 2 million. That makes the 9 million rand. So you will be able to see that it is the cleaning and sanitation where we have ran quotation processes and we found to be invalid. And then the 17,000 relate to the CIDB non-compliance, where you have to do procurement of built environment without following the CIDB Act. And the other one is to really deal with procurement without disclosing the local content requirement or without the service provider adhering to the local content requirement. Despite that, we have followed a due process, but the requirements in terms of local content was not adhered to. And we have the 123 million that has to do with the approvals around the COVID-19 procurement. And there are about 509, which has the other matters that are there. Honorable Chair and honorable members, just allow me just to make a recommendation that we're recommending that the Portfolio Committee on Social Development notes and support the SASSA annual report for the year 21-22, the SASSA annual financial statement for the year 21-22, and also the audit outcome of SASSA for the year 21-22. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, CFO. Thank you. And now,
Chair.
Hello.
Chair. Yeah. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I think before we start our engagement, I would like to make a proposal. Since this is a very long presentation and since this is a very long day, I want to make a proposal and ask if with your permission, if we continue to the presentation of NDA, and then if we can do our questions, maybe do written questions on these presentations. It's just a proposal. We can hear from the other members how they feel.
You are saying we must allow the NDA to present?
I
And
say
then
we must
after
allow the NDA to also do the presentation, and then we as members can do our questions in writing, because we have lots of questions. And I mean, we must give justice to these presentations. So, and also to the officials. So in order to ensure, you know, that all our questions has been answered, that we do our questions, whatever questions we have, to these entities in writing. That's what I propose.
Okay. What are other honorable members are saying? I said from the beginning, if we want to continue, we can continue as far as 7 o'clock. But I know that our minds are saturated now. We are from the chairperson, I would suggest that we request to have a meeting on Friday, even if it's 1 hour for questions. Tomorrow it's Thursday, we cannot, because we have to apply that and have a meeting on Friday, maybe 9 to 10. Can we get other views from other honorable members? There is a proposal on the table, and there is also this one of mine that let's not write the questions, because, you know, the reason that I have allowed this to happen, you know, most on how we proceed. We proceed in terms of presenting the reports, all of them, and note the question. But seemingly, it has been something that is injustice and not doing very, very fair work in terms of oversight. So there are two proposals. Mine is the same. I will allow the NDA to present and prepare the questions and request to have a meeting on Friday of 1 hour or 1.5 hours.
I see Honorable Bridget got her hand up, just noted. Oh, there's hands there.
Honorable Bridget and Honorable Lindy Wezulu.
Chairperson, I think I need to give the minister, you know, the right of
No.
Okay.
I've given you
Okay.
intentionally so that we are not over, you know, turned by the minister. We have
Oh,
to
okay.
have. Yeah.
No, Chair, I understand. I thought that was my bit of trying to be protocoled.
Yeah. No.
I agree with the proposal by Honorable Aris. The first part of saying let's have the NDA present as well, and then I agree with your one of saying let's have Friday, because I would also I was happy with Professor, with Honorable Aris, but when you said about Friday, then I prefer that one to the written questions. Thank you so much, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Minister, your hand is up.
Sorry, Chairperson, I wasn't connecting what's happening.
You are muted, Minister.
My apology. Chairperson, as you can see, I've really sat through this meeting from the time that I joined the meeting. My problem with the proposal of Friday, it sort of like puts us in a difficult situation, because it means we must now, today on a Wednesday, try and remove everything that is there for Friday. that's my first point, but I guess I can consult quickly with the department and everyone who's available, who's here, because we always work according to the timetable of, even with the portfolio, respectfully, we always look towards the meetings of the portfolio. If the meeting is then on Friday, I'm 100% sure that it sets us off a little bit, but let me not conclude with that because I need to consult with the DG as well as the CEOs. That would be my first issue. My second issue would be that if members would write the questions, not that I don't want members to write the question or anything of that sort. I mean, we are the ones who always say, if we're in a meeting and the questions are not covered, then we will submit them. If Friday works, then even Friday, if it works, there is no way, unfortunately, on our side that it would work the same way as being as long as we have been able to sit here this time around. If a NDA was to present and then we have a time for responding to those questions, chances are that when members write the questions, would have much, much more questions, which again, as I say, don't have a problem with them. It's just that the timing, we might not be able to answer all the questions because members would have the time to go through, even though they got this long before, they might want to relook at it. So my plea, Chairperson, is that can I please just talk quickly to the DG and look at our own diary so that I don't mess up other programs that are there. And I say this with respect because I do want to come back to the portfolio committee, but a proposal of Friday, if it is not going to be the whole day, I'm sure it's something that we can be able to consider. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Minister and honorable members. It's not gonna be a long day. In fact, 1.5 hours for me will be enough because we'll get the presentation from NTA right now, and then honorable members will prepare the questions, and then it will be only answers that will be in fact, will be the questions that we'll be getting from SASSA and also from NTA. So it might not be a long meeting. You know, honorable members, these reports are interlinked to one another. This is an annual performance report. Throughout the year and quarterly, we were having these reports. You might find out that we are repeating one another. For me, let us not write anything because I know for a fact that at the end of the day, it's gonna be me who is pushing and rushing people and not give them enough chance. Can I be allowed to use my discretion and request the secretary to ask 1.5 hours, that is from 9 to 10:30 or to 9 to 10, an hour. An hour can be right for us if we are very precise to questions and stop doing preambles and examples and all the stuff. Just get straight into the presentation that has been made. I request the honorable members to be like that, but I don't want to be harsh by stopping them asking questions at the same time.
Yeah, Chair.
Okay. Hello.
Chair, since I did make the proposal, well, the problems that we have is that some of us have other commitments on Friday.
All
but
of us.
Yes, no, but I'm writing exams, but still I feel that you must not shut down the proposal that I have made, that we have the opportunity to do our questions in writing to the department. Even though if the meeting decide that we will continue with the meeting on Friday, please allow some of us that won't be available on Friday to still do our questions in writing to the department.
We are all welcome, all those, even the apologies on Friday are expected to come over because understanding that the programs are very tight. Even today, we have to press ourselves. So I fully understand that. Thank you very much, Honorable Aris, to raise that. You are welcome to do that. Can we then allow the NTA to present, hoping
Madam
that
Chair, can I just come in just quickly? It's Yolisa.
Yolisa.
Yes, Chair.
Okay.
Sorry, Chair, to come in. I know it's not my space, but with the proposal to meet on Friday, I quickly called Sis Lindy. She says even though she's on study leave, she's fine. She can submit the application for us to have a meeting on Friday. And then the second point, Chair, regarding the questions, whether routine or not, yes, the committee can decide. But I just want to raise this fact that next week on Wednesday, the committee must adopt the BRRR. And I rely on the questions from the members to make the observations of the committee and, excuse me, and also to draft the recommendations. So if there are members who submit, and then I would then rely for, at least by Monday or Tuesday, to have everything, like even the responses from the department, so that the BRRR chairperson can include all that is discussed in the meeting. So I just wanted to highlight that I need the questions and the responses from the department so that I can do the last section of the BRRR chair, which the committee is supposed to submit, to adopt next week, Wednesday. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, sure. Thank you for informing us. I thought I will give you at the end, but it doesn't matter. You have just get into the right time. Thank you for informing us. The BRRRs are really critical and crucial. We have to adopt also the report. Thank you very much, Yoli. You, Lindy, must make an application for Friday, 1.5 hours strictly. Then I will have to shoot down those that are making theses and statements, questions only in terms of. Over to you, NTA. CEO.
Thank you, Chair. If we and a good evening, good afternoon, members and minister and colleagues. If we can be given the right to load our presentation, I'm not, because yeah. Thank you. Yes, good afternoon again, Chair, members and colleagues and minister. We are going to present our annual performance for 2021-22 to the committee. And you can go to the next page. I'm not sure that we can do it. Our report will cover 3 areas: the performance information that you will find in Part B of the report, the annual financial statement, and we'll then end with the audit outcomes for 2020-2022. In the next slide, let me just go through the context. I'll cover the context. Mr. Marula will cover the program performance information, and the CFO will cover the financial part of it. Just the context, that there are a couple of issues that we would want to provide some context on for the year under review. That at the end of June, the term of the board ended, and that affected the audit and risk committee. We had to reconstitute it so that it become properly constituted, because one of the member of the risk committee is a member of the board. So we had to appoint an independent person to join the committee to make the quorum of 3. And in October, end of October, the CEO of NDA her term of office come to an end. and that gap had to be filled. And the executive authority, it was the Minister of Social Development, appointed an acting CEO, and to become both the CEO of the NDA, and requested National Treasury to approve the acting CEO to be the interim accounting authority, and that was granted in 2021. Given those challenges in terms of accountability and governance, we managed to perform in a manner within which it ensured the recovery from the time that might have been lost in between that. The first part of it was to really work towards conclusion of the turnaround strategy, which is now just waiting for approval by the board and endorsement by the executive authority. The second part of things that we managed to achieve is condonation of irregular expenditure that has been lingering with the NDA for quite some time. But by the end of the financial year, we had managed to submit a condonation of 98.7 million to National Treasury, and it was granted and it was successfully removed from our books, as it will be indicated in the financial report. And I think despite all of the challenges that we had that really came from COVID and our economy resilience and abilities, we managed to mobilize more funding than what we had targeted. We targeted 20 million, we ended up raising 54 million. Just on the performance overview, I'll just give a very quick summary around that. For the year under review, 21-22, we achieved the highest performance over the past 3 years of 83%, and by achieving 10 out of 12 of those targets. And the two targets that we didn't meet, they relate to irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And this was due to the fact that the systems that we have now currently put in place, the loss control committee, the processes within the human resource function to deal with disciplinary action, recovery of lost monies, went there, and we've now put all of those processes, and we've got a loss control committee that is helping us to deal with the backlog. The second KPI that we didn't meet related to an integrated portal for civil society organization that is facing the CSO side, not internally. We had to delay this process until we have concluded the turnaround strategy, because the turnaround strategy indicated at the mid-year point that we would require to redesign our entire IT system and make it much more client-facing than internally, more special for the products that will deliver to CEOs for development. So we decided to suspend this function. However, we've started it this financial year to do the preliminary work that is required for us to have this integrated portal. We return an unqualified audit opinion with a few findings that we'll talk about when we deal with the financial area. And we got a a an opinion. It's not an opinion, by the way. For performance information, the outcome was that our performance information didn't have any material finding in them, and I think the financial health of the NDA, the AG has classified it as good. So those are just the indicators for us that although we had a year that had some turbulence, but we managed to meet most of the targets that we had. I will just request Mr. Marule to cover the program performance information.
Okay, thank you, CEO, and good afternoon, chair members, minister and colleagues. I'm just going to go quickly through the next slides in the interest of time. And I think you can go back to that slide just to take the members through it. I think the CEO has already covered it. We are sitting at 83% in the 21-22 financial year, which is an improvement of 20% from 63% to 83%. And that's the split. At the bottom are the two illustrations of the split between the different programs in the NDA. We have 12 targets that are split between Program 1, Program 2, and Program 3. And the two targets that the CEO spoke to that were not achieved are sitting in Program 1. In the next slide, next slide. I think in this area, the irregular expenditure, which again I think the CEO has spoken to at length, we had a target of 80% reduction of cumulative IFW expenditure, and our achievement set at 56.3%, which is in terms of value, it's 98 million of IFW expenditure which was reduced against a cumulative balance of 175 million. So we fell short by 23%, of attaining the target that we had set for ourselves. But I think, as CEO said, we really made quite serious gains in relation to moving the needle in relation to irregular expenditure. Understanding the process for condonation of irregular expenditure, meeting the requirements prescribed in the framework itself, and successfully submitting such, to National Treasury for condonation. And this irregular expenditure of 98 million was successfully removed from our books. We have current processes in place, such as the appointment of a loss control committee, where they are now seized with about 54 million of irregular expenditure amounting to against a cumulative balance of 77 million. So we're looking at, by the end of the financial year, we should be having, once condonation has been granted on that particular, the 10 cases, that priority cases that we are now dealing with, we should be looking at about less than 20 million of irregular expenditure in the NDA. Once the condonation process has been gone through and awarded by National Treasury. So that's quite a massive gains that are made and process that has been achieved and attained in relation to understanding the requirements of the irregular expenditure framework and being able to meet those particular requirements. This particular indicator has been kept in our current 22-23 financial. So we'll be focusing on it. It will be in the radar for the next few years, just until we stabilize in the area of irregular expenditure and we take it to acceptable levels. In the next indicator, it's the integrated portal. This is the second of the two indicators that we did not achieve. It relates to the integrated portal. We wanted to develop the integrated portal, but there was a change in strategic direction. in relation particularly to the turnaround strategy. What came out of the turnaround strategy was a need for the NDA to change its ICT master plan, its digitization strategy altogether, how it interfaces with its clientele, with the beneficiaries on the ground, and the type of processes and business processes that we need to build within the NDA to effect integrated portal. An integrated portal would have been a portal that would be used by beneficiaries on the ground to access services that are, given by NDA. In relation to grant funding, the requirements for grant funding, what are the specific requirements in relation to the grant funding, criteria? Who qualifies? How does one qualify? And when one qualifies, what is then the process to engage the NDA? In relation to capacity building, just a range of a suite of interventions that NDA offers. Now, it needed to, the integrated portal, it needed to be aligned to the NDA turnaround strategy so that it's not out of sync with what is proposed in the turnaround strategy and what the digitization strategy and the ICT master plan would be. So that's the reason that this project was strategically delayed, so that it follows what the turnaround strategy proposes in relation to the IT architecture of the NDA. The next KPI relates to skills audit, recommendations that have been implemented. We had a target of implementing 30% of skills audit recommendations. These skills audit recommendations come from the skills audit exercise that was undertaken in the previous financial year. So there was a range of recommendations identified, 29 of them. And this is in relation to building capacity within the NDA workforce so that we are able to, to fully deliver on the NDA mandate. They range from financial interventions, financial skills, financial management skills, project management, and a range of administrative and governance related interventions that would ensure that the NDA workforce is sufficiently skilled to be able to deliver on the mandate. Out of the 29 recommendations that were identified that are coming off the skills audit, 11 of them, which constitutes 38% of the total, were successfully implemented, which represents a difference. So these skills audit colleagues at different levels, at management, at different middle management, senior management, and even at lower levels of the organizations have been trained on a range of interventions just to skill them appropriately. In the next indicator, in the next slide, the approved, there's a target on the approved turnaround strategy, or the KPI on the approved turnaround strategy. The specific target was to have the revised NDA strategy approved. We have fully dispensed of this particular target, and we came and presented in Parliament the turnaround strategy as it was. And the CEO has spoken about the aspects of the turnaround strategy that are yet to be, fully approved, endorsed by the executive authority, and then be presented as well to the board itself. But the important part is that the strategy itself, the NDA strategy itself, now had to be aligned to the turnaround strategy. So at a point when we concluded this exercise by the end of the financial year, we then had to deal with specific outcomes that are in the strategy and the targets that are sitting in the strategy, and we updated those by way of updating the APP without necessarily retabling the entire strategy. Primarily because we are aware that once there has been engagement at the level of the executive authority and the accounting authority, there could be further enhancement, to the turnaround strategy, which would have impact on the strategic plan of the NDA. The next one is the state and CSO partnership model. We had to have the partnership model approved, and we're able to have the state and CSO partnership model approved. And part of the work, now this is the work that came afterwards, the social sector summit. There are aspects that are coming from the social sector summit that now speak to the partnership model on areas where the money, where the state and CSO can have common, can have common agreement and have a more strengthened partnership agreement. And all of those things are there's continuous engagement at this point. But by the end of the financial year, we had the state and CSO partnership model approved by the accounting authority. In the next program, skip 2 slides. The CEO spoke to this aspect as a key achievement of the NDA, particularly against the economic times that we are faced with post the 2 years of COVID being right at the helm. We had a target of 20 million to raise 20 million. And I think even in the previous year, we are unable to reach this particular target, primarily because of the constraints that were experienced in the economy. But in this current financial year 21-22, we are able to achieve this by raising 54 million, primarily from Kolomela Mine Harmony Gold Eskom Foundation, and from implementing the presidential stimulus package. We were able to raise a proposal prepared and submitted to National Treasury. We were able to raise 30 million that came towards the implementation of the volunteer program. And again, from the Chinese embassy as well, we were able to raise some monies there. So there was key engagements with key stakeholders from private sector, within government, and as well from the from foreign government, which is the Chinese embassy in particular. And this is exactly what our act espouses and enjoys us to do, to raise money from different levels of funders or donors. In the next slide, number of work opportunities created as a result of CSO development interventions. Our target was to create 500 work opportunities, and we were able to create 250 more opportunities than we had targeted. And I think in particular, the implementation of the CARA program, which started earlier than we had anticipated, made really quite a telling impact in us being able to create more opportunities than we had anticipated. The other areas that we focused on as well was our grant funding. In our grant funding, we support projects. These projects are on the ground, and we have specific conditions around job creation, where depending on the funding that we give you, there has to be creation of opportunities, particularly for income generating, whether it's in the space of agriculture, in the space of sowing, for example. So we have provided such contracts which have those conditions worked in them, such that opportunities are created. So not all these opportunities are coming from a CARA-based program as such, but also from our own grant funding. In the next slide, it's number of CSOs capacitated to strengthen the institutional capacity of CSOs. Our target was 1,800, and we achieved 2,558 CSOs that we trained, we supported in financial management, in project management, conflict resolution, and a range of governance-related interventions. The one key reason that we overachieved against this particular target was the lowering of the lockdown and the travel restrictions, that were imposed in the country, and we then had more face-to-face trainings as a result of the, this particular restrictions being lowered. The next and last indicator on program 2 relates to percentage disbursement of funds for grant funding, and this is our key mandate as NDA. We had a target of 90%, which is 12.8 million of a total budget of 13.5 million to disburse for grant funding to these CSOs, and we were able to disburse 3% more, which constitutes 13.2 million against the budget of 13.5 million. And the range of proposals that or grant funding proposals that we looked at, it's across the 9 provinces, across a range of sectors. For example, there would be a range of ECDs funding projects, CSOs on ECD in the education sector, in the manufacturing sector, in the agricultural sector. So a range of sectors would have been accommodated to ensure that there's a fair, spread of this 13.2 million against CSOs. So the final achievement was 98% of the total target being dispersed, total budget being dispersed. If we go to the next slide, the final program is research, and in research we had a target of producing 3 research publications, and we were able to produce these 3 research publications. The first one was on regulatory frameworks, requirement for South African civil society sector to promote their active participation in a developmental state, and the second was the role and contribution of towards South African economic reconstruction and recovery plan. And the third research publication that we produced was the COVID-19 responses to food and nutrition security on vulnerable population groups. And all of these researches, I think we primarily because of our limited internal capacity. These are studies that we outsource, and we collaborate with established research institutes to ensure that there are sound methodologies that underpin this research, the collection of data, the analysis of data, but also even the determination of the findings and the recommendations that come out of this. These are the type of publications that we ought to be producing so that we generate debate. So they translate into the dialogues that we then have. So there has to be sound methodology that then underpin these particular publications. But we're well able to achieve all of these 3 research publications. The next one is the evaluation reports. Our target was to have 3 evaluation reports. We produced 3 evaluation reports on food security, number 1, number 2 on income generation projects that were funded by NDA, number 3 on the evaluation of the ECD infrastructure in Mpumalanga province to provide conducive learning environment. Primarily, the evaluations are internally focused, looking at how we can improve our own programming and design going forward. And the learnings and the findings that are coming from these evaluation processes are then implemented in the subsequent programming work that we do going forward in relation to these particular areas, whether it's in food security projects, in income generation projects, how we design them, how we fund them, and what are the key things, the key impediments that were found, and what are the key recommendations. And there's a process that we have in place to also monitor the implementation of these particular recommendations. So 3 evaluation reports as targeted were fully achieved. The last one, which I've spoken to already, is the 5 dialogues that we had targeted, which were fully achieved. And they focused on the impact of COVID-19, on ECD centers in particular, the parental involvement and challenges in ECD centers and the impact of COVID-19, CSO regulatory framework, CSO funding mechanisms in South Africa, and requirements for transforming civil society sector in South Africa. So these dialogues, they are precursed by the researches that are undertaken with sound methodologies, as I said, in findings and recommendations. And the whole point of having dialogues is to have engagements with civil society, with government, and again with research institutes around the work that has gone on into these particular researches, and how far the work that is coming out of this research can influence development policy, because that is what section 2 of the Act enjoins us to do. We need to produce researches and then dialogue on those particular researches, primarily so that we can influence a development policy and the generation of policy going forward. I think those are the key aspects of our performance for the 3 programs. I'm going to then hand over to Mr. Shingange to take the presentation to the end. Thank you very much, sir.
Thanks, Tate Morule. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, members of the committee, Honorable Minister, CEOs, and colleagues. I will quickly take the members through the financial performance of the NDA for the year under audit, which was 2021-2022. We've started first with the balance sheet, which seeks to indicate the financial health of the entity. And if we look at the next two slides, which is this one and slide 23, which summarizes our financial position, I think we'll see that in terms of assets, we have in the current financial year, assets of 158 million compared to 137 million in the previous financial year. And in the next slide, I think we'll see that we have total liabilities of 79.1 million. So basically, those are the people that we owe money to. So those are our creditors. And if we look at the composition of our assets, we'll see that the cash balances of 148 million in the current financial year make up about 94% of the total assets of the NDA. The remaining 5% is mainly made up, or 6% is mainly made up of our total non-current assets, which are the assets that we have in our offices, the laptops, the software, the furniture, and all those assets that we have. They make up about 5% of the total assets of the entity, and the rest of the assets are made up of debtors. We have debtors or receivables of about 1.5 million and about 17,000. And in terms of the debtors, those are mainly made up of the rental deposits that we have for the facilities that we're renting from various landlords in the various provinces and some of the district offices that we have in some of the provinces. And if we look at the cash balances, I think firstly, if because the members will be asking, why do we have so much cash in our books, and how much of it is surpluses that may potentially be returned to National Treasury? So I think if we look at our cash of 148 million, obviously, as I've indicated, 79 million of it is what we owe to liabilities that we will get at in the next slide, which leaves us with a net position of 79 million. And of the 79 million, I think in slide 23, in slide 28, we'll see that we have committed contracts, that is contracts that are currently running, where we have not yet paid out those funds to the various people that hold those contracts. We have committed funds to the value of 53 million. So if you take 53, subtract that from the 79, we are left with plus minus 17, 18 million. And the 17, 18 million, which are funds that are not committed, we've already submitted an application to National Treasury to retain that potential, that surplus of about 18.1 million. That application is currently being assessed. We have just recently responded to some queries from National Treasury, and we expect a positive outcome from National Treasury that they will allow us to retain the surplus of about 18 million. And in the main, we intend to utilize the 18 million to start most of the processes related to the implementation of the turnaround strategy. So we want to utilize those to set up the various systems and processes that may need to be in place so that when we start the new financial year 2023-24, we are ready to implement the turnaround. In the next slide, which basically, as I've indicated, represents or lists the liabilities that we have, the people that we owe monies to. obviously the first two amounts of 6.3 and 3.1, that's what we owe to the creditors that we buy goods and services from, and that have rendered the services at the end of the financial year but were not paid. Most of them obviously were subsequently paid in the first 2 months of the new financial year. The second biggest item, I think, in our current liabilities, the 35 million, is basically the third-party funds that we have mobilized from various partners that we are in the process of implementing. So those are their funds that we have not yet disbursed to various projects. And I think the biggest fund that we have in terms of third-party funds is the balance of the CARA funds that we are completing its implementation in the current financial year. I think we still have about 28 million sitting in the CARA funds that we must disburse in the current financial year to conclude the implementation of the 90 million that the department transferred to us, I think 2 years ago. Before the end of the fourth quarter, we would have completed the implementation of the CARA program. The second biggest part of the third-party funds are the funds that we are managing on behalf of UIF. There's a program that we are implementing on behalf of UIF, wherein we are providing new venture training to about 2,000 beneficiaries of the UIF, mainly youth that are being trained on new venture creation so that they can, once they've gone through the program, they can be able to create jobs by starting their own businesses, then where they can then be able to employ themselves and employ other members of the communities where they come from. So I think those are the biggest liabilities. I think that the second or third biggest liabilities being the provision. So basically what is sitting in the provision is it's a provision that we've made for a performance bonus for the past 2 years. The processes are currently underway where assessments are being conducted, and those assessments will be taken through the various committees until there is a decision on how many people qualify for a performance bonus, and those will be taken through the necessary approval structures if indeed employees are eligible to receive a bonus in terms of performance. Then the short-term employee liabilities, those are basically the leave provision that we have in terms of the act. We must provide for leave days that people accrue on a monthly basis. So that I think that's the biggest portion of the short-term employee benefits of 10.2 million. And the remainder of the short-term employee benefits is basically the 13th check, where people have structured their salary that in December they can receive a 13th check, because we work on the total cost to company arrangement. Next slide. So, Chair and members, the next slide just seeks to indicate what were the resources that we had in the 2021-22 financial year, and how were those resources spent. I think if we look at the revenue, which is what the total resources that we had total resources to the value of 275 in the current in the year under audit, or the reporting year. And if we look at then the other side of it, how did we spend the resources? I think we can see that we spent, of the 275 million, we only spent 229.7 million, which leaves us with an accounting surplus of 45.8 million. And I think then when we look at the breakdown of the total expenditure, if we look at mandate expenses, by mandate expenses we mean what is it that we had spent in terms of implementing the mandate of the NDA, being grant funding, capacitating CSOs and research. We spent 45 million this year compared to 97 million in the previous financial year. And then if we look at compensation of employees, that is mandate staff costs, that is compensation of employees for people that are sitting in the mandate programs that are directly implementing the programs of the NDA in terms of the mandate. The compensation there amounts to 77 million this year compared to 75 million in the previous financial year. Then the administration program, that's where all the leases and all the overheads sit. We've spent 40.276 million in the current financial year against 35 million in the previous financial year. And if we look again at compensation now for people that sit in the administration program, that compensation sits at 65 million in the current financial year against 54 million in the previous financial year. Maybe just to quickly explain, if we look at the reason for the underspend, if one looks at 275 versus 229, one of the main contributors is, I think the CEO indicated that we had raised 30 million in the previous financial year from the presidential stimulus package that was there. We had applied for funding there. We were granted 30 million. And the 30 million, we only started implementing the program, the volunteer program, in terms of that funding only in this financial year. And we expected to conclude the implementation of the volunteer program funded from the stimulus package, I think, in the current financial year. I think that was maybe the main contributor to the underspending, I think, as you see in the surplus of 45. Next slide. So the next slide just is a breakdown of where the funds were spent in terms of the mandate part of the business, which is the core business of the NDA. If we look at disbursements to projects, we've disbursed 12.8 million to NDA funded projects. We've also disbursed 24.5 million, and the 24.5 million is what we've disbursed to those CSOs that are implementing the GBV empowerment program funded from the CARA funds. CARA stands for the Criminal Asset Recovery Account that the department has entrusted us to implement on its behalf. Yeah, I think those are the two biggest line items, I think, under mandate expenses, which is disbursements to projects, and those that are either funded from the NDA's own allocation or from other funds that we have raised from other sources. In this particular case, being the CARA funds that we received from the department. The second biggest item, I think, after our disbursements will be what we've spent on obviously implementing, monitoring those programs that are being implemented. The CSO's development program costs the 3.7 million. That's basically what we're spending in terms of monitoring those projects, supporting them, and making sure that they can successfully implement the programs that they are funded to implement in communities, then followed by what we've spent on research, monitoring, and evaluation. I think in the previous slide, I think we were taken through the various researches that were carried out by the entity in the previous financial year and the dissemination of those research findings. So those are what we've spent the 1.7 million on, and the remainder of it is obviously our compensation of employees for people sitting in the program of 77.6 million. Next slide. Then the next slide just seeks to indicate just a breakdown of the expenditure on administration or program one of the entity. I think we'll see that, I think also in this program, the biggest line item or expenditure line item is compensation of 65.8 million in the current financial year versus 54 in the previous financial year, followed by leases of 11.9 million. As I've indicated, we have offices in each province, and in some instances we also have, in some provinces we also have district offices that have been established. So that's what we've paid for those facilities, followed by general expenses and audit fees. That's what we pay to the Auditor General for conducting the audits that they are mandated to conduct. Also followed by travel and accommodation. And I think if we look at travel and accommodation, the reason why I think this year's travel is slightly higher than 2021 financial year is because in 2021 financial year, a bigger part of the year, we were under lockdown restrictions. So as those restrictions were lifted, then we were free to be able to travel, to do the work that we're supposed to do in terms of administration. Next slide. So the next slide, maybe next one. Yeah, I think the next slide just seeks to indicate how much we have spent in terms of the 3 programs of the NDA, which is Program 1, Program 2 being CSO's development, and Program 3 being research. I think in terms of administration, we've spent 40 million on the admin program before compensation of 65 million. If we look at Program 2, we've spent a total of 44 against 95 in the previous financial year. CSOs, then compensation of employees for Program 2 is sitting at 68. Then if we look at Program 3, which is research and M&E, we've spent 1.7 million in the current financial year against 1.2 million in the previous financial year. And then compensation of employees there then make up about 8.8 million in the current financial year versus 8.2 million in the previous financial year. Next slide. Then, Chair, I think as I've indicated in the first slide, that part of the big cash that we are holding, a big portion of it after we've paid the current liabilities that are shown in the balance sheet, we also have commitments or those contracts that are currently running where we have not yet, as at the end of the financial year, paid out those funds to the people that we have contracted to do various work on behalf of the NDA. Part of the commitments obviously also includes the funds that we are sitting with for CSOs that are yet to be disbursed, because some of the funds in terms of CSOs, we need to first go and do a monitoring before we can then release the next tranches of the approved funding. So we're still sitting with about funds from CSOs that are yet to be disbursed. As I've indicated, the biggest portion of the 53 is also the 30 million for the volunteer program that we are implementing in the current financial year 2022-2023. So those funds will be disbursed in the current, or we are in the process of disbursing. Some of the funds have already been disbursed as we implement the various programs. Next slide. Then, Chair, the next slide, just a summary of the irregular expenditure note. If you look at the opening balance, those are cumulative instances of irregular expenditure that we've been carrying forward from the previous financial year. As the CEO has indicated, we've really started the process of taking this irregular expenditure through the requirements of the framework and assessing them, establishing if there were any losses to the NDA. And through that process, in the current financial year, we've managed to to have irregular expenditure of 98.7 million condoned by National Treasury after we've taken it through the requirements in terms of the framework. Then I think the processes that are currently underway in terms of irregular expenditure, I think, are beginning to bear fruit, because if we look at the new irregular expenditure for the current financial year, last year we had new irregular expenditure of 29.4. This year we only have irregular expenditure of 701,000, and I think a big portion of the 701,000 in terms of irregular expenditure for that was recorded in the 2022 financial year relates mainly to contracts that we have been carrying forward from last year. Most of them, I think, ended during the current financial year, and those have now been replaced by contracts that have been procured in a regular manner, I think, if I may use the term, or that have been now procured in terms of following the necessary regulated processes. So those contracts have come to an end, and I think in the 2022-23 financial year, we will not see those, because those contracts have now have come to an end. They've now been replaced with new contracts that have followed the required processes. Then if we look at then we have a remaining balance at the end of the financial year of 77.3 million. As the CEO has indicated, the 77.3 million is currently being assessed by the Loss Control Committee. Those transactions are being assessed. Some of them have been completed in terms of the assessment, and they are currently awaiting review by the CEO, and then those will then be submitted to National Treasury for condonation. So we are hoping that by the end of this financial year, the 54 million that is under determination will be concluded and will be submitted to National Treasury for condonation, and those where disciplinary action need to be taken, those will be taken through, will be referred to HR to commence the disciplinary processes. In terms of the irregular expenditure relating to the UIF, that matter has been referred to a service provider who's currently conducting a forensic investigation. I think once the investigation is concluded, then it will be taken through the processes in terms of the framework for treatment of irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. So we're hoping that by the end of this current financial year, we will have dealt with the remaining balance of 77.3 million that is being carried forward from the 2022 financial year. Next slide. Then, Chair, the next slide just seeks to indicate then the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. I think we can see that in the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, we opened with a balance of 1.236 million, which is cumulative old cases that are currently being assessed, and those are currently being taken through the process in terms of determination, in terms of identifying whether who was responsible for those, and taking those through the necessary disciplinary process where applicable, and those that do not require disciplinary action then will be taken through the condonation process. So that process is currently underway, and we expect to conclude, I think, the process around the fruitless and wasteful expenditure also in the 2022-23 financial year. I think we can also see that on some of the instances that arose in the current financial year, we've also started the recovery of some of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure incurred by employees from those that are responsible for those. Next slide. Then, Chair, I think I'll quickly take the committee through the audit outcomes. I think as the CEO has indicated, I think in the context slide that we have in this year, we've also retained an unqualified audit opinion with findings. And these were the outcomes in terms of the 3 areas that the AG would audit, which will be the financial statements, the performance information, and compliance with legislation, which is basically where they look at our procurement transactions as to whether they have been conducted in accordance with the regulations. In terms of the audited financial statements, we did not have any findings related to audited financial statements. So the AG then indicated that in all material respects, the financial statements fairly present the financial position and performance of the NDA for that current financial year. If we look at annual performance information audit, no findings were picked up by the AG in terms of the annual performance information. Then in terms of supply chain management, the AG, I think in the next slide, we'll see that then the AG only raised, I think, only two findings relating to two lease contracts that were awarded in that current financial year. The next slide. Then the next slide, I think, is just a summary of the audit outcomes for the last 3 years. As we've already indicated, we've retained an unqualified audit opinion with findings, and we've been able to retain that for the past 3 years. Next slide. Then the next slide just seeks to indicate the levels of assurance that are provided, because providing assurance is important in terms of governance, in terms of making sure that we achieve a clean governance. The only amber areas that were flagged by the AG relate to the executive authority, which is the appointment of the board, because we did not have a full board. We had an interim accounting authority performing the functions of the board for that financial year, which obviously the AG has raised as a risk that must be addressed. That is the appointment of the board. Next slide. Then I think the next slide just seeks to indicate the areas of risks. I think the rest of the areas are green, meaning that those areas, I think, are working well. The controls are in place. The only area that we still need to address in terms of risk is supply chain, which is linked to the non-compliance in terms of the 2 transactions that I've alluded to, that the AG has picked up in the current financial year, relating to the 2 new leases that were awarded in the current financial year. Next slide. So in terms of the internal controls, I think once again the AG is still flagging the issue of compliance, that we need to strengthen the area of compliance. I think if we can do that, I think we will see in the next slide that I think in the current financial year, were it not for the 2 issues that the AG had raised on compliance, the NDA would have achieved a clean audit. So I think we are I think moving towards I think the achievement of a clean audit. Were it not for the 2 issues that the AG had raised, we would have received a clean audit for the 2021-2022 financial year. I think the concern is still being raised in terms of the audit action plans, and I think the issue around the audit action plans is also related to compliance with laws and regulations. So if we can be able to address and arrest that area around compliance, I think we will be, I think, safely to move towards a clean audit. Next slide. I think this is the last slide, Chair, and I think it summarizes the audit findings that the AG had raised. In the current financial year, only 13 findings were raised, 2 of which are the ones that I've alluded to that were classified as significant, relating to the 2 tenders that were awarded in the current in that financial year, relating to the Northern Cape and KZN. And I think in terms of the next column with the status, I think we can see that we have addressed already. I think we've addressed I think 99% or about 92% of the findings have already been addressed completely. In terms of how we've addressed the issue relating to the 2 leases, I think immediately after the AG flagged those 2 contracts as irregular, we had at that time not yet, we were still finalizing the lease agreements. We went back to the various landlords, negotiated an exit out of those, and the Northern Cape, they've already agreed. We've already reissued a new tender to start a new process, so that irregular expenditure has already been addressed, in that the awarded service provider had agreed that we can terminate that contract and then restart the process. The same has applied to KZN. We are finalizing that process. We've already held discussions with the landlord for the KZN office, and we are awaiting the final outcome of that discussion. Then the 10 other findings were mainly administrative issues that we need to address, or control weaknesses that we need to address, and we've already, I think in terms of the status there, we've already put in the controls in place to address those shortcomings that the AG had identified in terms of the 10 control weakness findings that the AG had raised. And we had one administrative matter that related to the terms of reference of the Audit and Risk Committee, and the revised terms of reference were submitted and were approved by the Audit and Risk Committee. So, Chair, I think that brings I think us to the end of the presentation for the NDA. The next slide, I think that's the final slide. So in terms of the final slide, Chair, we are proposing that the Portfolio Committee take note of the annual report of the NDA for the 2021-22 financial year, and approve the annual report in terms of the 3 key components, being the performance information, the annual financial statements, and the audit outcomes for the year under audit. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair and members, and that's the end of our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, NTA. And the time now is 5:30. I think we have to adjourn the meeting, and then we meet on Friday, 9 o'clock to 10:30, latest. Earliest, it can be 9 o'clock to 9:30. It will depend on how we conduct our questions and answers to the honorable members. I wish to thank everyone in the meeting who has sacrificed without any break, just a stretching break, but it was very fruitful for us to do a very successful oversight. Excuse me. I wish to say, let's adjourn rather the meeting. The meeting has adjourned. Thanks ever so much. Sleep well. Sleep
Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson, I missed the
Thank
time.
you, Chair.
Sorry.
Thank you.
I missed the starting time.
9 o'clock. 9 o'clock Friday.
Okay, thank you,
Yes.
Chairperson. We would
So that
it will
we
be
can
9
finish
and
early.
we would like to know it's 9 to what time, Chair? Because
To
SASA has
10.
a workshop. Pardon?
What time? What time is the workshop?
We're shifting the time of the start. So if at least we can be done at least latest by 10:30, it would work for SASA because they have a
exactly
workshop
what
with outsiders. Thank you, Chair.
That's exactly what I'm saying. It can be earlier
Thank
than
you.
that,
Thank
as
you.
much as we can be able to conduct ourselves and respond to the questions. Only SASA and NDA.
Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair.
Good evening, Chairperson.
Good evening.
How are you, Chairperson?
I'm good, thank you. Oh, Deputy Minister.
Don't
yes.
worry, I'm used to it.
Oh,
it's a fine. Let's not go there, Chairperson. I just wanted to tender my apology for Friday. Unfortunately, I won't be able to join you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Apologies are accepted for that day, knowing that people will be having other programs. Thank you ever so much. Sleep well. Have a very restful night. It was very strenuous, but I'm happy that I haven't rushed and pushed anyone. This time around, I depended on how Majay.
Mom Vana, we're tired, man.
Yeah. It was tight, sis. Akuna muntu ozothi hayi.
No, it was too much. Yo.
Siyabuya sis. Sure, good night.
Sure. Mom Jane.
Thank you. Recording stopped.